Hello, and welcome back to the Alcove.
Hey!
Here with a few firsts on the channel. We got Jarrett here in person for the first time. That's exciting.
I really exist.
Also, Rafay as a player. Which means somebody else had to sit in this seat, which is me this time. Sorry for you guys.
Is it your first time DMing?
Oh yeah, it is my first time ever GMing
That's
or
why
DMing.
this will probably suck.
So, bear with me. This might be bad.
If you never know what to do, just make it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Rafay and I swap seats halfway through, then you'll know why. So, we are doing the adventure, The Frozen Sick, from the Explorer's Guide to Wildemount. If you are familiar with Critical Role, or a fan of theirs, you may be aware of this adventure. So this is going to be our take on it. And if we do anything off the adventure guide, then we're just having fun with it.
Don't add us.
Yeah, exactly. Or add us, more traffic, right? So, all right. So, everybody ready?
I'm scared.
Yeah? All right. We are going to get started here now. So, snow gently falls from the sky and wind bites at your cheeks as you stand in the graveyard in Palebank Village. A fishing outpost of Uthadern that is home to several hundred dwarves and elves. The sun is low in the sky, sinking behind the fresh grave of Ergen Wenth, an old dwarf who caught a curse or disease that turned him into an ice statue. The folk of the village have gathered
What was the name of that?
Ergen, U-R-G-O-N.
Oh.
I wrote I and I'm not changing
I'm going to imagine you spelled it a very different way
Yeah.
because
Yes.
you've heard a name like that before. Wenth is the last name. The folk of the village have gathered to pay their final respects to Ergen's frozen remains. So we're going to start this adventure just inside the gate of the village over to, and I don't know exactly how to say your name, Samuel.
Samuel.
So just passing through the gate, you had spoken with one of the guards at the gate, letting him know that you were just coming through and happened across the village and just looking to see what was about. And they told you that a lot of the village had been gathering over in the graveyard, and that the community leader was also there, and that you should probably go meet him. So you start to head over that way. You do see a gathering of a lot of folk there. So you kind of just start to make your way over.
Sure.
Disa. You feel a tap. You feel a tap on your shoulder. You turn around and you see a familiar face, that of Elro. He says, "Disa, walk with me." And he leads you just outside. You're pretty close to the center of everything. You knew Ergen. So you finish paying your respects. You follow Elro just outside to kind of the outskirts of the gathering. And you see him tap a few other people on the shoulders. Those you've seen before, some relatively new. So he walks over to a very enthusiastic person that you have seen in the town before. You've tried to maybe keep clear of this individual. You're not maybe much for talking with somebody like that. But nonetheless, he taps Chrysanthemum on the shoulder.
Nice.
And he just says, "A moment of your time."
Oh, of course, yes. Anything you need.
I appreciate that. He then walks over to an individual, someone who has a blindfold over their eyes, but yet seems to move as if can see just as well as the rest of you. He walks over to Haldir and taps you on the shoulder, just as he has the others, and says, "Hello, Haldir."
Why didn't you wear a blindfold for this whole thing?
Just a moment. I need to speak with you and a few others about something.
Okay.
Are you Daredevil?
One other individual he walks over to seems to be trying to maybe keep themselves a little bit out of the crowd, trying to have no one really pay too much close attention to him, but nonetheless, Elro's aware of his presence. And he walks over. He does not tap you on the shoulder.
immediately flinches and like steps back, takes a couple of steps further back.
I didn't mean to alarm you. I just wanted to have a word.
Just like nods and briefly starts to follow.
And as if about to speak to the rest of you, he notices someone he has not actually met before. Samuel. He looks over to you and says, "Oh, I'm sorry, we have not yet met before.
Oh,
I am Elro."
Pleasure. My name's Samuel. My apologies, I'm not quite familiar with this area. Is everything all right here?
He says, well, unfortunately someone in the village has passed away and we've all gathered here to pay our respects. But I actually am looking to speak to a few folks about an urgent matter. Perhaps you could at least listen in and see if maybe you'd be interested.
Sure, yes.
So he looks to all of you, all 5 of you, and says, "Thank you for attending Urgen's service." You see Elro. He is a weathered elf, a retired ranger.
I wrote Elron, I don't know how you spell it.
Kinda, just take off the N.
Okay.
Those who have been here, at least for a little bit, you know him as the leader of the village. He seems to be well respected. He upholds himself in a very good manner. And he says, "I'm sorry to speak of dark tidings under such circumstances, but I believe that Palebank Village might be in danger. And I'm hoping that you can help us." And you have seen this person, though typically from the confines of the room that you've been staying in, you have not ventured out too much. The other 3 of you minus Samuel, you obviously know him very well. But he introduces himself to you. "I am Elro Aldatar. And this is Palebank Village."
Do I know the name Palebank Village?
You've heard the name.
Okay.
You were trekking out in this direction. On the map you had seen.
Does it look
there.
like the place that I've seen?
It definitely it definitely looks a lot like what you had in mind. Though it wasn't super crystal clear what you had thought. You think this maybe could be the place.
Have we purposely not said Rafe's character's name?
We don't know his name yet.
Okay.
So Elro goes on to explain, for those who are not aware, 2 months ago, Urgen Wenth returned home here from Eiselcross, where he was gone for about a year. And a few days after he returned home, he started to exhibit a strange affliction. He began to move slower. He started to have blue veins all over his body. We immediately spoke with the priests here at the temples of both Moradin and Corellin. Unfortunately, they were not able to do anything. The symptoms continued to worsen for weeks before inevitably he succumbed to the affliction and turned to solid ice. Until yesterday, I believed this was an unfortunate, isolated incident. Something he came into contact with on his travels, unfortunately had some disease or curse, and there was nothing we could do to help him. However, yesterday, I noticed a dwarf trapper around here, her name Toggy Lutan, starting to exhibit similar symptoms. She was not on the adventure that Urgen had gone on, and this has caused quite some concern. If she is able to contract this, who else may be able to? And since we were not able to help Urgen, I fear we may not be able to help her. I tried to speak to her, but she was very dismissive and pushed me away. She told me to let her die in peace and shut me out. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this be, for if she can contract it and others do, I cannot let this village succumb to this. So I am asking anyone to help me try to save the people of this village. We need to figure out what is causing this sickness, and if there is anything we can do about it. Tolgi does not want to speak with myself or any of the authorities here among the grass blades.
Glass blade.
Yeah, glass blades. So I am looking to those who may be able to help find what is going on, as I am pleading for anyone to do something. Now, I understand that a lot of you are new here, not from here. Disa, we've called upon you many times before. I'm hoping that you will assist in this again. But I am not going to ask you to do this just out of the goodwill of your hearts. I will pay all of you 100 gold to share amongst however you're willing to divvy it up, should you find what is causing this sickness. Now,
you see the shadowed figure that's mostly, throughout this entire thing, has been wearing, like, just hiding in essentially a very, very thick woolen cloak. Just a hand comes out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the leather gloved hand. Bare skin actually underneath it, which is interesting because of how cold it is. Sleeves just rolled up.
Yes.
Is there another village around here nearby?
Not for many miles. We're a bit out on our own here, pretty far from any other civilization. We do have Uthadern, but that is quite the trek from here.
He just retracts his hand back inside the cloak and just like
Now,
starts just staring at the ground.
I know I've put a lot on all of you, so if there are any questions you might have, I am happy to answer them now. Before you guys ask any questions, let's go around and describe who we're all seeing. We'll start over here.
I wasn't expecting that. So I'm Dissa. I think you said Dissa.
Sorry.
Dissa.
How did
Yeah.
D apostrophe
Oh god.
Hisa.
H-I...
I was surprisingly close.
Dahisa.
She looks kind of like almost kind of like a Viking. She has long red hair. Some of it has like cornrows kind of pulled back, long braids with like different little like stuff in them, like kind of like earring like little loops in the braids. She's got armor. She's big. She's strong. She also has face tattoos. And she's clearly a barbarian.
I don't know, is that clear?
Sounded very much like a wizard.
Alright.
Cool. So you see an elf.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Haldir.
Haldir.
So you see an elf, olive-skinned, about 6 feet tall, wearing black plain clothes, woolen, but you can see that it's the kind of clothes that you can still move relatively well in, and he is wearing a red bandana across his eyes, tied to the back, long black hair tied in a ponytail. And he carries a long bow across his back, and he's kind of leaning on a bow staff.
This dude's definitely a monk.
Also has like some red strap. You can kind of see there's the same cloth that kind of wraps his bow. Like he just got a piece of that put across his eyes, and then he's just standing there and like leaning on the stick a little bit.
Cool.
I know you already gave a little bit of a description there, but if there's anything you want to add.
You see a fairly slight, short, slim, kind of under normal height individual, wearing a very thick woolen, almost like dark gray to black cloak with a hood that's just pulled up over his head. The hood and the entire cloak seems a little bit too big for him. So it's covering his entire face. He can barely make out. And he's got like a scarf that's kind of just like pulled up to cover his like mouth. You can still see his face essentially. Got piercing gray eyes. And when he pulled his hand out of the cloak, you could see kind of the outfit that he was wearing. He's got black leather gloves. Let me just double check. A pale white undershirt that he's rolled up to his sleeves. He's got a gray vest and black trousers. You can see on his feet he's wearing these black leather boots that are clearly designed for winter. He's dressed for the occasion essentially, and the weather, the climate. He seems pretty familiar with the climate. You also notice just going across his front, across the vest, there was a leather belt that you could make out as he kind of held his hand up with a bunch of pouches and stuff on it, and the scarf that's just as he retreats his hand back in, the cloak just hides him completely again.
Are you human?
He looks like it. His hooded and everything. He can humanoid.
He's a kobold.
All right. Well, you also see on the tall side for an elf, a very strapping young lad, flowing blonde locks kind of rolling down his shoulders, chainmail, but then underneath the chainmail is all these very rich fabrics like silks and leathers and things like that. Blue and silver are the predominant colors that you end up seeing, along with this chain at the bottom of which is a sigil that you can see of a gear with a star pattern underneath it as well. To his left, there is a longsword strapped and attached to in a scabbard at his hip, shield at his back, and a very bright gleaming smile with pretty strangely dog-like emptiness behind them. Just a very enthusiastic looking individual, just kind of you see,
for the most funeral, right?
For the most part, you notice that he's just been kind of really enthusiastic at seeing so many people in one place at this particular point in time.
Nice.
It's like fantasy Prince Charming.
And then
cool. So you see a relatively young, appears human, probably about 6 feet tall, rather well built, looks pretty normal, pretty mundane. He has blonde hair that's kind of slicked back, almost gold appearance, shoulder length. If you were to look closely at his eyes, they are gold, not iris with all the design, just gold, piercing gold eyes. He is wearing just what looks like holy vestments, but there's no markings on them. It's a red under robe with a little beige, whatever the top thing is that kind of covers the shoulders. He's wearing, winter leather gloves, boots. He has a quarterstaff strapped to his back. But for the most part, he just looks rather young, 19, maybe 20 years old. A little dirty from his travels, but other than that, just a pretty mundane looking human.
Cool. Quite the group we've got.
Other than the piercing gold eyes. Pretty mundane human.
Don't worry about
While
that.
you guys have all been kind of talking and looking around, just looking at each other, you've noticed that the character, therefore unnamed, has just taken a couple of steps back away from the group, just instinctively.
So, returning back to the conversation, he has put out, do any of you have any questions?
Yes.
Dissa.
Why you ask for scared one to come help?
Well, it is my job to know who is in my village. And while we have not had the pleasure of meeting, I've seen you've done mostly a good job of hiding, and those skills can come in handy. So I wanted to put forth the request to see if perhaps you would be interested in helping this place, as it is somewhere you've at least called home for the last few days.
Do you have any caravans that leave this village?
Not for a while.
Are you too scared to help?
Just ignores her. I'll do it if I can get a ride on the next caravan out of the building.
I can help arrange for that if that's what you'd like.
Okay.
Is this frightenness a facade? Is it just a front?
You can make an insight check
Insight check.
against,
I will decide.
yeah, probably decide what it is you're...
Deception or persuasion?
Deception. 16 insight.
doesn't seem to be beside.
He is actually
Terrified.
that nervous.
Actually terrified and nervous.
Well, I thank you. I will make sure to get that for you. Since we have not had the formal introduction, I am Elro. And he extends his hand to you. Even though he doesn't approach you, you are a little bit further back, but he does put out his hand as if to gesture you towards.
He just sticks a hand out and waves it. You can call me Sebastian.
Does his hand look like it's a kobold in a trench coat? Sorry, what'd you say your name was?
Sebastian.
Sebastian.
Pleased to meet you, Sebastian.
I'm not like
Oh boy.
5'6", 5'7", I'm like shorter than all.
You see the elf come strutting over. How are you this fine day? I notice you look a little nervous. It's not worth being nervous. As the good goddess Arathis does say, groups are great.
You just see
Samuel think
magnitude.
from our right. Haven't heard that one before.
His eyes kind of catch yours and he replies like, I know people like you. You're usually the first to die.
That's a terribly cruel thing to say, but I'll forgive you because we've just met and I'm sure you're just warming up to me.
I take back what I said. I like this guy.
Yeah, he actually like pulls his hand out of his cloak and like shakes yours.
Chrysanthemum Theldus the
His
Fifth.
hand is much slighter than yours. And, like,
Are you a double handshaker?
Oh yeah.
Terrible.
he just he says, Sebastian Extel.
Well met.
Okay. He just like almost
You're an
instantly
NPC.
You can see him kind of look at each of you and like his eyes dart across, and his demeanor seems to kind of be relaxing a little bit. He's no longer nervously stepping away from all of you, but
I'll just make my way around introducing myself the exact same way to everybody.
Yeah. You'll just see Elro stand there, kind of observing what's going on, a little bit of a smirk as he's kind of admiring the fact that you're all kind of getting to know each other.
When you come up to Dissa, though, it's going to be kind of like that scene in Parks and Rec where Ron Swanson just keeps swiveling away from him.
When I turn to you, you new here.
Yes, I actually just arrived this morning.
Are you looking for a place to stay?
I just don't know if I'll be staying, but perhaps.
Well, I must say, I've been staying at the Jolly Dwarf for the past couple of days, and Arl is just fantastic. I've been asking him to keep an eye out for any elk carpaccio. He hasn't found any yet, but I'm sure once it's there, it will be simply divine.
I was wondering where I recognized the voice from. I've been hearing it outside my room for the past few days.
Oh,
Dissa,
that's
you
wonderful.
know the Jolly Dwarf, and you know Arl. You also are familiar with these places and the name.
What was the name? Arl?
Arl, A-R-L, is the
Carl.
name. And the Jolly Dwarf is the inn in Pale Bank.
I turn to Aaron and ask, is there even another inn in this village?
No, that is
That's what I
But
thought.
thank you for boasting about Arl's business. I'm sure he would appreciate it.
Excuse me, Mr. Elro. I'm wondering if we'll have a chance to speak with the dwarf woman you were speaking of.
Well, that is entirely up to you. She will not speak with me or
I
any
wouldn't
of
mind
the...
observing her conditions.
If you are able to convince her to do so, then...
Where might we find her?
Do we know if this disease might be contagious? Perhaps we don't want to speak directly to her.
You certainly don't have to come along.
Unfortunately, we know very little information about this. As far as I'm aware, Ergen did come into contact with many folk before he started to exhibit the symptoms, and as far as I'm aware, none of those have started to show.
I say
Toggy
we still
has.
bash her head in just in case.
Well, maybe a more civil approach first.
Aren't we
If
trying
that
to
doesn't work, then
prevent
we bash her head in.
people from dying?
Yes.
Where might we find her?
He directs you. You actually know where she lives as well. So he just kind of points over, just kind of down the road. If you just follow down the road here on the left, keep going down there. It'll be the third cabin on the right. Dissa is actually familiar with the location.
I also have another question. This Ergen fellow whose funeral we're at, where did he live?
He actually lived not too far from Toggy's place. If you follow the same road, his is on the other side, just a couple houses down from hers.
And he lived alone?
He did live alone. Yeah, you're welcome to go to his place if you think perhaps there could be something there of use.
Okay.
Kind of under, like subtly, you'll see me kind of clutch my my chain, point in Dissa's direction, and then in the back of your head you hear, "We'll be friends soon enough."
I love it.
You just hear like grunt.
Question is, have there been other arrivals from Isocross?
No, the last arrival from Isocross was Ergen. We do send out travel there by boat. There's a Uthadurnian outpost out that way that he would have come from, but there hasn't been one in a while. There will be one leaving relatively soon, though.
How far is the trip?
I know this answer.
Scratch that. That agreement that we had. I want passage on that boat, if you don't mind.
I'm sure I can make that happen for you.
Excellent.
It would appear we're kind of thrown together in this little adventure.
One sec.
Sorry.
I'm relatively new here, so please allow me to introduce myself. My name's Samuel. I've already met you, my friend.
Sebastian.
Nice to meet you, Sebastian.
I'm Haldir.
Oh dear. Nice to meet you.
They call me Dissa.
Listen.
They do. It's about 9 days by boat to get to the outpost in Isocross on the island of
Waters are also
Foran.
very treacherous. Don't expect much travel to be happening between this village and the outpost.
It is quite treacherous.
Are there any other routes into Isocross or only here?
Well, it's a sequence of islands out that way. The one that we have an outpost at is on Foran. But it is mostly it's by boat for the most part, at least how we get there.
I see. And how long has it been since Ergen made it back?
He's been here for a few weeks now.
Sorry, for Talgi? Talgi. Did you say, so I know you mentioned she was a dwarf traveler. Did she come from Isocross?
Dwarf trapper.
Oh, trapper.
Yeah, sorry.
Did she come from, was she in Isocross?
Don't think so.
She was not.
Okay.
No. Yeah, Disa would know. She tends to operate, or kind of just work in and amongst Hellbank. She hasn't really left in a while.
Okay.
Does Toga, does she live alone, or does she have any family?
She mostly lives alone. I've seen her interact with some other folks. I don't know her too well. She's not the biggest fan of mine. So I try to let her live her own life.
Is there...
Go ahead.
Sorry. Is there anything else you can tell us about this disease?
Unfortunately, at this point, you know about as much as I do. It was something that Ergen came across, and as far as I'm aware, Toggy is the only other one to exhibit this. if it follows the same trend, I imagine it's only a matter of weeks before she succumbs as well. I would much prefer to avoid that, as I do not want more of the village to die.
Ergen is buried, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I pick up any hesitation or I don't know, hint of a deception or lie?
Make an insight check.
12.
It's kind of hard to say, but you believe him for the most. It seems like he's telling the truth and not trying to withhold anything.
Sorry, your name was Chrysanthemum?
Chrysanthemum.
Oh, that's a mouthful.
Of the
just not-
Euthydunthilduses.
Oh,
I'm just not. to call
I'm
him
not
Chris.
familiar. I'm gonna go speak with this other patient that seems to have this illness. You seem like you are pretty good at introductions. Do you mind following me?
I would love to. Just clap you on the shoulder and just start striding off.
Wow.
If you'd like, Dissa, perhaps you can show them the way.
Wonderful!
Yes, and please, if the others want to tag along as well.
Sebastian's been looking at Haldir pretty closely throughout this entire thing, and begins to start to just hang back to see what Haldir does.
I mean, as people start moving, I start following, but let's say 15, 20 feet back. And then I walk a few feet and I notice that you haven't moved. Are you coming?
Just begins to walk and catches up.
Spider sense.
Can you see?
No. And I keep walking.
You just see.
You don't see me looking at you. I'm just staring
You see Sebastian just
ahead.
staring off him and begins to walk. He's just confused a little bit.
Sorry, just before you walk, 'cause it sounds like you are moving. Just last, Elro says, should you need anything from me, I'll still be around here helping with the funeral and what's going on, meeting with some of the other folks. But if you do want to go to Ergen's cabin, we do have one of the glass blades out front. Just let her know that I said it was all right.
You see him. You see Sebastian just go. Damn it. Just keep walking.
All right, and you guys can continue walking. He turns away and starts to mingle with some of the other folks.
Yeah, while we're walking, I guess you two are falling behind. But for you two, it's have either of you been here for a long time now?
I've been here a few days. First time I've been out of Euthydun since I was a child.
Oh, this must be quite the spectacle for you.
It is the smallest town I have ever seen.
That sounds about right. It is rather small. You?
I live here
Oh, for how long?
for 27 years.
It's a very specific number. Tell me, is this the only? Is this the only? Did you just come up with that age on the spot?
I'm this old.
Tell me,
Inside check.
is this the only illness or ailment that has plagued this town recently?
No. Sometimes people get diarrhea.
Oh, yes. Aside from the normal bumps and bruises or diarrhea, anything out of the ordinary, not normal per se?
Nope.
It's interesting. Thank you. It's a pleasure to meet you both. And I guess you're not the new kid anymore.
Fantastic.
All right, so you continue on your way. Dissa shows you down the couple of roads and start to come across. You start to see kind of some cabins, somewhat spread out. They're not stacked right alongside each other. There's a bit of space between each of them, and you start to walk up towards one. You know this to be, or at least you believe this is Toggy's cabin. And as you approach, I will read a blurb. The snow-covered cabin looks peaceful and quiet from the outside. It's a cave. It's not. Its windows are shuttered, and a steady stream of smoke piping out of the chimney indicates a roaring fire within. The door is closed, and you do not see anyone outside of the cabin. What do you do?
I pound on the door.
That's what I was
You just
gonna
walk up and
say.
pound it?
Sebastian immediately almost like tries to find an alleyway along the side to just like dip into.
Oh, what's
get out
right?
of view. Is there like somewhere out of view of the door? Like, just
Yeah,
on
so
side?
the cabin is somewhat, not completely circular, but kind of like somewhat round, almost probably
Okay.
like octagonal to a degree.
Mhm.
There's the front door here. There's no other really buildings around it, some sparse trees, but you could go along the side if you want. You do
Is
see...
there a window on one of the sides?
There is a couple of windows.
Okay.
Yes.
I would like to go down the side where there's a window.
Where there is
Just,
one,
like,
yep.
crouch under it, almost like sneak up to the window.
Sure.
While these guys are.
Can you make a stealth check?
Is he always this
I guess I'll
skittish?
say, do I notice him slip away?
Depends
I'll
on
make a
his
stealth
stealth check.
Yeah, how stealthy
Actually,
was that? Like,
no.
was it-
We'll put it against your passive to see if
18.
you do not seem to know. You're too enthralled with what the conversation is about to happen that you do
Can
not
I
notice him slink over.
Follow and try to sneak as well.
What was your roll again?
18.
I will say you don't really.
I was
notice him
also
slink
in the
away.
back. I was behind.
Yeah, because he was behind you. I don't think you would have noticed enough.
I'm
pretty good.
imagining it almost as like everybody's approaching the door, and I'm just looking.
He kind of just
like, to the
teeters
side.
off to the side. All right, we'll come back to you in a sec. So you're pounding on the door, and is it like you three are like
Yeah.
right huddled at the door?
Yeah, I
and-
guess so.
I'm already getting my best smile on.
Yeah. Oh, that's
All
Ready to
right.
greet someone.
very warming.
So you knock on the door. Couple of seconds, you don't really hear anything until "fuck off."
Sounds like
I
very
pound louder.
friendly folk here. Surely that-
Someone's a little grumpy.
Yeah, it's very.
You just pounding?
No, actually, I'm gonna take my warhammer and like swing it and try to like open the door.
Oh, you're gonna try to just break it open?
Yep,
Okay.
Oh, is that how we? Oh,
it's what we do here.
you would know best.
And roll for
All right. Make an attack roll against the door.
Fucking
Is it a
doors.
strength check? Or
No,
This
attack
is
roll.
truly a critical role-esque
It is-
environment. You will fail this.
You're attacking it with
like
your
with
warhammer.
with the
Yeah.
oh, or sorry, not I said warhammer. I meant battle axe. Like the
Mhm.
yeah. Sorry. Okay.
First?
So it is
just
just kind of explaining. It is like a fairly large wooden door. It's pretty thick too.
What I
It's
forgot
not.
to tell you
It's
is
not
it's
that.
iron.
Yeah. Straight iron.
I would like to take a look into the window when she's done.
Yeah. Just
Do
make
I
a
have to-
perception check, and I'll.
Do I have
Go.
to roll to hit?
Yes.
Okay, that's silly.
That's what I mean. Doors are.
Dirty 20.
All right, you hit. Roll for damage.
Okay.
Yeah, you miss and hit.
I would roll it in for perception.
Okay. Well, yeah.
10.
Yeah. You swing into it, and it just goes straight through and splinters the door.
Well,
breaks.
I'm using like the head of it.
Oh,
like
you're
I'm
not.
swinging.
You're trying to
Punch.
Like
punch.
bludgeon.
Towards the
Oh,
lock,
okay.
maybe.
Sorry. I thought you were doing a full swing. So if you're just trying to like, kind of just blunt push the door open, almost like crack
Like
it open.
break it open. Yeah.
I would say you definitely, there's like a crack indent sort of thing. It kind of shifts the frame. It's not completely open, but you've definitely done damage to it. As soon as you, actually, really quickly, you tried to take a peek inside. So you go to like just kind of peek up into the window. Unfortunately, just on the other side of the window, there is a
It's
lit.
this frosted snow that you ran by.
No, there is like a little like fire brazier lit, just like a small one right there, and the smoke is coming up, and it's kind of creating like condensation and like almost like a fog over the window. You can't really make out what's in there. It's kind of too cloudy.
Gonna use that as an advantage because they probably can't see out, and he's just gonna start working on like trying to jimmy the window open.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead. Do a thieves' tool check if you have that. Otherwise,
I do not.
Perfect.
Poor woman's getting swatted.
Yeah. Well,
Just gonna make a sleight of hand check.
do a sleight of hand, and we'll come back to
DC
that.
can be higher.
As soon as you bump the door, you hear a little bit of commotion inside, and it sounds like somebody's maybe coming over towards the door. They're taking their time, and you just hear from the other side, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Hello.
Sorry.
Are we in?
No. The door's not completely open. It's like starting to. But the door was locked, so you
Can
didn't
I
quite
see
get
her
through.
the crack?
Not really. The lock is still partially holding. There's like a little like slit through, but you can't. She's not peeking through
Did
it.
we get her last name?
Yes, you did. It was Lutan.
Lieutenant. Miss Lieutenant, do you have a few minutes to speak? Apologies for
Lord and Savior. Jesus.
apologies for the door.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no,
With disadvantage because
What?
you just broke the door halfway.
that makes sense.
I rolled a 13 to try and open the door, but I don't have thieves' tools permission.
We're in
The
there.
door or the
Okay, that's a
window?
13.
Yeah.
13 is
17 total.
Wow, pretty good.
Yeah.
She hears your soft-spoken voice. She doesn't recognize it. So she says, "You're gonna have some explaining to do to what the fuck you just did to my door." And she starts to unlock the door, but it's kind of hard because the door's been like bent in awkwardly now. So it takes a second. She starts to do that while you're trying to unlock the door, right? Or unlock the window. Sorry.
Yeah.
I would say with that roll, you are, because you're not really, you don't have any real tools or anything. You're kind of just trying to figure out how to like do this.
Open it from the outside.
You've
It's
kind of,
probably an openless window too. You're like,
yeah. I would say you're starting to like move like you've got a little bit of it kind of starting to move, but you haven't. It's not completely open. You don't exactly like, you start to shift it one way and then it kind of gets stuck and you're like, what? Why is this? So you're fiddling with the window over there.
With the commotion that we're hearing, do I get the impression that there's only one person inside the cabin or more than one?
I mean, from what you've gathered so far, it seems like there's maybe, you didn't hear any talking inside other than the shouting of this woman telling you to fuck off, and only one set of footsteps when she came over to the door. But she does, I managed to get it open. She's kind of like pissed off looking. It's like, what the fuck is this? So you do see a dwarven woman. She's got like kind of blankets over her right now. You do see some kind of blue veins on her neck, a little bit on her face. Sounds like that's what Elro is describing to you all. She does look a little like kind of beaten, like definitely kind of moving a bit sluggish. So she opens the door, kind of looking at the door and be like, "You're paying for that."
yes, I'm sure my friend here wouldn't mind reimbursing you for the trouble she's caused. We're apologies. My name is Samuel, and we're actually we're just here to check up on you. We've heard you've been feeling a little under the weather a bit.
Before you even finish, she goes and turns around and starts to make her way back over to the bed where she was sitting. So inside of this place, now that she's kind of walked away from the door and you're able to start walking inside, except for you.
We can go in.
So she just walks away from the door. So the heat in this small cabin hits like a hammer blow, just super hot compared to the outside. Like it's like walking into a wall of heat of how hot it is in here. There's a table set neatly stacked with dishes, tools, utensils. The smell of a simmering soup comes from a pot hanging inside of a roaring fireplace. There's another fire that burns in an iron brazier at the opposite end of the room near a window that somebody is fiddling with that you guys don't notice yet. And it's filling this cabin with like a smoky haze as well. Just in general, it's very smoky in here, very hot. The windows are all kind of fogged up because of all this, which is why you couldn't see anything. And she sits down on the bed. She's kind of shivering even with this immense heat that you got immediately start sweating. She is shivering still, kind of in her spot there. And she's wrapped up in blankets. She kind of just sits down and goes, "Well?"
First of all, just based on her appearance and seeing this stuff, is this anything I've ever seen before?
Not even close.
Okay.
No.
I immediately make a beeline for the soup and start smelling it.
She just watches you.
Please let me know how it smells.
Cutting back outside momentarily, you see that Sebastian's pulled out like a crowbar from behind his back. and
from?
then he just hears like them going inside. He just crowbar back and like walks back around to the front of the door.
Just imagining while you guys are there, he just props it open. He's like, oh.
He just puts it back and then starts making his way towards the door.
All right.
He doesn't step inside. He just kind of hangs outside the door.
Just outside the door? Okay.
Next to me, just outside.
Oh, if
the
you're
door.
outside the door, then you see him coming around the corner.
So there you are. Where'd you go?
Just wanted to see if I could see what we were getting into before we did.
So are you outside with him, or you're staying outside?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. You smell. It seems kind of like maybe a potato leek soup. Yeah.
Worst kind of soup.
Damn, that sounds good.
Really
Yeah.
the worst soup.
You guys want to get soup for dinner tonight? Anyway.
I'll look over to Toggy and say, do you mind if I taste some?
I guess. Bring me a bowl.
Certainly. So, I'm going to taste it first.
It's all right. It's it's very salty.
Okay, I'm going to start looking for seasoning like herbs.
Make an investigation check. In the meantime, back over to whoever's trying to have a conversation with her.
I'm just taking off some of my furs because it's really
Super hot. Yep.
And then I'm gonna take some soup and start eating it.
Weirdly, the heat doesn't seem to bother me that much. Yeah, I'll just apologies for intruding on you in your home. We just came from the ceremony that was going on for Mr. Wenth, and a gentleman by the name of Elro informed us that
She just scoffs at the name.
well, he has informed us that you two might have a similar ailment. So I was wondering if there's anything I can do to potentially help or get some information as to what might be ailing you.
Make another persuasion check. What did you roll?
Crit fail, that one.
Sick. You find a big container of salt.
It is a seasoning.
Think better of it,
This
but
is already salty.
Yes.
yeah, so like I take the sip and go, look around, only see more salt, decide better of it, and just scoop some more into a bowl and bring it over to her. It's very good, with just the worst poker face ever.
I know.
22.
22. Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So she just goes, well, you actually know a little bit about this. So she just says, well, I've been in this place for a few years now, and I haven't seen anything like this before.
Your ailment.
Yeah, then like, what even is this? Look at my fucking skin. When Urgen came back, I saw that he brought some stuff with him. And let's just say I wanted some of it. So
Stuff. Apologies, but what are you referring to?
he goes off and he takes trips out to Islecross and he tries to find things, and they're usually just small trinkets and random shit, but sometimes he makes a good find, and sometimes I try to just sneak one off of him. So this time I tried to do that again.
Yeah.
You notice that Sebastian began listening a lot more intently as this conversation was happening.
Trinket. Do you mind explaining what it is you took?
I mean, there was more than one thing. He brought back a handful of stuff, and he likes to bring it to Velra over at the Curiosities store and sell what he finds. You know this store, but we'll come back to that in a sec. You're familiar with that name, both the name and
What was
shop you're talking
was the
about.
name?
Velra,
Velra.
or Burla, sorry, Burla.
Burla.
Burl.
It's already Velra. It's too late. It's canon.
So I waited until he put the items there. Let's just say Burla's not the most observant person, and well, got my hands on a few of the things that he took.
I see. Apologies for the judgment from my friend here. Are you still in possession of these trinkets?
No.
Good, because from the sounds of it, they don't sound too good.
Sebastian slinks inside and said, "No, not good. That means someone else is going to have this disease."
That's why I said it's not good.
You'll
Are you
just
still
see
outside, or did you
walk
come in?
inside.
I'm still outside.
Okay.
The door.
I'm trying to be aware if there's anybody else in the surrounding area.
Okay.
Anybody approaching or
So I imagine you're probably just outside the step of the door, right?
yeah,
Just kind of like
just out of the
not looking around, but
And-
just kind of
well,
takes it.
He's looking, but it's in his brain hole.
I am perceiving around.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. You're not really perceiving.
I assume I
anybody.
can still listen to like
You can hear. It's a bit muffled,
Hearing it,
but
no, it's not. It's heightened. That's
Oh,
how Daredevil works.
Sebastian slinks inside and kind of like walks up to you and approaches you. He looks at Toga, who's like sitting down. Hi. This means that this disease isn't infectious. We just find the item, get rid of it, and we can leave.
Well, let's not jump to conclusions, but it certainly appears that if Ergen had it and you've been in possession of it, then certainly that is a very workable theory.
So when you asked if she kept anything for
Yeah.
herself, she said no, and she's kind of eating her soup. When she lifts her arm up to bring the spoon to her mouth, you notice an ornate-looking dagger or something sheathed on her side here. She doesn't say anything about it, but you notice it. Nobody else does.
Having seen her around before, has she ever carried this on her before?
Not that you've noticed. It's kind of fancy looking too.
Okay.
Okay, well, I was going to ask if I believe her when she said she doesn't have it anymore.
Oh, then make
So I
make
should
an
roll
insight check. Yep.
right? 9. So that's a 9.
You believe her.
9.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, you were also asking a question, I think, and I missed it.
Yep.
Never mind, you weren't asking a question. Continue.
Was I?
I don't know. I thought you were
What
starting to
was
get.
asking if you believed.
Yeah.
Maybe that's all
I think
the
I was
question
just
was.
starting to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's as my friend Sebastian pointed out, it is quite plausible that these artifacts that Ergen brought back from his adventures in Isocross, unfortunately, bestowed this. I want to call it a curse, but I've not seen anything like this before.
Do you think you could help me?
It's possible. Do you know where you put the artifacts?
Yeah.
Do you mind sharing?
I gave them to my sister. She deals with all the business side of things.
Oh, your sister. And who's that?
Her name's Hillel.
Hillel. I'm just gonna write H''Lil. Hillel.
Can you describe what this artifact looked like? What
Yeah.
it was?
I mean, there was a bunch of different stuff. You're saying artifact. I don't really know what you're looking for because I don't really know everything that I took. There was, I don't know, there was like a scroll and there was some arrows and there was a little statue thing and there was like a bottle and there was a ring and I don't know, there was a bunch of random shit.
Dagger?
What?
Was there a dagger?
No.
Do I believe her?
You know, insight check.
Damn it.
Can I also make
Okay,
an
that's
insight check?
really-
I say disadvantage just because you're not in the
Yeah.
room and everything's gonna go.
22.
Oh, you 100. She is definitely lying.
Look, I know you're dealing with a lot right now, and I
She's
sort
got a dagger on her.
Look, you're gonna have to be a little bit more forthright. Look, I've dealt with a lot of mysterious folks and shady people, and I don't want to accuse you of such, but if you've kept anything that you took from the Curiosity store, we need to know in order to help you.
You think you've dealt with shady people? You don't know shady people. But fine, fuck it. Yeah, I got this. She unstraps the dagger and holds it up. It's...
Nobody touch that. I'm gonna get out just like a cloth and just have her like put it in it.
Jeez.
Cast Divine Sense.
Divine sense?
Yes.
I'm just like,
Don't pick up anything.
Hmm.
No. I think that's like Fey, Fiend, Celestial, something, right?
Yeah. It's like you can detect good and evil as an action.
I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
You see
I don't have it.
You see Sigmund or Sebastian kind of looking at it. He looks over. If you lay it out, can I take a look at it?
Sure. I'm assuming there's like a little table or side.
Yeah,
table or
there's
something. I'll
a
just
table.
like put it
Yep.
down and just observe
You
Sebastian.
just you see him for the first time. He pulls his hood back. You can see like long.
It's Cobalt now.
Damn it! I knew it.
Longish hair that just like goes down to his shoulders. His like scarf, he pulls it down because it's just how hot it is in here. Clean shaven, rather like handsome-ish looking face. Piercing gray eyes, like human. He looks down. He's also wearing these glasses, which is the first time you're seeing him. They're like brass glasses that look kind of like broken and bent and scratched in a lot of different ways. Just like leans over and begins to. Can I inspect it to see if there is any like magic or any magical stuff about it? Like,
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check.
that is a 9.
9 total?
Total 9.
Okay. So you don't really get too much of a sense of magic. You can't really tell too much about the make of the dagger or anything. That's kind of outside your understanding. But you do see, like, you can tell it's a very well-made weapon. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be giving off anything. It doesn't really sense anything. But it is really really well made. You do think that it is better than just your average dagger.
I don't think I see any trace of enchantment or magical residue on this, but perhaps it was one of the other items.
Perhaps. And you're certain this is the last of the items you possess.
Yeah, that's the only one I took. It looked cool.
And your sister, Lil Hillel,
Yeah.
does she currently still have some of these?
I don't know what she did with them. Like, the whole point is that we get her shit and then she goes and sells it. It's the business we're running here.
Sells them here in town.
No.
Oh.
Usually finds a way to courier them back to Shady Creek and then
Shady
sells
Creek.
them there.
Interesting.
As soon as I
You
hear,
immediately see, like, Sebastian just, like, step back, look around, and just, like, begins slinking out towards the door. It's not even trying to hide it.
well, you probably run into me because I'm making my way into
Yeah.
into the door. You said Shady Creek.
That's right.
How often does she go there?
I mean, not too often. It's kind of hard to get a courier between here and there. It's pretty far.
Is she still in town or has she left?
I assume so. I mean,
Do you know where we might be able to find her?
I think she's head up in the cave just north of the village here.
An actual cave or a house? Because we mistook yours.
Sorry, I meant cabin. No, yeah. She says cave.
Cave what? Up north?
Just north of town.
Okay.
Sebastian just kind of, like, he's like shorter than you, so he's like trying to just like get around behind you, and it just looks like he's like, nervous as fuck.
Sure.
Like you can see with like his hood and stuff down, he's sweating a bit. Then you would attribute it normally to just how hot it is in here, but he's also looking like he's having a little bit of a panic attack.
Was it started based on the notion of Shady Creek?
Do you know who she deals with in Shady Creek?
I mean, you guys are gonna help me, right?
We're certainly going to try.
She's gonna make a check to see if she believes you. You can roll persuasion or deception. You don't need to tell me.
Out. She's laying on the couch with her feet up on the armrest.
She rolled a natural 20. So
Yeah,
okay.
I'm telling the truth.
Sorry, what was that?
This is just checked out. She's laying on the couch with her feet up on the armrest.
There is no
resting her
couch,
eyes.
but there is chairs. Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You look
Oh,
very
you were asking
awkwardly
about who she
large
deals
in a
with.
chair. Yeah.
All right. I mean, we work with the Udalot family.
Do I recognize that name?
100%.
Okay.
Do I recognize this name?
Make a history check to see if you've heard that name. Sorry?
Do I know?
You can also make one.
12.
12?
Yep.
Doesn't ring a bell.
What
Are
about
you
me? I got a
blocking
3.
Sebastian's way out?
Sorry?
I got
Sebastian
You
is
know
just
what?
goes
It
around
does.
and
You definitely don't know.
he
But
just
you're kind of
steps
like
out.
born and raised in Palebank.
Right,
To a
you're
degree.
running away?
No, I'm just leaving. Sebastian just steps around out there and just steps outside and goes around the corner.
Yep.
Sorry for our skittish friend over there. Yes, I certainly. I don't know what, but I was called here to an extent to help the village. So it seems like there's something plaguing this place, so I will certainly try my best to help you.
Being from here, that kind of just is a little weird that this guy who just showed up said that he was like sent here to help the village.
It's not that weird.
Because like, as far as you're aware, the village should put out like a signal saying, hey, we need help
There
in the
was a bad
village.
signal in the sky. I saw that.
Um,
So other than your sister and Velra,
Verla.
Verlern, is there anybody to your recollection? Do you know anybody else who might have had possession of these?
Unless Ergen gave them to anybody else, I have no idea. Also, you've had a little bit of time to just kind of sit in there, just like playing some of the things in your head. I mentioned you do know Verla. She lives in town. She runs the store there, Pelk's Curiosities, which was the one store that Tolil kind of mentioned. You also know that several weeks ago, the store was robbed,
Oh.
which
I mean, that coincides with her story.
you get the picture that
She
Ptolemy's
said
the one
when
who did it.
Velra wasn't looking.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So-
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we know who did. We know
Yeah.
who done it.
But you didn't, like, town didn't really know before who did it.
Sorry, can you repeat the name of the family that should this business?
Udalot? Udalot? Uttol. Where is it? OT. Uttolot.
You told that.
You know them mostly by name because they control the gates in and out of Shady
Yeah.
Creek Run, so you just know that family's business a little bit.
Sorry, what
If
was
you've ever come in and out of Shady Creek, you've probably had to deal with somebody there.
what was it about the Udalat family for this?
They do business with them.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your time. I can't promise that you'll get better, or there's nothing that I'm aware of that can help you with this ailment, but I do believe that not having this in your possession might help over time. And if this isn't the source of it, then we'll do our best to help this village. But first, I think we need to speak with your sister.
I mean, sure, do whatever you want. And, I mean, just, if you find something, bring it to me first. And she's, like, holding this hot bowl of soup now, like, pressing it against her skin.
Well, I'm not going to give you more artifacts, but if we have information, I'll bring it to you.
Fine.
And I'm gonna very carefully, like Gandalf wrapping up the blade in The Hobbit, wrap it very, very tightly and put a couple strings at the end so it's nothing's exposed. It's very well covered, and I'll just kind of put it in my little bag.
While you've been in the room for a little bit now, something that you kind of pick up on, it might just be your heightened hearing a little bit, and maybe the others haven't really noticed it because of the crackling fires and just the conversation and everything. You think you hear like an animal or something in the room. You don't see one, but it sounds kind of like you kind of pick up something, like it's almost like, what is that, like panting sometimes, or like grumbling a little bit?
Do I pick up a direction that it's coming from?
Similar direction to where Tolgi's sitting. She's on the bed.
Oh, he's sitting. She's got
I'm
a beast in her.
I'm sorry. Do you have a pet?
Yeah,
Where is it?
they're under my bed.
Sounds like they might be in distress.
I mean, probably worried about me. Don't worry about them. They're fine.
Can I pick up something weird about that? This is fine.
Make an insight check.
And do I know about her having?
I was gonna say that out loud. I'm like, Sam wouldn't ask you about that, but I was like trying to be like, could you know she has pets?
Exactly.
1 second.
Sorry, this was insight. 10.
Seems fine. Just not. Doesn't seem like she's trying to bullshit you. You've seen wolves
Yeah, I was
around
gonna say, it's
her
probably a fucking
cabin.
wolf. Yeah.
Where are the dogs?
First of all, they're not dogs, so fuck you. They're wolves. And
Did you
and Iroh and Jira are under the bed. All right, stay away from them.
did you say you have wolves for pets?
Yeah.
Is that like a common thing? Like, do I know anybody else that has fucking wolves?
I mean, you might be familiar with like trappers and other people who go out into the
She is a
wilderness
trapper,
to
that
hunt.
makes sense.
They might bring. I mean, domesticating wolves isn't always that common.
yeah, I forgot that
but-
you said she was a wolf.
I mean, there's been other.
she's a trapper. She's a trapper.
She's pulling like a Little Red Riding Hood. It's like a wolf in a.
Snout coming out. She's like, I'm fine, guys.
Just a little bit.
We certainly will not disturb your animals.
I make my way out of the room, and you guys notice that as I'm walking out, I'm actually like using my bow staff to like find out where the exact.
I'm one with the force. The force is.
See, that was I said that. I even said that.
Yeah. Badass Jedi.
I'm just walking out, and then I pick up on the whereabouts of Sebastian. If
You don't see him anywhere, but you can hear around the corners just someone heaving.
Yeah, I can. So I kind of make my way to you,
You
and
around the corner and you just see like doubled over, just like this hooded cloaked figure that's just like dry heaving.
Camera's still on you.
It might be a little bit this way. It's hard to
Turn
tell.
it a little bit that way.
like that.
That's good.
It's probably fine.
Yeah.
Shift a little bit this way.
You just see like doubled over on his knees on the ground, just like heaving and just like leaning up against the wall.
Are you all right?
I'm fine.
I knew this was a mistake. I knew this was a mistake. I knew this was a mistake.
What's
just see
wrong?
him just whispering that. You all have a good day. I'm leaving. Goodbye. He just like, gets up and begins to.
What
just,
is
like,
going on?
I don't want to deal with these people.
What people?
These people from Shady Creek Run. I do not want to deal with them. If you all want to follow this trend and help these people out, that's all on you. I can't deal with them. I need to leave now. You all can figure out what's going on here. Do that. I'm just gonna go out and I'm just gonna walk. I'll see you when I see you.
Who are you fleeing from?
The Shady Creek Run. She mentioned the Udalak family.
Yes, she goes there. Not that they're coming
If
here.
they find out where I am, I'm a dead man. I can't deal with them. And he just like, you can see he's just like lost all shred of composure. He's like dripping with sweat. He's almost like, I don't know how else to impress upon you. I'm going to go back to the tavern, grab my things, and then leave.
But there's no caravan out of the city for a while.
I walked here. I'll walk somewhere else. You all can come out if you want. Just
Let me help you.
make a persuasion check.
I like it.
Just okay, fine. Just please don't mention to anyone. I'm gonna hide out when we're talking to this person who talks with the Udalak family. I don't want to see them. They don't want to see me.
I'll stay with you. Don't
But
worry.
you all are clearly kind of in over your heads with this stuff. I know magic. I know magical things. This is a powerful curse. Whatever it is, probably need me here. But if they find out,
Modest much. Jesus.
if they find out who I am and where I am, I'm
Level
dead.
1 saying, you
So-
need me.
Sounds like you can help. Why don't we strike a deal? You help us, and I'll help you leave town. I'll go with you.
So long as no one from the Udalot family finds out where I am or who I am, I'm okay with that. Deal?
Deal.
He sticks out his hand that's like sweat drenched and it's like dripping with like he actually takes off his glove and shakes it. Name's Sigmund. Coming
I
up
don't
with
know
a
this.
fake name was harder than I thought it would be.
He's stuck with the same letter. Yeah. Rookie mistake.
So as you guys come, the other
so
three
I'll just
do-
be like, are you done with your soup? We should probably get a move on.
Yes. Let's look pointedly back at her. It was salty.
all right.
As
Thank
I'm
you for
putting-
feeding my friend.
As I'm putting my bowl down, I
You had some too.
I dropped a couple potatoes and kind of kicked them under the bed.
Well, now I gotta fucking clean that up. Why would you do that?
It's for the dogs. Bye.
Again, apologies for your door, and I'll flicker a gold piece.
Thanks.
Next time, try answering.
I mean,
Hopefully that can fix the damages.
it'll help. Just
Okay.
fucking figure out what's going on. I don't want to die.
And we don't want you to die either. So
Not looking good,
Oh,
though.
so kind of you. Now get the fuck out of my house.
that makes sense.
So you guys, as you walk out, you catch like the tail end of what was going on here. So you guys don't really have the entire exchange that went on between these two, but you do catch his real name, and you do see them shaking hands.
What was it again?
Sigmund.
Siegfried and Roy?
Sigmund.
Sigmund.
It's over now.
Is everything okay out here?
You can see that he's in distress still. His like
It's not that out of the ordinary.
His
though.
like glasses are like fogged up. The sweat is starting to freeze now out of the cold.
Oh, you know how it is with the reputation of Shady Creek Run. It makes some people nervous.
That I do.
That's all.
I'm just surrounded by liars today. First it was a lady, now your name's Sigmund.
You don't
I thought we were friends.
travel much, do you? You said this was your first time out of Utherden?
Yes.
That makes a lot more sense. Word of advice, a lot of people tend to speak a little white lie here and there.
But why?
It helps people get around a bit easier.
Why are you here?
I'm on a mission.
Care? Okay, go on.
Yes, well, I, as the second son of Chrysanthemum Elders III, was put into the Temple of Arathis in order to become a paladin. And as part of my paladin training, I've been asked to go on mission to other locations that are not as civilized as Uthadern and look to recruit those seeking the benefits of civilization. And so
Oh, that's very pretentious.
it's not pretentious. This is just merely the teachings of Arathis that everyone does better when in the midst of civilization. It's just a fact.
Tell me, Chrysanthemum the
It doesn't travel very.
no. That you seem to have the appearance of a soldier. You have a great sword. Have you ever swung that or used it?
Oh, that's perhaps what I'm best at is fighting.
Oh, that might come in handy then. Do I believe him?
Make an insight check against either persuasion or deception.
19.
17.
Do I believe you?
Yep.
Okay. We could definitely use that on this. Seems like you can hold yourself as well.
Yeah,
I mean, you beat the shit out of that door.
door had it coming.
Did you pay for it?
No. should have answered it.
And you're alright?
I'll be fine. What is it that brought you here? You mentioned something about request.
Of sorts. I've sort of been drawn here. Was made aware that the village was in some sort of peril, and I was to help save it in some regard. I don't have a lot of information. I don't even know if I'm in the right place. It's just the closest place that I've come across on my travels that match that description.
Did you also come from Utadurn?
No, I didn't. I came from south. A little farther south. I don't even know if they're in south. I came from the south.
Utadurn's like east.
East, right?
Like,
Okay. I came from south.
It's like north all over again.
Not east.
Right, tell if he's telling the truth.
Sure.
You want to see if he's telling the truth by saying he came from the south?
Or that he doesn't know where he came from.
Oh, I know where I came from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just came from farther south.
Yeah, that's all he's saying.
Yeah.
So let me get this straight. We've got one guy that can't see, one that's scared of his own shadow. I don't even know what to say about you. And then you're some kid from south? We're doomed.
Sums it up.
And how long ago did you come from Utadurn?
I've been here a few days.
Did you travel with a caravan of people?
How did I get there? Yes.
Who was it with you? Who was there with you?
Just one of the carts that are like caravans that go between Uthodurn and Palebank to like resupply on certain things. Just one of the standard supply runs that go there. He just kind of hopped in with them as he came in.
Oh, okay, but
You
nobody
remember
else
in,
from Uthodurn
Home
coming
Alone,
in.
where
No, I mean there may
where
have
she gets
been
in
like
the van
one
with the
person
guy
who
that
helps
sings.
carry your stuff.
Imagine that's you, just in the back,
Yeah.
like they're all just like, shut up. They're like, you guys want to hear a song?
The Urgen's place was near here.
Yeah, so I was actually just about to say, so to say you being from here, you do know where Urgen's cabin is. It's actually pretty close to here. And you do know where Pelk's Curiosities is, which is the store that had been ransacked by, or not ransacked, but just kind of like robbed a while back. You assume it was Toggy.
Yeah.
You know where that is. It's not like right here. You'd have to go a little bit back down the main road to towards kind of more close to the center of the village, but you know where that is as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and she mentioned that Hillel might be set up in a cave. You have an idea of maybe which cave that could be? There's like kind of one big one that you know of north of the village. So
Okay.
Yes,
you
we
guys
might-
have that info. You can do with it
We
what you
might
will.
be a ragtag group of adventurers, but I could certainly use the help in figuring that this seems like what I was brought here for. And if it's not, then I certainly want to help this town anyway. I've never seen anything like what she was experiencing.
Can I rack my brain to think about if I've ever heard or seen anything like the disease?
You can make a history check if you want. See if you've heard anything similar.
Can I ask you to describe to me what it looked like?
21.
21. I would say nothing specifically like this, but you've heard of like adventurers who have gone out into places like Islecross and have come back with weird afflictions. Nothing specifically to these details, but you've definitely heard that like that can happen.
Yeah, certainly. She definitely looked a little worse for wear, a little tired, a little.
I picked up that, but
She had-
visually, what?
She had almost blue, like piercing blue veins going up her neck and on her arms. It was unusual. It was nothing like I've ever seen. It was definitely some sort of affliction or curse. Not natural.
You've seen like, poisons and
Yeah.
certain diseases that have
Bulge the veins. and
Yeah,
stuff,
like bulge the veins or sometimes darken them a
Black,
little bit,
yeah.
but never like this. This
Yeah.
is like a whole other level.
Not natural.
These are the types of things you find away from civilization.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong.
I think we should check in with this Velra and see if there's
Yes.
any other things that perhaps
We're taken.
weren't taken. Though considering that she is exhibiting these signs of this curse or sickness or whatever, perhaps whatever caused it was taken already. Though I would be surprised why Velra would not have experienced it because it was stolen from her. So perhaps we can check and make sure.
Yeah. If she doesn't, it could be that she just didn't have it on her actual possession, physically touching it. So I agree. We should definitely go speak with Verla.
Do you think there's
Verla.
Do you think there's any value in checking out the dwarf's home?
We might find some other artifacts. I'm not quite sure. I
If-
also don't know if this is a time-sensitive thing.
You
We're
would
probably not gonna find the artifact though.
you
There
would
could be
know
multiple
just
artifacts.
an FYI. You would know that going back towards where the store is, on the way back there on the other side, you would kind of pass by. Or
It's
Too
Well,
bad
it's
that
right
it's
as
too
well.
bad that his house wasn't like on. The
I'm not telling you guys to do that. You would just know
Yeah.
that it would be on the way back.
Well, we're heading to Curiosity. We might as well pop in and have a look at this place anyways.
Oh, is he on the way?
Yes.
Perfect. Maybe a quick stop just to see. Do you know this cave that she speaks of that her sister might be at?
Yes.
Is it known for having visitors? Is it secluded? Is there any animals living in there?
Oh, well.
You people don't tend to live there because it's. I mean, the village is mostly surrounded by like tundra and kind of
Yeah.
like a little bit wild weather. So unless you like most people, you want to huddle together and have like a population. You don't want to really go out on your own, and the cave's kind of a little bit out there. You would know that people loosely call it Croaker Cave.
That sounds safe. More than safe. Croaker?
Cave.
Yeah.
Probably just because of frogs.
Big frog.
That's where Hillel.
That's what Toggy told
That's
you.
where little baby's at.
Hillel. Hello.
Hello,
Name it keeps evolving.
Hello, baby.
Hello.
Yeah.
No,
That's
no,
not how
no,
they're
no.
hearing about this raspberry. Hearing about.
So perhaps we should start towards Ergens and then quickly stop by and then head to the curiosity shop.
And then to the cave,
And then
maybe.
whatever we find at the curiosity shop, I think Hillel is the next stop.
Yeah, this way.
You're leading them
Yeah.
to Ergens then?
Yep.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'll get the door.
So as you're walking down, you just kind of walk off a little bit because it's not like a residential street you'd find
Yeah.
here where they're pretty close. It's like a little bit off the path, just on the opposite side that Tolgi's cabin was on, a couple down. Just like Elro said, as you're starting to approach, there is a glass blade standing out front.
Sigmund falls back. I'll rely on you all to get me inside.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to be afraid here, friend.
Just pulls up his mask. Like his scarf is like a mask.
So you veer off the main path to get a little bit out, kind of like at the edge of where the houses are on this side of the village. It's pretty small. It's a 1-story, 1-room log cabin. And just out front there is a glass plate standing there. As you guys start to approach, she notices you. You recognize this glass blade, pretty young, kind of like really excited to be a part of the glass blades, and she kind of looks over and goes, "Hi, Disa. I mean, halt! This place is off limits. What are you doing here?"
Do you want to take this one? She seems to know you. She?
Yep.
She seems to know you.
What's her name? Do I know her name?
You would know this as Mila.
Oh, hey Mila. Elro told us to tell you it was okay. We can go in there.
Oh. All right. You may enter.
You're very good at your job.
Thank you. I take it very seriously.
As we're approaching, Sigmund turns to her. Have you let anyone else in recently?
There's been no one else who has come here since I've been standing watch.
And you're here all the time?
I rotate with another individual, but for the most part, I'm here during the day. They do the night watch.
As we walk in, I'll just ask you, when did Delro tell us we could go in here?
Okay.
What?
Remember that thing I said about saying certain things?
He actually did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I didn't hear the part that it was
I
okay
asked
to
where he
go in.
was, so I was like,
Oh, I was with you, so
I was surprised as soon as he said that like somebody keeps watch because I was planning to just squat here. Instead of staying in there. He was like,
Yeah. I thought you just said that we could go talk to the guard up front. Not that we just had free clearance.
No, he.
All right, good.
Yeah,
Well,
just as a refresher, he did say you can talk to her to let you in if you want to take a look at the place.
got it. Just kidding.
All right, so you're going
You
in.
just
then?
said you said that anyway and weren't listening.
Yeah.
Very true.
All right, so as you open the door, you walk into a cramped, dark cabin, which might have been a pretty cozy place when Ergen was still living here. Now there's unmade bed, stands near a cold fireplace. There's a mantle hung with the head of some sort of snarling beast up on the wall. It's got gray horns. And on the other side of the room, there's a small table strewn with dirty dishes, a set of chairs, empty shelves, mostly empty shelves. There's still a few things on there, but then there's just stuff thrown all over the floor. Stuff out of the kitchen, drawers are open. Stuff's just been thrown all over the place.
Like it's been ransacked, or that somebody is just not taking care of it. Okay.
Simeon immediately like drops the hood and begins to just like case the joint.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for anything that what's her name told us that were. She could have been lying, but the things that she said were part of the artifacts.
Okay.
And if we do find like a ring, does it match the sort of like ornamental?
I'm explicitly looking for places where things would be hidden, like
Okay.
places where Ergen would maybe like have a floorboard that he could like hide stuff under, or something under the bed.
Yep.
Secret drawers, like places where he would explicitly want to keep that.
I'm just
stuff.
thinking in general.
Yeah, so both of you do investigation checks. You're kind of looking through the mess
Do
of
you want
just
to help me?
what's all there.
Do you want to help me?
Well, you guys are looking at two different
Yeah,
things
yeah.
specifically, so helping each other doesn't really.
I will take my good friend Chrysanthemum,
Chrysanthemum.
and I'm gonna teach him how to look. So
For context, I have a +5 in investigation.
yeah, we're looking at.
Oh,
that.
you're good. You're
Yeah,
fine.
You're good. I do not. So this will be interesting.
18?
17. It is, but I have a
I'll
minus
still
one.
roll.
Oh.
I'll still roll probably very shitty, so it's fine.
I'm very intelligent.
That is a natural 1. +5. 6. I wanted the advantage for that.
So you guys, you're kind of just like looking through, pulling things apart. There's just like random like things like cutlery and broken dishes and stuff. Pushing them around and just kind of looking. You do at one point spot a boot print that looks like right by a window. The window's not open, but you do see a boot print right at the window there.
Chrysanthemum, does this look a little suspicious to you?
I want to see if I notice that it looks like it would be a different size than
It
let's see, like Ergen was a human.
Does it look like
Ergen
a dwarf?
was a dwarf.
Yeah.
Dwarf. Okay, does it
It does look dwarf-sized. Though you find it odd that there's a boot print like right towards like the window, like in such a manner that it is, because it makes it like it would have had to have been like something like hard to hit it to leave a boot print like that.
It is rather strange that he would climb out the window when there's a perfectly good door over there.
At his own home, right? It's very odd. You make a valid point.
You don't really find much. You have an intent in mind of what you're looking for. You're kind of like trying to press floorboards and like see if there's anything like kind of hidden, like feeling behind stuff to see if there's like a hidden compartment, and you don't find anything. Are you guys looking for anything, doing any type of...
Yeah, I'm gonna like haphazardly just like open up any drawers, pull out the cupboards, throw things.
like cupboards, drawers, shelves, stuff like that?
Yeah.
All right,
Did
you can do an
ask a
investigation.
blind man if he was looking for things.
Yes.
The blind man stayed out,
Yeah.
Okay.
and he's actually gonna try to strike conversation with Mila.
Sure.
What's your name?
I am Glassblade's Mila. Glassblade. Mila.
Nice to meet you. You mentioned that there's another guard that you do shifts with.
Yeah, it's just another one of the Glassblades.
What are their names?
I cannot inform you of that. You must speak to Elro.
We have spoken with Elro. He asked us to investigate.
You can find him at. Dang, I was trying to think of a name of a place. I still don't think I should give you his name, but you can ask Elro where you can find him.
Well, sure, if people in the village start dying because we have been delayed, I will sure tell Elro that Mila, Glassblade, Mila.
Make an intimidation check.
Intimidating this poor little girl. Just doing her job. I like it.
Well, that was terrible too.
You're just too nice, man.
I'm sure Elro would be happy to tell you who he is.
Okay.
She's very like. Just trying to stand very like, I am on watch, and just kind of keeps eyeing over to you and to the door. That's it. She's not saying anything else.
Yeah, I think I would just take like a quick mental note and keep an eye out for other dwarves that follow the possible suspects. It very well could have been. What's the dwarf we just visited? His name again?
Toggy?
Yeah, it could have been her. It could have been her sister. So somebody definitely. I think somebody may have visited this location recently or not.
Come back to that in 1 sec. Did you do an investigation?
Oh,
roll?
yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't. 12.
So going through, you're trying to look through a lot of the like shelving and cupboards and drawers and everything. Most of them have already been completely emptied out on the floor. So you're kind of looking through. There's not really much, like little things here and there left in those. You go over to the shelves, and most of the books have been thrown off, and like any kind of little statues or anything are on the floor. There are a couple of books still sitting kind of on the shelf, and you kind of open up, flip through it, and kind of drop that. And on the third book that you pick up and you go like this, a slip of paper falls onto the floor.
I'm picking it up and we're gonna read it.
Yeah, so you open it up. It looks like a receipt from Pelk's Curiosities, with itemized of written down everything that Ergen sold to Verla. You see that he was given 1,000 gold for all of his findings, and what you see on this list are a dagger, a scroll case, a jade statuette,
That's it.
a quiver of 20 arrows, a silver ring set with a jasper, and 2 blue glass vials.
Can you just run through
Dagger.
those one quick time?
Dagger, scroll case, silver, something.
Jade statue.
So what was the scroll case? Just a
Just scroll case.
Okay. So I have dagger, scroll case, jade statue, quiver, 20 arrows, 2 blue glass vials, and I missed something.
Silver
ring.
ring
Silver
with a set with a jasper.
Silver ring. Gotcha. You said 1,000 gold for all that?
That's what the receipt says, yeah.
So he was hiding the receipt.
2 vials of what?
2
Just blue glass vials. Doesn't say what it is. And it was dated like 7 weeks ago,
Okay.
like quite a while, which was right around the time he came back.
So he sold a bunch. Okay.
Do you guys think this is anything of importance?
Sigmund walks over.
Yeah, I'll just like hold it so we can both see it. Oh. It would appear that Ergen got paid pretty handsomely for these fines. They do seem a little out of the ordinary. Anything you can see from this?
The vials could be interesting.
Yeah. Could have contained something they both took.
They could. I don't think anybody would foolishly drink something just that they found.
Do these jade statues
I don't
mean
know,
anything to you?
Could be enchanted, could be magical. Nobody knows.
And symbol for anything? Do you know anything about Isocross?
Can I make I think without a proper description of what they look like,
Sure, yeah.
it would be harder to do. But
Maybe the jade part, but yeah. Okay.
do I know of anything that Jade could have significant?
I think all you would really know is that like it's not uncommon for little statues to be made of jade. That doesn't mean that it's not enchanted or
Yeah.
has something, but you don't really have anything to go off of.
I personally am interested more in the scroll case and wondering
Sure.
what was perhaps in it. Based on what these things that are in this list, they should 1,000 gold seems a lot for all of that.
Certainly.
Also, where is this 1,000 gold? I could use some.
Where did you
Doesn't need
find
it anymore.
this receipt?
It was in this book.
It was in the book.
Yes.
Seems odd. Perhaps he was hiding it so others didn't know what he had or what he made from it. It looks like this place was kind of turned over. We found a footprint that looked a little weird by the window.
Wasn't very good at housekeeping, apparently.
So on that, after you had found the footprint, you guys kind of discussed that a little bit. I think you being also just like very enthusiastic to get to the bottom of this, you kind of just lifted the window up a little bit, and you do see there's like a mark
Going
skiff
down.
like just on the other side going, like looks like it's going outwards. You poke your head out and you do see some footprints going off.
Can I explicitly take a look at, investigate the footprint, the track, see if I can identify what type of boot it would be, what size of boot it would
Sure.
be?
Size 10 woman's.
Stiletto
I'm,
heel.
Dwarf
I'm
fat.
Sherlock Holmes like this
Do you
shit.
share that
Size 10
information?
dwarfette.
Up at the window?
Yes.
Oh,
Would you mind maybe going out there and taking a look at this and telling me about it, and perhaps helping my investigation?
Wait, which thing?
These footsteps outside. Perhaps you can provide me with some additional insight from the steps outside while I take a look at this one on the inside.
Yes, would you like to join Samuel and my little detective bureau?
Sure.
We're on the case.
oh, we're in a bureau now. Oh. The once he points that out, do the footprints go north towards a cave?
They do not.
Just north? Okay.
Which way do they go?
Towards.
They would go west and north a little bit.
Is that towards the house we just came from? Perfect.
Okay.
So she broke in. Cool.
Um,
So it's not the only place she broke in.
So I'm going to investigate. Can I say you're providing me with advantage?
Would you like?
He's just there for moral support. Of course you could have been.
You're doing
that was a
great.
natural 20 plus 5, so it's
sorry.
25.
So specifically, what are
detective
you?
band's on
I'm
the
specifically
case.
trying to figure out if I can pinpoint whose boots they
Yeah.
might be.
Yes.
I think, based on the direction and stuff, we
Help me,
can
you're
already
doing
tell it
wonders.
with Hillel. The secondary thing I would try to find out is approximately when this happened, how old these footprints are,
Yep.
whether there's markings of whether this was recent or whether this was a week or so ago.
Right. So in terms of looking at the boot, you can tell it's probably dwarf sized, maybe a little bit more narrow than a male's foot. So you might suspect, and you were just at Toggy, so you might be thinking, hey, that could be her boots that are there. And then in terms of how long ago it was, you can tell that it's probably a few, maybe a week ago that the boot print on the inside maybe looks. Outside, just because of the weather, the wind, the way that it snows and everything, you can tell there were kind of footprints there, but they've been partially filled in. You can just kind of just see them going off back towards.
And Ergen died yesterday? Or was his funeral held today?
His
Did
funeral
that
is
mean he
today. He passed away. He would have passed away yesterday.
Okay. So he was still alive.
DM, after the interaction with
Did you just say yes?
Actually, sorry, he would have died about a week ago as well.
Rabbits.
He would have died. He would have died probably around the same time that you think that
Okay.
this could have been there.
I relay that to the detective
Yep.
bureau. These footprints are dwarvish, perhaps so about a week or so ago.
And that's, I mean, I'm no map expert, but it appears that these footprints are going back towards Toby's house. And granted, on what Elro said, she was sick about a week ago. Whatever she found in here or found at the shop clearly had something to do with it.
After the interaction with Mila, I would have, I guess, waited a little bit, noticed people coming out, and I would have followed and then try to just do a loop around the cabin or the hut too. And I'm particularly trying to figure out if there's anybody else in the surrounding. Like if I pick up anybody close or following or interested.
I'm trying to think. Wait, maybe just do a perception check. See if you can kind of just like perceive anything. I know obviously you don't have vision, but you're trying to like hear and
Nope, I don't perceive anything. God damn, I'm rolling like shit.
Get it out of the way now.
Yeah,
Level 1 fights are hard, man.
as far as you
Get it
could
out of
tell,
the
there
way.
wasn't really anybody else around when you guys were approaching this. I mean, you couldn't really pick up on anybody. Yeah, and like the buildings are fairly spread apart, so it's not like there's like a neighboring building that somebody's like peeking behind or something.
Any animals in the area?
I mean, there's definitely some like goats and stuff in town. You hear birds all the time. Some horses as well, but nothing really like in the immediate vicinity that you pick up on.
Perhaps we should go towards the shop next.
Just before leaving, so we can walk over to Mila. I'm sure you probably noticed just these footprints and this mark of someone entering or exiting from the hut from the window around the corner. Do you have any more information about that by any chance?
Of course I knew about that. Let me tell you. And she walks around to the back to go look at them, and she's like, oh no. She's like, I'm going to have to report this to Elro. Thank you for your service. We've already looked into this. And she goes back to the front and she just states
I didn't mean to imply that you had it. Perhaps the other guard who rotates shifts with might have noticed it and reported it already. Maybe I can check in with him.
You'd have to speak to Elro about that.
Yeah, I tried that already.
Thank you. You've been a great help for letting us in.
See you, Mila.
Bye.
Towards the curiosity shop, I guess.
Alright. So you walk back towards down the what's that?
Start back.
You totally would be the guy to do this to.
Alright. So you
Walking's more fun when you whistle.
you walk back down the main road back towards kind of the middle. You know this shop to be sort of in the central area, kind of where a lot of the larger buildings are. They're all kind of in the middle, and then it spreads out from there. You know Verla, though she's a little bit of like a homebody, if you will. She kind of stays in her home a lot.
Unless she's stealing.
And,
Oh wait, no, that's
She
Hillel.
doesn't
She's
steal.
yeah. As I already mentioned, you know that a couple months-ish, like weeks ago, that it was robbed. You also know that, unlike a lot of the other businesses or little shops around, she doesn't have standard hours. She kind of just opens whenever she wants and then is closed when she doesn't feel like it.
One of those.
So you have no idea if it's going to be open today or not. It hasn't been open in a little bit, so who knows if she's feeling it.
We're in Portugal. So.
So when you come up to it, you actually come up from the side of it. You know that the entrance is around the other side. As you're coming up, you do see that all the windows are shut, and that it looks dark. There's no lighting inside, so it might not be open. So as you come across to the front, as you stand before the dark cabin, there is a sign over the door which reads Pelk's Curiosities, with the image of a curving dragon used to make the letter P.
Cool.
And though walking by the side and kind of around to the front, it looks like it's closed. The windows are all shuttered and it's dark inside. The front door is a little bit open.
I open the door.
I'm immediately seeing this, just trying to like
Hiding.
be careful, and
Yeah.
just like immediately falls into like trying to sneak around the corner.
So you're trying to sneak.
Yep.
Are you just trying to find a window?
I'm just
or-
trying to like fall back from the rest of the group, especially Lisa, who's like just walking in, and just like trying to like sneak around, just like crouch down, make myself as hard to notice as possible. Maybe go around the corner
Okay.
from the entrance.
And I'm just walking in, open the door. Hello?
Is it normally open like this?
I rolled a
Not
21
usually,
still.
no.
Or sorry, 18.
Be
I read that
careful.
wrong.
So as soon as you walk into the front door and say hello, you see a handful of people just turn right to you to the door and they go, "The fuck are you doing here?" Roll initiative.
Oh.
That is not what I was expecting.
Detective team for the natural 20s, baby.
Natural 1 plus
Oh
1. So
no, that makes sense.
Oh no.
Whoa, look at these drawings Derek did. They're so pretty.
That is the front door that you just opened.
Wait, let me get it to the phone. Hopefully it switched. The light came on. We're good. I would have been closely behind. Oh, they look like little robbers.
You're bad boys.
There, that's a nice map. How did you do it?
I'm around the corner somewhere.
How did
Yeah,
you do
do you want it this corner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whichever side we were coming from, I would have.
We probably, I think, came from this way.
Okay.
So, like, roughly here. Is that supposed to be green? Is that a Christmas tree room?
There's a little bit of grass
Yeah.
outside. There's a little bit of grass outside. All right.
Oh, shit!
Let me just. Exactly. All right. Anybody get above 20?
We sure did.
21.
21.
God, who has the higher dex?
I have a 12 plus 1 modifier. I'm gonna guess that you did.
I have a 12. Plus 1 modifier.
Oh, actually,
We're the same
rollies.
person. Rollies. It is a critical setting. I go first by a lot.
For the 4, you got 15.
All right, 15 to 20.
19.
Hey.
All right, then 10 to 15. And anyway,
I'll be next, and then yeah.
I got it too.
oh, so
I got an 8.
you got an 8 and you got a 2.
Oh,
Okay.
cool. I know it's not you, but
No, it's not my guy.
yeah,
That's a bald one.
that's a lot of people.
It's kind of hard to find a mini
we're
with
gonna
like.
die.
Right, Samuel. you are up
Samuel.
first. What do you do? So you see as soon as you
So
walk
I
in.
probably actually I followed her right in. So
Yeah, 'cause
I
you
may have
were
been,
talking to
in
her.
the door, and then
Yeah.
you're like, so.
So pretty much like what you see, just
Oh.
in terms of. Let me just paint a little bit like of a picture here. So you walk in and the place has just been torn to shit. There's kind of aisles of shelves of a bunch of different things, kind of living up to its name of like curiosities. Just a bunch of weird. There's a bunch of books and little statues and just all kinds of things, and it's just smashed all over the place, like torn apart. These people were obviously in here just looking for who knows what, just absolutely tearing it apart. So there are certain places where like there are large piles of just like a mess that might make it difficult to get over. I didn't draw it all out there, but there's a couple of, like I'll let you know if you're trying to go through something that might be
Do
difficult.
I see all of them?
You don't
Probably the
see
ones right in front,
yeah,
right?
you see these 3.
Okay.
That you get an idea there might be more, but because like they're behind shelves in the back of the room.
Yeah.
But they as soon as you walked in and she said hey, they immediately just pulled out their weapons ready to go.
Yeah.
I'll say it again, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So you normally notice that Samuel always has his arms kind of folded, and the second this happens, he'll just throw out his hand and cast Firebolt at the closest one.
All right, make an attack.
Making it don't think so. 12.
1 sec here. Just need to. I had it all printed off, but then I didn't want to use it.
Nice.
That hits. Roll for
Oh,
damage.
okay. 12 hits. 12 hits. Which one is a D10? Is it this guy? Yeah. Hey, 5 fire damage.
All right.
And then I'm gonna just be like, oh. I'm gonna be like, we have trouble inside. I'm just back outside the door.
All right.
Maybe an extra one too.
Chrysanthemum.
All right. Well, hearing that we're
He's ready.
Yeah, I'm barreling in. Shield out, sword unsheathed. I go running in and say, "You're not supposed to be doing this." I go to this guy. Take a big old slash.
Oh, atta boy.
All right.
Let's see how good he is. Super good.
18 to hit.
Yep. Roll for damage.
Yes.
10.
Woo.
Oh, Jesus.
Chrysanthemum knows how to fight.
Lops an arm off.
Yeah. Cut straight through his arm.
Yeah, you make a massive slice into this guy. He's looking pretty bad already.
Atta boy.
Anything else you want to do?
Just call out loudly, "We're in a fight! It's happening!"
We're in a fight.
All right, Dissa, you are up.
I would like to rage, please.
I literally
All right.
walked out. I was like, "We have trouble in here." You're like,
So what does it look like when you rage?
Yeah, what does it look like when you rage?
Oh.
"Wait, you get range at level 1?
Yeah.
You're raging?
Yeah.
Oh, sure."
Raging.
Roar!
I don't know. She just starts like breathing heavy, and she gets a big smile on her face.
I was trying to paint a picture.
Oh, you did.
It's not the intended rage.
Well, okay, that's not.
Nah,
it's
we
not-
know what you
not
mean.
an
We know
old
what you
face,
mean,
but
yeah.
she's smiling.
Yeah.
Blood
and,
hungry.
and so she's going to. She's gonna throw one of her javelins.
Oh,
at this guy.
shit.
Sure.
So,
Put it in the bookshelf.
so that's 17.
That hits. Roll for damage, and I believe throwing your javelin is strength based.
It should be for her.
So you get
Yeah.
the rage
So
bonus, I
1d6
think, on that
plus
as well.
3.
Should be for
I
a
believe.
mark.
So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 11 points of damage.
Which one did you throw it
The
at?
one eye
This one.
damage.
Oh, yeah. So,
He blows up.
so you throw that, and it goes right into him, and then pins him to the back shelf, and then he just kind of hangs limp, like skewered against the shelf there.
Just starts laughing.
Okay. Psychopath.
Psychopath.
Yeah.
I told you we'd be
Psychopath.
friends.
We're timing all the time. We know how blood hungry he is.
I know.
Yeah. This is a true blood hungry bard.
All right, Haldir, you are up.
You tell me how the mechanics of this works, but is that a window?
It is, but they are shuttered closed at the moment. You can see if you can open it.
I would like to try to run and then using my bow staff, like lean on it and just almost like
Serpent kick through it.
serpent kick through that
I will-
if I can.
I love it, so I'm going to let you, but you're going to have to do it as an attack roll through the window.
Sure.
So, yeah, run up, give a... So,
And I am blind, but I figured that
He's not
I
very smart.
figured that I can hear like a little bit
seen that
different
from here. This
the
thing
sound
was-
through the window than it is through a wall.
Yeah, as things are kind of happening, there's a little bit of wind. You can kind of hear the shutters shaking, so you
vibration.
have a general idea of probably where
That
those
would
are
be
at.
so funny.
So make an attack roll.
All right.
You guys just hear outside.
I would see it from a perfect angle.
Oh, not bad. Would this be unarmed strike?
Yes, because you're
stuff?
kicking.
All right, so that is an 18 to hit.
Yep. So roll for damage on that. Which seems to
Is he
be-
getting up to him or the window?
No, he's doing the window. He's
Window.
got to see if he can punch through, like, or kick through the
Pull the whole
window.
thing through the window.
That's a 5 damage.
That is exactly the damage that you needed. You kick through, just push right through. They force open. One of them goes flying off to the side, and you
shit.
just give me a
Three-point landing.
acrobatics check.
Sure.
Dope monk shit.
Yep.
Episode 1, dope monk shit.
Acrobatics, it's for 14.
14. So you kick through. You do a little tussle and stand back up, and
3-point landing.
it looks.
Three-point
That wasn't high enough.
And then can I make a bow attack to the guy that's kind of like
So you
over there?
So 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, you can get right up to him. So
Yeah,
you
I
would
have
still have
35 feet to move.
So you would have a bonus action left if you have the ability to do a
Okay,
bonus
yeah,
action
because
attack.
So I'll do another unarmed strike then, because I think bonus action is normally just the unarmed strike. I was wondering if I could use the bonus action.
No, because you used your primary action to get through that window.
Okay, cool. So that is that's high. That's 20 to
That
hit.
hits.
Oh, shit.
And that is 6.
Sweet.
6.
Do you have Stunning Strike yet?
Huh?
Damn it.
And so I do a roundhouse kick to his ear.
Crack. And you
What
just,
the fuck?
you can tell, like, kind of, oh, Jesus. Like, you put him off kilter, and he is. Yeah. So, yeah,
That's
you
my
just
turn.
saw fucking the coolest thing you've ever seen. Because you don't have a shot of the interior at the moment, so you just see him, like, through, and then you just hear a crack. Like, as he just kicks somebody in the side of the head.
I like him.
That's my turn.
All right, it is the bandits' go.
Ah, shit.
So, we're actually going to start with the guy that you just kicked in the side of the head,
ear
because
hole.
he's going to try to retaliate against you now. So he kind of like almost fell over a little bit, and as he's getting back up, he's got his little dagger. He's going to try to slash you across the chest as he's coming up. Does a 13 hit?
Nope.
Oh.
Then you kind of just jump right out of the side there
yeah.
and get out of it. Yep, he does nothing. He
Caster armor.
he is going to try to
Legend.
fall backwards
Jesus.
over the counter
Right.
to separate himself from you, but you will get an attack of opportunity on him if you.
That's what mine is.
Yes, I will take that reaction. For 19.
That hits. Oh
Oh,
my
is he
god,
running
that's
away?
really high.
All
He's
right.
trying to. So there's a counter behind him, like an L-shaped counter.
Yeah,
He's trying to just jump backwards and roll
into
off the
it.
back of it to get
Makes
away.
sense.
And I do. Wait, sorry, I rolled the. No, that's the right dice. 8 points damage.
Okay.
Is he like super bloody?
He so he goes to flip backwards to go just to roll over it, and you kind of you just like crack it down on top of him mid roll, and he just like falls on he's not dead by any means.
He's prone?
He will go prone. He just falls right behind the counter, and he's like and he's just like
Winded.
he
Crack him on his forehead as
Yeah.
he's rolling back.
He is looking rough. Then the guy at the very back who
Crossbow.
just watched that exchange happen is like, what the fuck is going on? And he just is going to lift up his little crossbow there. He's going to take a shot at you.
I play a monk in Baldur's Gate 3.
Does
So
a 15 hit?
so good.
No, it doesn't.
God damn!
I didn't want it to hit anyways.
Holy
he-
So I
shit.
take a defensive stance with my bow.
He's just
Yeah.
going to move over there just to the side. The one that Chrysanthemum ran up to that you took a massive swing at, he is going to also try to retaliate. So he's just going to flip his dagger over forward and try to just lunge it right into your chest.
Good luck.
Yeah, seriously.
Stand defense.
I haven't hit yet. Does a 6 hit?
Shoot.
Ping! Just right off of it. And he's like, we are not being paid enough for this. And then this last guy back here, he is going to go right here and try to just catch you right on the corner there, just around the side, right in the back. Just going to try to hit you there. Okay. Does an 18 hit?
18.
Beats.
Oh, that's okay. So I haven't hit yet. I don't know how to do it. Okay.
Flip the table.
That is
We got hit.
5 slashing damage.
Are you dead?
5.
Yeah.
Wow.
My God. Wow.
That is it for the bandits. It is Sigmund's turn.
There he is.
Just like leaning up against the side of the wall, he just goes, "What are the chances that the same place gets robbed twice in a week?" He reaches under the cloak, under the scarf, and clips out. You see him bring out a large, almost like triangular onyx crystal, and he begins to just like make some motions, writing some arcane runes and sigils in the air in front of him, and casting mage armor.
Nice.
on himself.
Nice.
And you see just the shadows that he's hiding under just almost like cling to him.
Damn.
And his clothes, his cloak, his like entire attire basically just becomes jet black.
Damn. I was
Nice.
hoping you would throw your top hat at him. Odd job.
And then I would like to sneak around the front. I'm still in stealth.
Yep.
Just to the window that just broke.
Yep.
Take a look inside.
Yep.
And let me know if I can do this with like a bonus action. Do I see any markings or anything on these guys that indicates who they might work for, particularly whether they're from Shady Creek?
I will let you make a.
If not, it's fine. Like I don't. Have
I'm
to
gonna
do it.
say
just curious.
I would have,
Right.
but given the point of view that you have and where these people are, I don't think you have a good enough angle to really make it.
What if I get to the door?
If you got to the door, right here, I would let you make a disadvantaged perception check on this guy, just because Hilda's kind of blocking the line. If you want to try to see if you can spot anything on that guy.
I think it's fine. I'll just wait here. If somebody comes into my eye shot,
I'll keep it in mind that you're looking for that.
that's all I'm looking for. That's all I'm
Okay. All right. Top of the round, Samuel.
Samuel. Seeing everybody charge in and hearing all the ruckus, I'll just kind of peek in the door. Is this... That's probably like a flower pot, right?
That's a big plant, yeah.
So I'll just like kind of hop in here and just see all the ruckus going on.
Yep. So you see, you see just off
This
to
dude's
your...
just looking dope. There's nobody near him.
You can't.
For all
You
I know,
don't.
he just
Yeah.
mur-
You
for all
have
I know,
no
he just
idea.
murdered
You cannot
somebody.
see that guy. You know. You hear noise kind of at the back, but you can't really see that guy per se. Like you can kind of see him, but he's kind of hidden over there. Then you've got Chrysanthemum here, who's engaged with somebody. It's kind of hard to like see him per se.
Would I be
You
able
also
to
do
hit
see
him?
a corpse with a javelin sticking out.
I would say he would have partial cover from.
So higher DC.
So higher DC.
Okay, I'll just target this guy.
Yeah, you got a clear line of
now both my arms out, and you'll just see me like kind of do some weird motion. I'll cast Chill Touch on him.
All right. Make an attack.
Natural 20.
It hits.
Discerning choice.
So are we doing double or 2 dice?
Roll 2 dice. We've just been doing that.
Holy shit! 2 points of damage. Two ones. I never said I was great at this. I just went catch like a greenish bluish like necrotic damage. He can't heal.
The scent of spearmint hits his face.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say he grabbed the shelf there and kind of swung himself around to try to hit you in the back. And
like,
as
grazed his arm.
as he's coming back, he kind of like loses his balance a little bit and kind of like falls back and it just scuffs his shoulder.
impressive.
So he definitely got hit.
2d8 and I
but
rolled 2
it
ones.
wasn't. He kind of his like stumble kind of threw off your shot a
Not
little
heal
bit.
though. Alright, that's my turn.
All right, Chrysanthemum.
All right.
Get him.
Got a guy in front of you and a guy behind you around the corner trying to hit you.
Look over and say, "Wait your turn." Oh shit.
Oh
6.
He rolled
no!
2.
This is so. I think
You were
maybe
too-
you
you were
got
like,
a
"Wait
little
your
too.
turn."
Yeah, I think you maybe got a little bit too cocky there on that thing, and he was like, "Wait your turn," and you just kind of swung, and the guy was like, "What are you doing?" and kind of just watched the blade go right past him. Anything else you want to do?
Not really much I can at this point. So
Alright.
stick put.
Cool. Back to Dissa.
Disa.
I'm gonna come around here behind this guy and swing my battle axe this time.
Wait, you have
Alright.
a battle axe and a warhammer?
Shut up. Just say warhammer.
Yep.
And I'm gonna try to take his shoulder clean off.
God damn.
Okay.
Go for
it. Okay.
Disa.
Rage.
Hmm.
I love barbarians. No?
8.
Do you have reckless yet?
Nah. Yeah. So not too dissimilar from what we just saw over here. I think he went down. When he got hit on the shoulder, he kind of went and when he turned, you swung right behind him, trying to take off his other shoulder.
Level 1.
Yeah.
Level. Yeah, no, we're doing great.
But needless to
I
say,
hit with a fireball,
you,
and then I really barely.
you definitely scared the shit out of him because he just heard right behind his head.
And a giant barbarian standing there. How big are you? Like, tall are you? What are you?
What else?
Yeah, wood elf. Okay, so you're
I
not
think
that
like 6
tall.
feet,
Yeah,
5, 6 feet.
that's a tall wood elf. Makes sense.
I also have a thing called Mask of the Wild where I can attempt to hide even when I'm only. I guess I'm not really letting you get scared.
You're
Okay, never
sniffing in
mind.
the open.
But I can be.
But there's a plant there.
If I stand really still. No,
Like,
that's
that is a good thing.
Keep that in mind for later.
Yeah,
though.
but like
Just-
you're like by a bookshelf or something,
Yeah.
or like
Yeah.
shadows. You can be like,
Or
I
just
have
stand
some.
really
I have
Yeah,
that
it's
too.
really
still?
cool.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
But in the middle of a shop, we're like,
All right.
But if I don't move,
All right.
That's my turn.
Helder, you just did some dope monk shit. It's
Yeah.
your turn. What would you
I
like to
want to
do?
continue doing dope monk shit.
Yes.
I will try to do a how do you call it? Like a front flip,
Sure.
and then land on this guy with my bow staff. off his
Just right
mount.
down on him.
Yeah.
Go for it.
God damn.
The counter's not that high, so I'm not going to make you do a roll for the getting over it.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, somebody
All I
finally-
was
like
gonna do,
second
I was
round.
like, I'll increase his DC a little bit because he's kind of like behind this thing, but you fucking soar past it, so it
Yeah.
doesn't matter. Roll for
Goomba
damage.
stomping.
I rolled a 6 on my d6 for 9.
Yeah, you flipping over it. You maybe just weren't able to know exactly where he was because he was kind of moving around a little bit, and the top of your bow staff just came right down on his head.
Oh,
So you just
Brain
absolutely
Oh,
destroyed that
God.
guy. And then you're back up. So you used, I'll say, 10 feet of your movement there just to get up and over it and land there. But
Cool.
the rest of your movement.
I'm going to run towards that guy that shot at me, and I'm going to punch him in the face.
Yep, you should be able to get there. You have 30 feet movement.
35.
Oh, then
Oh,
you definitely
you're
can,
easy.
Yeah.
Yep, go
Cool.
for it.
Uh,
Offhand attack.
Monks are fast as fuck.
21.
My God,
Jesus.
he is a god. Roll for damage.
That is a 4 points of damage.
Sweet.
On that.
All right.
That was it. That was
Yeah.
my turn.
When you're doing your offhands, you're mostly doing kicks?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm asking if you're doing kicks or you're doing punch. I'm just for
flavor.
flavor. Yeah,
I think for the offhand it has to be an unarmed attack.
it is unarmed.
Yeah,
but does
it was
kick
a-
count
it
as
was an unarmed
right?
attack.
Yeah. So-
Sure. I ran at him and I
Boot to the
dragon
face.
kicked him.
Sure. Yeah, I guess good point.
How much damage did you do?
Huh?
How much damage?
4.
That's okay. It's damage. All right.
It is now the bandits go. So the guy in the back is going to he's got this little crossbow. He's going to drop it to his hand, unsheath his scimitar, and try to slice across
Ooh,
you.
it's a scimitar. God damn.
Switch up his die. Natural 20.
Uh-oh. He was a god.
Here
Oh,
we
shit.
go. Time to
Roll 2 ones.
Time to kill you. That is 5 piercing damage.
More than my 2.
Or slashing, sorry, slashing.
You're dead, aren't you? Level 1?
Not yet. But I do feel that.
Yeah, level 1.
Ow!
Yeah.
And he's kind of just yelling back to his buddies who are just around the couple of shelves there, going, "Who the fuck are these people?" The one that is in front of you that you first slash, he's gonna go, "I have no idea," and then he's just gonna try to make another slash right at you. Does a 7 hit?
Yep.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Don't make this harder than it needs to be.
The guy now, the last one there, who's with you, he's really freaked out by what the fuck is going on. He's gonna try to push you away from him. So we're gonna do opposing strength checks here.
Yeah, you.
He's trying to shove you.
Oh wait,
Opposing
Chris.
strength
Chris or
No, her. The one like this guy's
Yeah.
gonna try to push her
Makes
away.
sense.
Am I just adding like my strength
Yep.
modifier then?
What'd you roll?
17.
Fuck. So he goes, and you go, and he's just like, and he's
So demoralized.
he is going to try to make a run for it anyways. So he's
Attack of
gonna
opportunity?
so he's gonna get here, and then as soon as he tries to cross over there, you get a swing if you want.
Yes.
You don't have to.
No,
It's if
no,
you
no.
Yeah,
want.
it's if you
Lop
want.
his head off.
We double up on
I'm gonna go.
Oh, he was in his range too.
Battle.
Good point. Yep, you can also do that.
7.
Ooh,
You miss on the swing.
21.
You definitely hit.
No, stop making this hard. Swing from behind.
6.
All right, so just for flavor, you kind of hear him trying to get away. How do you turn around and get that swing on him?
Just kind of like this wild arcing, like I blocked with the shield and then both arms kind of with the sword.
He really is good at fighting.
Yes.
All right.
I mean, I believed him, but I didn't really believe him. Now I believe.
Alrighty, we are to Sigmund.
Hey, Shadow Boy.
Did I see anything during that turn?
You saw him flip over a counter,
Okay.
Probably heard him.
and you heard a bunch of other clinking and clanging.
Is there someone
I
who
wasn't
clearly
see if we
seems like
wanted to
kind of
keep
the
him
leader
alive
of this
and
group?
save him, but his
They're
brain
like
exploded.
taking orders from or something.
I would say
That's
it's kind of hard to tell. It doesn't really seem like anyone is taking charge. I would say this guy seems to be a little bit more vocal.
Okay.
There's
But
also shelves.
he's
there.
not like
Yeah.
he's not telling them what to do by any means.
So follow-up question then.
Mhm.
Is there anyone I could get a clear shot on from?
From where you're standing,
Far, maybe?
I would say you could maybe have a shot at this guy, but he's going to have partial cover just
Okay.
because of the line and where he's behind that. Other than that, you can't really see.
Partial
You'd
cover
have
is usually just
to.
high
You're
raise.
gonna have to
Catch him
move.
before the
Oh.
building
Yeah.
if he tries
If
to
I step inside either through the door or through the window, is there anywhere I can get a clear shot at someone from?
What's your move speed? 30.
30, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you came in like right beside Dissa, you could get a shot on this guy.
Okay. I will do that. I'm still. Nobody knows where I am. Or
Yep,
where I
you're,
am.
you're sneaking in.
Yeah, so
I will say that guy definitely does not see you. I'll give you advantage on the
Yep.
attack roll
Okay.
because his back is to you. He's trying to run away from Dissa.
So you see, he's still holding this like onyx crystal in his hand. You see him lift up his left hand, almost like as he sneaks in, point it directly at who he's shooting it at. He takes the stone and almost like he's striking a match on his arm, just like
Nice.
scratches forward, and this like black shadow flame almost like streaks out in a line along with his hand and fires a firebolt.
That's cool.
Mine also did that. I just didn't.
That is a 19 to hit.
Yep, that is.
And that will be D10 damage.
Come on.
7 points of fire damage.
Gotta be close.
10 damage.
Charge him up a little bit.
He's looking real rough. That definitely like cinched up his whole like arm and shoulder. He's kind of like staggering to move. He's looking real rough. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
I think that's all the movement that
Yeah.
I have. So.
All right, cool. Back to the top. Samuel.
Yeah, so seeing all of my band of merry men and ladies deal with those guys, I'm gonna just go over here and take a peek. Be like, holy shit!
yeah, there's a bloody mess on the other side of that counter.
And then I'm gonna go here. I'm assuming, does he have partial cover?
no,
a little weird. No?
no,
Okay, then
I'd say he
will,
wouldn't. Not from that side.
I will firebolt him. Yeah. 12. Can't
That-
tell if that's cocked.
That just hits.
Kind of is, but it's not. Deep Dane. Where are you? 4 points of fire damage.
This guy.
So what you guys see is I pull out like an obsidian rock. And I scratch it. Mine just comes from you. What you would notice. Oh, you're blind.
I'm blind. What do I hear? Describe what do I hear?
You're a fireball. That's it.
No,
You
it
would
was
have heard while I was casting, like almost like a match striking.
I was gonna say if you notice, like my eyes are almost like fire gold, like just completely.
Yeah, you hear a lot of like crackling
Yeah.
fire at the moment, but hard to make out exactly what it is. Other than you definitely heard the guy in front of you just get hit.
Yes.
Yeah, I hear somebody running behind me, and then right next to my shoulder.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, sweet. Chrysanthemum.
All right, so having finished my arc, I'm just gonna swing back with the pommel and just go for a non-lethal strike on this
Yes.
Ah.
I like it. Jesus.
guy. 21.
Yep.
Still count as a sword hit or unarmed strike.
With the pummel,
D4 or 6.
I think it is like a little bit different. I don't know if it.
I think that's just a multi-gate thing. I think it's just a normal attack.
I think it's a normal weapon attack, but it can't. You're
Oh,
saying
it's
non-lethal,
not-
so
yeah.
Too much Baldur's Gate.
I think I'm just going to treat it as bludgeoning instead of slashing. 7 damage
Yep.
on that guy. He is. One sec. Yep. You claw him right in the face, and he goes, and he just falls right backwards onto his back. He is now unconscious.
All right, and then I'm gonna clamber
That's
over
stable.
him, make my way
He is
this
alive,
way,
from what you can tell.
Yeah.
and say, "Give up."
All right,
We
so that
got you.
was this.
I have the high ground.
Flat surface.
Chrysanthemum's not smart.
Yeah, but he just means he's taller than them.
Yeah.
Dissa, you are up.
Okay, and real quick, I just want to retcon what my rage looks like because I have these black tattoos on my face, but when I'm in a rage, they glow green, and they kind of crackle and like get bigger. So it looks almost like a crack in like concrete, kind of like that, but then they glow green.
Sick.
And then I'm gonna go to this guy and I'm gonna hit him with my warhammer. Maybe.
You don't have a warhammer.
You don't
I
have
Stop cheating.
battle axe. And I'm mad that I missed him the last
You just want to change it to a
You can
warhammer?
have a
Warhammer if you want. It's cool too.
You did have a choice.
It'll be bludgeoning versus slashing.
You had the
I
chance to be a dwarf.
Yeah.
It could be a
I
ball.
want to
Yeah.
I want the battle axe. I'm mad that I keep missing him. So this time I'm aiming to get right through the torso. I want to cut him in half.
You hit the bookshelf.
Yes.
What'd you roll?
7.
You cut the bookshelf.
Yeah,
Again.
you try. You're in such a rage and so pissed off that you have missed this guy multiple times that you just try to take a huge swing across the middle there, but you don't account for how tight the width of this thing is with the shells, and you just clip just a bit of the shelf. You go through it, but it's enough that it just barely misses him.
She is so pissed. Now
Yeah.
she is super raging. And not only are her tattoos glowing,
Oh, super rage?
Her eyes are black.
Dude, her hair
Like,
goes
shit.
blonde and stands up. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Anything else?
Welcome to
not?
Melee Level 1. When you miss, it's everything.
Yeah.
No, she's
All right.
super
It's
Haldir.
level 5 and get another attack.
Haldir will continue.
You've
trying
been cleaning
to-
up. Let's keep this going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just picking them apart.
14 to hit.
That does hit.
Nice. So another hit with my staff. For 9 points of damage.
9.
9.
Oh, baby.
It's gotta be close.
There's gonna be a red mist on the side of the building.
Yeah, that was with your staff on that one?
Yeah, that was with my
Yeah,
staff.
you crack him clean and without he falls so fast to the ground as if he wasn't even there to begin with.
Yeah, so I get my staff and I hit him in the chin.
Yep.
From underneath.
He's gone.
God damn.
Would you like to move?
Anybody see the latest John Wick?
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy who's blind. That's who he is, for sure. Yeah.
Same guy.
It's the same. Oh, it is the same actor, isn't it?
I don't think I've seen him in this
Who is not blind, I figured.
I don't-
I was like, this guy's got to be the
don't-
greatest blind actor. Nope, he's just really good.
If I am
Yeah, he's
hearing
so good.
correctly, there's only one guy that's rounded-ish, and Chrysanthemum's like, I have the high ground.
Yes.
Now you're like, high ground.
Yeah, you're confused. You haven't sensed any high ground yet. So
No, I guess I'm just gonna be where I am, and I'm going to try to kneel and in preparation of like the next round, inspecting the guy that I just knocked out.
Yep. So you kind of just head down to the ground to get ready for that. All right. It is the bandit's turn.
The bandit.
Basically. So this guy's going to, in a desperation, just kind of like almost stagger attack into you because he's just so.
Into me?
Yep. He's just so weak.
Me.
That is a dirty 20.
Ooh.
Miss.
Inside check.
So that is 3 slashing damage, which gets reduced down to.
Slashing.
Is it a round up or round down?
Let's run down.
Down. So
1
that
point
1
of
damage.
damage.
And he almost. So
He almost breaks his
Well,
fucking...
no, so he kind of just swings, he's staggered, so kind of just grazes just off your shoulder there, and he almost kind of like falls onto you a little bit. Like he's kind of like, catch me.
So he probably,
And then you kind of just like shove him off a little bit.
Okay.
Death by snooze.
Yeah. Sigmund, you are up. You saw that, you see that he's like, out and like couldn't even hold himself up to make the swing, and he's kind of just limping around.
He's just gonna look back at him and say, why the hell did you guys attack us if you don't want any of this? We're not going to kill you. Just stop fighting and like let's talk
Well,
about this.
I'm gonna kill him.
He like walks up and like puts his hand on Lisa's shoulder. Like, relax.
Oh.
Let's just talk about this.
Did you just tell a woman to relax?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So you've moved over here now.
Yeah. And while that's happening, I'm taking an opportunity to take a look at this guy and see if
Sure.
like is there any sign of like who they might be? Are they from Shady Green Run? That's the only thing he cares about.
I would say there isn't necessarily, there's no discerning symbols that you can see on him that clearly indicates one way or another where he's from or who he works out of. It's kind of nondescript, just like general clothing. The other thing too is a lot of them are kind of bundled up because it is colder here, so that makes it a little bit harder. You can't really tell what they've got going on.
I'm going to ask, who do you work for? Why are you here?
I'm going to say make a persuasion check. With disadvantage.
That makes sense. Let me just check.
Was he at 1 HP?
He's pretty weak.
That is a 3 plus 0, so 3.
So all he says right now is like, "You just almost killed me. I'm not telling you shit." That's it.
That's all I'm doing.
All right. So we'll go to Samuel. What would you like to do?
Is the guy that he just clobbered look dead?
The guy he clobbered?
He clobbered.
Oh, yeah, he's dead.
Like,
Oh, wait, were you doing a?
I did a bow strike to the chin.
Yeah, no, he's dead.
but does his head does his head look like the head of the guy that's
Oh
stands
no.
on here? Okay, so
He
it's
definitely
savable.
it may have broken
Permanent
his
shock
neck,
expression on
but
his
Okay.
face from the whole
I'm guessing we heard that conversation. roughly.
you
The
caught
bits of
bits and
it?
pieces of it.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and be like, "Excuse me," just like go by, and I'm going to cast Spare the Dying on him. So I just you'll again can't see it, but you'll hear the eyes,
I'll let you do it. Yeah.
and then just closes them briefly. And when he opens them,
So-
I will Spare the Dying on him.
I'll say for right now, he doesn't open his eyes, become conscious, or anything like that, but he does go.
He's stable. That's all.
That's
is. Yeah. Okay. We don't necessarily want them dead. And then I'll just head back over here and be like, "Oh God, there's another one."
That one you
Yeah.
do see one there who is
Breathing.
knocked out but
Yeah.
is breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walk past the one with the javelin stuck out.
Yeah, there
that
is one
one-
skewered in the
That
in
one
the
might
shelf
not have
there.
a fun time, so we might keep him dead. I mean, this guy's head literally was gone.
All right, Chrysanthemum, what do you do with your high ground advantage?
I walk straight across the flat ground up to him and say, "You need to answer to the grass blades," and just go to smack him on the back of the head as well. With the
Sure, just to knock him out?
Yeah.
All right,
13.
he's knocked out. All right, so we're going to say that ends combat for now. So there are 3 people who are currently unconscious, though they are mostly stable at the moment, though depending on what you guys do next, that might change. So you've got a couple of dead folks here, and you've got a few that are unconscious. What would you like to do?
Sigmund lifts his hand off of Lisa. Perhaps next time we try the sneakier approach.
Why?
Don't just. Might be safer.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have had all this fun.
You're not wrong. He walks over to the guy in the middle who was knocked out. The first
If
one
you're
knocked out.
walking over to him, you already see me with my bag open, tying his arms behind his back and his feet, like kind of like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
knees backwards,
Yeah,
hands, and so he's just kind of like laying on his side.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and in a very efficient manner, you might notice.
I'm just gonna try. I just want to see if he has anything on.
Sure,
Any
yeah,
markings, any
sure, yeah.
like identifying him.
So which one are you
The
searching?
middle one.
The middle? Okay, yeah. I'd say like
Don't mind.
little bit of coin on him. His weapons, obviously. I would say
42 platinum.
You find like a couple of trinkets that he probably found here in the store. Like it's like just an amulet on a chain, but it doesn't look any like fancy thing, but he's just got that in his pocket. Couple little containers of powder. You don't really know what they are.
I take the powder.
Sure.
I snort the powder.
I'm also
That's for today.
gonna walk up to the guy with the javelin and just pull it out of him.
He crumbles to the ground.
I'll hand it,
Thank you.
and I will attempt to cast Spare the Dying on him. He died first, so
You can try.
I'll walk over and you'll see, and I'll just close my eyes, press my hand to his chest, and attempt.
You wait for a sec to see if it can take effect, and it does not.
Okay.
I would like to search the guy that's in front of me.
Mhm.
And then after I'm done searching, I would like to tie him with
Yep.
some of my rope.
So not too dissimilar to what was found on the other body. Little bit of coin, not a whole lot. He's got his weapons on him, which was a scimitar. He's got that guy specifically had a little like a light crossbow on him.
Mm-hmm.
There's a random book that you assume that he just got from here. It's just talking about Uthadern.
Well, I can't read.
Yeah, well, there's a book. You know there's a book. So I guess
How do
okay,
you know
you don't know what
it's
it's
not a
about
Braille
then. You don't know what it's about then. Sorry. But it's about Uthadern and somebody else who sees it. And you find a note on him that just says,
I grabbed the note.
Read it.
yes, correct. I keep thinking that I'm talking to everyone, but it's
Yeah.
just you.
Okay.
So yeah, you find a piece of paper folded up.
I
in
get
his
the
pocket.
piece of paper, I get the book, and I pocket the coin, whatever that.
Sure.
amount
It was like 50 copper.
Okay.
This guy in front of us here, he's unconscious as
Yeah,
well.
he got knocked
I
out.
assume
I'm
I also
going-
found like 50 copper on the guy.
Sure. It's negligible amounts of coin.
I'm just going to pick him up by his hair and then wait for him to wake up. I have my sickle around his neck. I'm just gonna wait until he wakes up for us to question him.
I lay on hands on myself for 4,
Sure.
and then with the one I've got remaining, I just boop,
That guy?
poke him.
Okay, because I was going to ask you.
Well, first I remove his weapons,
Good call. All right.
then I boop him.
Sure. So yeah, you're doing a lay on hands for one to just wake him up, basically. Okay. So he comes to and he's kind of, what is happening?
Now, I'm going to tell her not to kill you, but I don't know if she'll actually listen to me.
I
You should
won't.
listen to him.
I won't. Listen, that is.
Now, you know stealing's wrong.
Mhm.
Why are you in here?
Make a, I'm gonna say, persuasion with advantage,
Persuasion with advantage.
He wants his life.
or intimidation if you're trying to scare him into it, because you did kind of threaten him a little bit. I'll let you choose.
Oh, persuasion's pretty good. 18.
Much better.
All right. He says, I mean, the boss told us to come and search this place for anything that could help.
Who's your boss?
Hillel.
That makes sense. The sister.
Help with what?
She is sick.
Ah, bitch.
Oh.
Does she have blue veins? Really cold?
Did you do it to her?
Real strong taste for salty
Potato soup.
She craves salt.
Does she just want really? Is she craving really terrible soup?
I don't know about the salt, but she's starting to move a little bit slower. I haven't really seen any blue veins, but she says she's really sick. She told us all to come here and find anything we could.
You work for her?
I do.
These are my drawings from the campaign.
Do you? How many more of you all are there?
I mean, there's 5 of us here, but you probably already know that based on what's been happening.
Well, there's only 3 now.
Oh, God.
How long ago did she fall ill?
small little follow.
I don't I don't know the specifics. I was just told to come here.
Where's Hillel baby right now?
She's up in the cave, up north of here.
And how many more of you are there?
Make a persuasion check.
Question.
With advantage, because he's still got a speckle on his neck.
You've done this before.
With advantage, that's 2 natural 20s.
Ooh, what? Jesus. I will tell you everything.
It started when I was 8.
Now my persuasion is a +0, and my intimidation is also a +0, so it's just
Doesn't
20s.
matter.
There
God
are...
damn, that should count as 40.
He'll tell you, I mean, there's probably maybe 4 of us left there right now. At least that's how many were when I left. Are you gonna kill me?
I might.
No.
No, we're
No. No.
And I am gonna walk over
I
to
mean-
his tied up friends.
We need to see what the laws of Palebank are and whether this is something that the Glass Blades take care of or something that calls for some street justice.
Sigmund just walks away around the bookshelf. He picks up the stone, points at you, Chrysanthemum, through the shelf out of view, and begins to just speak into it, casting a message. If these men work with Hillel, they probably have contacts with the Utalak family. I would rather not leave them alive, personally.
I did not hear him saying
No,
this.
correct, you don't.
So
Shady
I'm going
Creek Run is... The laws of Palebank Village won't really hold sway over those criminal organizations. If they send word back there, then perhaps there were people here who messed with them. The lots might send some people up to deal with it. It's better to just cut off lots with it.
Cast message back. This is cool.
Message for this.
But, as Aratha says, laws are there for a reason.
Also, while that's happening, I walk over to this
can reply
guy
to this.
and I cast Healing Hands on him.
Okay.
For a single point.
He's the guy you tied up, right?
Yeah, he's a
Okay.
single point of HP back.
All right. So he's starting to come to. He's still disoriented. He doesn't really know what's going on. He's tied backwards. He's
Easy, friend.
what is happening?
Easy. Just
The other guy, the one that you guys were talking, he's just looking at you guys like, this is really unsettling. Are you guys going to say any more? As you're standing in silence, communicating in your head.
I went around the corner.
Well, you're all just
standing
standing there quietly. Like,
He's just making awkward eye
yeah,
contact.
it's just like, what is
Sorry,
that?
this is incredibly rude, but you prefer to be unconscious when you're held over to the authorities.
I prefer not to be handed over to the authorities.
Well, that's just not going to happen.
Then alive and conscious, please?
Conscious it is.
Ugh.
I'm just looking through the shelves to see if I can find any thieves' tools.
Make an investigation check, Stevie.
Meanwhile, I'm just going to march out and start looking towards to find Mila.
10.
Mila. Oh, so you would remember that Mila's pretty far away from here. She was back at.
What's closer, town or?
Yeah. Well, you're closer right now to where the funeral is being held.
Yeah,
You
I'm telling.
you assume Elro might be there. You would also know that there is a building that the glass blades kind of head out of. That you would probably take somebody to. You don't have to say it, but you know
best to
that.
tie him up.
Samuel, don't let them do anything naughty.
Certainly.
And I walk back to the guy that I pulp smashed. And then I also search him.
Sure.
That body. Also, as I am feeling around, I want to try to see if I can recognize any sigils or badges or any markings of an organization.
You on one of them. I'll say the one that was behind the counter. You do find this little kind of symbol on a chain. you're feeling for it to see if you can kind of get an idea of what it looks like. Make a religion check.
That is a 17, probably for 17.
Pretty good.
Yeah, 17.
I will say that you get an idea that this might be. I don't actually know the specifics of what the symbol would be, but you would know. You get an idea that it might be in relation to Tiamat.
Oh shit.
I pocket that.
Can I walk over to one of the two that's dead and the most out of view?
Most out of view is that one because he cannot see, but
I'll wait until he's done investigating and then
yeah, but that one is definitely most out of view. It's behind a counter.
Yep.
So.
And do I find anything else on it?
No. Other than that, same kind of stuff you found on all the other ones. A sword. Like, actually, that guy had a dagger. So a dagger, handful of coin, like maybe like 1 silver or something. And just his general clothing and everything. They came in pretty empty-handed with the intention of taking stuff out of here.
I'm not trying to hide this from you or anything. I just like walk over to him and like kneel down beside him. Just like muttering something underneath his breath. He again casts firebolt, basically burning this guy's face off.
But he
it's
was
hovering
already
in his
like.
He doesn't have a face. It was smashed. to
Yeah,
bits.
his face
He's
is pretty
making
gone.
sure that his face is not
Okay.
recognizable.
Yeah, like he definitely cracked his skull in, like it was like caved in. So now he has no nose and mouth
His
anymore.
face is just burned off, and you can smell like the burning flesh.
Oh yeah. Why did you do that for?
You won't need it anymore.
Question.
True.
Yeah.
Is there a widely known cult of Tiamat on Shady Creek Run that I would know of?
I mean, it's not like an overly prevalent thing. No.
Okay. And do I hear anything, any rustling, any signs of anybody else behind this door over there where I am?
No. You don't hear anything behind that door.
Okay. And I speak to Sigmund and say, I found these on the other guy. Would you tell me what they are?
I take.
It was like a piece of paper folded and a book.
I'll take a look at them. See if I can-
The book that I was just saying, it's just a random book about like Usadern's history, basically. The piece of paper is basically just instructions about from Hillel for them to say, find any potions, find any kind of things that can cure whatever. It's just kind of instructions. So that's signed Hillel at the bottom. That's all you see.
Is there any like storage rooms or anything? I don't know if that was just asked.
So if you take a moment to kind of just look around here, you see like the multiple rows of shelves. A lot of them are all over the place. It's just miscellaneous stuff. There's some drawers over on the side there, kind of near the counter, and then there is a single door other than the main entrance over where they were there, and it just says private on it.
I'm gonna walk over to that.
Mhm.
I'm gonna check if it's locked.
It is not.
It's not. I will open it.
All right, you walk in what appears to be a bedroom. So you walk in and you see there's a bed, blankets on top of that. It looks like somebody might be under the blankets. And you see a small table with dirty teacups and a kettle and a fireplace that is not on. It's very cold.
Okay. I'm gonna take my quarterstaff and slowly walk over and just nudge the body. Does it move?
It is very, it's like hard to press against.
I'm gonna use the staff to pull the blanket back.
All right,
Is
you pull it off.
Is it a jade statue?
No, what
Well, frozen.
it appears to be an ice statue of an elf bundled under the blankets.
Ice statue. Like somebody has been frozen in ice, or it's a statue
has become ice.
Remember that part I said about how it was surprising that she didn't get the curse or sick because she probably handled it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Okay. Oh, that's what's your name again? Big lady, Disa. Do you
Big
mind
lady.
coming back here for a moment?
Okay, then I'm gonna drag the guy along with me and like peek in the door.
Don't be alarmed, but do you recognize this person?
You take a look in. You do see what looks like an ice statue. Like it looks almost like somebody carved out like a really well done statue out of ice. It's definitely an elven woman. I mean, a lot of the features are kind of gone when it's solidified into ice, but it looks kind of like who you know Verla to be.
I think I'm pretty sure that's Verla.
I see. And does it look like anything I've seen? Does it look like a person that could be saved, or is it just an ice block?
It looks like ice through and through.
Do we have some time? Are we in sense of urgency?
I think our friend went for a stroll to find the authorities, so we probably have a little bit of time.
If you give me 1 hour in this room alone with her.
To do what exactly?
That's clip worthy, right?
That's disturbing, and I walk out.
What exactly?
You see him almost like pull the sash, like the leather belt that he has around in front of him, and dangling from it, buckled in, there's a thick, heavy black spellbook.
Chrysanthemum.
Heavy.
Unexpected
Black.
review.
Thick, heavy, black.
Let me just get your face.
Rafay is that DM that always gets himself into trouble.
Nice.
There's like
You better finish up before.
there's like silver diamond runes that are like carved along the front of it, along the edge of it. There's some script written on it in a language that actually you maybe it's in Celestial. You know?
I do read Celestial.
In Celestial, it says on it "Umbra tenet ante lucem."
Which is
It basically translates to "the shadow is darkest before dawn," loosely in Celestial. And like these silver runes, and he just like puts it down on like the floor, begins to leaf through it. I could perhaps identify if there's any magical effects upon her. It will take me about an hour or so to
You're
cast
not
the spell.
going to dismember the body, are you?
No harm will come of her.
We could probably use a quick rest. Some people took.
I was gonna say you could take time here, 45 minutes an hour to
have
do
a
a
peek
short
around
rest.
as
Kind of, you're kind of heading out to go find authorities. so-
Before I let our creepy bastard over there take over, is there anything in the room that stands out? Like, is there any of those objects? Is there any rings? Is there? Any...
I mean, there is
Any
like
shields?
any shields
Shields.
specifically.
Like off of the people, or
They did not have any shields. This isn't really an armory either, so there's not
Should've
really.
Looking
Why?
for thieves
I want a
tools.
shield.
Oh yeah,
Doesn't work
thieves
for
tools.
barbs.
What was your investigation check?
because it's armor.
10. You don't find any thieves tools.
I don't think
so.
I don't think barbs can use shields the way
Why?
because it's considered.
I don't think
armor,
so.
Isn't it?
Really?
Well, I don't know. You might
I'm
be able
pretty
to,
sure- I'm pretty
but
sure you can't
your
use
your
shields.
weapon is
You're also
two-handed.
not proficient in shields.
Okay,
You can
fine.
check though. Check if you're
Check it,
proficient.
Well,
but I don't think you can.
There isn't one here, but you could theoretically find one if it
Yeah.
makes sense.
Look it up before.
You leave my shield alone.
But anyway, anything that looks odd about the
No,
room?
I mean, honestly, it does just look kind of like a pawn shop of just random things that
Okay.
are all
Nothing that
across-
fits the bill of that receipt. The dagger, jade statue, quiver with 20 arrows, 2 blue glass vials, scroll case, or silver ring, or do I find them all?
I mean, you do have a dagger on you.
well,
that you-
duh. Okay, fine.
But other than the other things, no. You, Togi also said that she gave it all to her sister. So.
Sorry, Sigmund. Have at her.
And do you stay in the room with him? Do
No.
you come out?
You don't want to watch.
I don't want to. I close the door and say whatever happens, happens.
So I approach you at some point
Yeah. I'm just kind of just leaning against the wall, resting.
and ask, you seem to be a man of religion.
Not entirely.
Is this familiar to you?
Grab it. What is it?
It's a symbol of Tiamat on a chain.
Make a religion check.
And I can tell you that it's a symbol of Tiamat.
I can't
Guessing
have-
I would
can't
at
have a
least
shield.
know Tiamat, but ooh, that's pretty good. 17.
I mean, yeah, you definitely know of the dragon god, Tiamat.
Yeah.
You're not too familiar with. I would say, yeah, you're not too familiar with the worshippers of Tiamat. Yeah, more so just the existence. I think you kind of confirm that, like, this kind of seems like it might be a Tiamat relic.
I'm not overly familiar with the worshippers of Tiamat, but I agree that this certainly looks like a symbol to her. Tiamat's a girl.
It, them, they.
The dragon. Yeah.
It's a bunch of heads.
But beyond that,
strange. This came from one of the deceased, and
I wonder if it was just a relic they found in this store, or perhaps
I wouldn't know.
Perhaps they're a worshiper of a much powerful god than I would choose.
Really quickly in the meantime, you already had kind of headed out, so it doesn't take you too long. Like the area's kind of familiar. You've walked here.
Whistling.
Yeah. The past several.
Only take me 11 minutes. Just
okay, sure. We'll come back.
We'll still take a short.
Yep.
So.
It doesn't take you too long to kind of head back over to where you were all gathered originally. Takes you a few minutes, but you do find Elro. He's still kind of walking around talking to people. Is that who you're looking for, or are you looking for somebody else?
Yeah, any person of authority, either Elro or a glass blade.
Oh, if you're just looking for any glass blades, then you absolutely run into one before you find Ben. Yep. So there's just like kind of like over where the funeral thing is. There's a couple of them walking around, just keeping an eye on everything, because when there's a large gathering of people like that, they just want to make sure there's no funny business going on.
Hello, I'd like to report a crime.
I'm sorry, what?
A crime. There were some gentlemen ransacking the magic shop.
Is it still happening now?
No, we took care of them.
Oh.
Some too much. But there are 3 that are still alive.
I see. Can you follow me back to this crime scene?
Certainly.
All right. He turns to the other one. He says, "Go inform Elro. I will go with him."
Chrysanthemum Elders the 5th. Pleasure to meet you.
He doesn't give his name. He just shakes your hand.
With your hands.
So annoying.
So do you just lead him right back? He's kind of waiting for you to... Okay, so...
Chat the whole way.
He is giving you like one-word answers to everything that you ask. So yeah, it'll take a few minutes. You weren't too far away from here, but it'll still take you like a few minutes.
If anybody wants to use hit die.
Yeah, so this is going to all take place during kind of a short rest. You guys are all kind of chilling.
I was going to take the opportunity to also ask you.
Yeah.
Because I was on the guy inspecting him when you cast Spread the Die on him.
Yeah.
And I was like, what did you do with the man that I hit the second one?
Not the one with its head exploded.
No.
By the way,
one that's
very
still
impressed.
I didn't mean to kill him. I
I
didn't mean to kill him.
No chip off my shoulder.
Kind of hard to see where I landed.
I, in a sense, just saved him.
Are you able to help me with this gash?
Certainly. We have a few minutes here. I can help bandage it up.
Thank you.
That. Yeah, I just kind of saw somebody in trouble and just sort of happens. I don't really know how to explain it.
It's very impressive. I just heard some crackling almost. And some warmth. I don't know.
Yeah, just the energy passing to him, I guess.
Oh.
And we're gonna take a short rest. So.
Yeah. So
assuming
he'll
he'll use a
help,
head die, but I'll help him dress it,
bandage it up and clean it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So we can go over to you. If you
In the
want.
room, I turn off all the
God.
lights.
Of course we do. Yeah.
Make sure it's completely pitch black.
Get it done
darkness
before the authorities
outside.
come.
I lay down like my spell book and I flip it open.
The spell.
I'm with you. Keep going.
You see the spine of the book is made of this like almost like white bone, and it's like flipping through,
There's a white
finding
bone, too.
individual,
God damn it,
finding individual like flipping through these pages. Each of them has like different arcane runes scrawled up on it. He settles on one. He sits down. He just touches the
butt.
frozen figure
What?
like just puts his hand on it and just like begins to chant some runes of magic for
Okay.
11
Your
minutes.
help.
Sure. We'll come back at 11
For the
minutes.
most part.
I'm casting Identify.
Sure.
Ooh, cool.
Was there anything else that I know you had that? Are you just kind of just keeping him restrained there and just
No,
holding on to him?
I would have been like dragging him around.
Before I did that, I would have asked somebody else, if you find any thieves' tools around this establishment, please just grab them for me.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be dragging him by the hair, and I'm kind of like looking up and down the aisles to see if there's any thieves' tools or anything worthwhile.
You can make an investigation check.
Okay.
Good thing I wasn't in there.
What the gods?
So just to kind of keep it moving, is there anything else anybody wants to explicitly do here, or we'll just kind of like jump through these time things?
I'm good.
10.
Same roll.
Nah, you don't find any thieves tools. Just like a lot of the stuff is honestly on the floor. So it's nothing
So
is
I'll
in.
like kind of kick through it.
Yeah. No, you
Probably
don't
the
really
wrong
find
place for
anything
thieves' tool.
dedicated,
It's like an archive shop.
like good enough for something like that.
Okay.
In the short rest, I'm not going to use hit dice, but I'm going to use Arcane Recovery to get my first level spell.
Sweet,
Ooh, so you're a fucking wizard.
maybe.
Well, yeah.
Buffet
Have
making
I
a wizard?
so much-
Weird.
What's this on the fucking?
Yeah, he is a fucking wizard.
All right,
Big,
we'll go to
behind
yours
closed doors.
black
Yeah.
spellbook.
Okay, we'll go to yours first. So you're casting Identify to just try to identify the person, or you're trying to identify what happened? Like,
So, for Identify, you choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If it's a magic item, blah, 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 blah. If you instead touch a creature throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it.
got it.
So kind of just like magical effects
Yep.
or spells that are affecting it.
So I will say you get the sense that there is some sort of powerful magic thing at play here, but it is not like any magic you have ever seen before.
Is it possible for me to glean any additional stuff by making an Arcana check or something? Or okay.
There's traces of it that kind of seem familiar at times. Like,
Can I identify kind of like where it started from? Like where in the body, what part?
no, it's hard to tell.
It's just all over.
It's just all over. It doesn't seem like there's nothing you can get off that says this was the central point it came out from here. It just kind of seems all encompassing.
And the figure definitely seems dead. There's no signs
Yeah.
of life, no
No,
breathing, no nothing.
it seems all life has been
Okay.
stripped of
There's
this
like an ice cold statue.
ice cold
Does my hand
statue.
kind of stick to?
Yeah,
the ice?
like any
Really?
yeah,
We
like
come in
the
and your
moisture on
tongue's
your
just on
hands,
it?
like it does not seem like there is a person here anymore.
After about 11 minutes, I open
So-
the door and I come outside. Some powerful magic shit.
Pretty much around you're sweating. Pretty much around the same time you would get back with the glass blade.
And that's how I wound up in Pale Bank.
So there was a crime here.
Yeah, there was unfortunately these bandits, thieves, whatever you want to call them.
I just tossed my guy.
He walks in and he sees the one that was like
Yeah.
speared, basically just like crumbled there, and he's like, "Oh my god."
I did my best to save them, but there's a couple that were a little far past saving.
to save them.
Yeah. There's a few a little
Head exploded and
past
burned.
saving. Yeah.
He looks around at the individuals. How do I know that you guys weren't the ones doing the stealing and stuff here? How do I know they weren't trying to stop you?
Elro sent us.
That's
Anybody
true.
could say that.
Ask him.
Did you share that we had that note? Cool.
The what?
The note. It was the note from Hillel. That-
Well, I gave it to him.
Oh, I still have it. I haven't really shared it with anyone now.
So he's just
Well,
he sees
I
the
can say we found a note in one of them that had instructions to come.
And as
Rob
you say
this
that, and
place.
I pulled a piece of paper out.
takes a look at it. He sees the other He sees the other people. There's a couple tied up, and then there's the one that I'm assuming you like tied them up because you were looking around. You
No,
did
I was
have
dragging him with me.
Oh, you're dragging him with.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
then so he's just like, please don't let them hurt me. And the other guy's just like, this is a little suspicious. But very shortly after, he is unsure of what is going down here. The other guard that you saw him with comes sprinting in behind the door, like he's like, okay, these are the people that Elro sent out to investigate Ergen's death.
Told you.
And then he's like, oh my god, what happened in here? And he's like, oh, Elro sent them? Like, yeah, they're good. So yeah, you like, oh, also it's Dissa, she wouldn't have done anything. So they just take a few moments to kind of get the story from you guys of what went down here. They take some notes and
They see my friend jump through a fucking window and he's blind. It was the dopest shit I've ever seen.
so they just kind of put the tied up people just over to the side, and one of them's kind of like trying to take an account of their side, but they're like, we'll take care of these from here on out. Thank you. I assume you guys filled them in on Verla.
Yeah, I was just gonna say we probably should let them know.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'll just fill in that there's
Cool.
a very cold body.
It would seem that this is spreading. I hope that you guys can find what's going on here.
We have a lead. It's better than nothing.
So they just inform you that they're going to take care of these individuals here. And again, if you need anything, Elro told all of the Glassblades to help out in any means beyond. They're not going to leave the village, but if you need an assistance of anything in here, then they'll try to help. So you guys wrap up here. You, I think, have a little bit of a better understanding of things that are kind of spreading out and where people might be. So I think you guys walk out of here now and
We'll head towards
To the
that
cave.
cave. Yeah.
Yes, where's the cave?
North.
So you know the whereabouts of the cave. You've never been out there. You've seen it from a distance because you've gone out with you've been out with trappers and stuff before. Like you often assist some of the hunters or the Glassblades in town. Like you kind of just help out a lending hand whenever they need somebody who's like not big and strong. So you have an idea of where it is, so you can let everybody know, like, oh, if we head out of the village this way and we walk that way for just a short period of time, we'll come across the cave. So I guess, is there anything else that you guys want to do, or you want to just head straight there?
Great job today. Thank you. For somebody not well accustomed to being in public, it seems. Or maybe,
All I'm accustomed to is being in public.
sure, away from home. You did a really good job today.
Oh, thank you. You handled yourself quite well.
Thank you.
Sigmund, don't you feel so much better?
No.
I'm sure you'll feel better.
These criminals, whoever they were, now know who we are. They now know everything about us.
Yes, and they'll be locked up in a cage.
Yeah. As someone who has a little bit of a history with cages, they don't stay locked.
I like that.
Just continues walking, just behind everyone. He actually walks up to Haldir and begins to walk alongside you. You're
Jesus Christ, all day.
you're fairly capable. Where did you learn to fight? I don't think I've ever seen someone move quite like you.
There was a master up in Utterdorn. He found me and noticed that I had
Camera's off.
an ability to locate myself by sound, and he brought me under his arm.
You're from Utterdorn, right?
Oh no, I'm not from Utterdorn.
Someone say who's it then?
Tell them how you got here.
I'm just marching along.
I assume you guys are kind of heading towards the cave, walking and talking. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We hang back a little bit outside of other earshot of other people and say, he wasn't the most savory person that I met, and he didn't teach me out of the goodness of his heart, so I escaped. But yeah, I don't want to go back to learn, and I don't want. I'm a little careful. Not unlike you in a way.
Well, you heard what I said about cages. They have a tendency to open eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But I'm actually from the Savalier Wood, the southern borders of the wood. My tribe trade with the people in Shady Creek Run. All sorts of unsavory people in Shady Creek Run.
At least 1/5 of them won't be dead. So, there's that.
Yeah, so whenever you get yourself that ticket to Isocross, I may tag along.
I just need to get away from here. If there's people here who do business with Shady Creek Run, eventually somebody will find out, something will slip, and they'll be here. I'm very quickly running out of places to run to. Isocross might be the safest place to go.
I have personally nothing against Shady Creek Run. My family is close by. It's just the most likely place that my former master will look for me. So I veered north instead.
I was fully expecting your fate to be like, I am your master.
I found you. Yeah, so you keep walking just out of town. You're leading the way just because you've been out this way before. The rest of you wouldn't have come from the north, so you wouldn't know what is north of the village, really. So you walk for a little bit. It doesn't take too long. You start to see cave formation up ahead. As you get closer to it, there's a big mouth opening of the cave. There's a little opening a little bit further in on the side where you can see a plume of smoke coming out. Leads you to potentially think that there are people in here.
As we approach, before we get
yeah, you're not right up to it yet. Yeah,
I grab particularly gesture towards Disa. I'm like, hold. We need to figure out our plan. What are we doing here? Are we just walking right up to the door? Or are we?
That was my plan, yeah.
We're just here to talk.
Are we though?
Well, we'll see.
For the most part.
If they have these things.
Well, granted, what they told us inside the shop, she sounds sick, just like her sister.
Yeah, but I don't think they'll just straight up give us these.
If they know what they can do to them, they will.
And then how do we stop them from doing what they did to them to us?
We handled ourselves pretty well in the shop.
I don't want to get sick and become an ice statue.
Oh, just don't touch the sculptures.
We don't
touch the
know if
artifacts.
that's what it is. It might just be proximity. It might just be being in the same room as these things. You have to be careful.
Well, I've been carrying one in my backpack for a couple hours now, so I seem to be okay.
It might not be the dagger. It might be something else. It might
We
be
don't
one
know
of
what
these
it
other
is.
6 or 5 things.
So what do you propose?
I propose we find out any additional information about it that we can. That we ask them where they're keeping them. That we
From who?
from Hillel.
Well, that's who we're going to talk to.
Yeah, but they won't just talk to us if we just walk up and introduce ourselves.
That's why we go and start bashing heads in.
The other option is not going in, and then we're at a dead end.
I'm just saying, let's be a little bit more careful. I do still think that we should talk to them and learn more information. We shouldn't go bash their heads in. That's kind of the thing I want to get into.
Would it help if we try to scout the place a little bit?
Definitely.
I can move quietly.
You seem to like the shadows.
Actually, I think this time I'll go up front, and he pulls out the crystal stone and begins to cast a spell.
Sure.
He's casting disguise self on himself to look like the guy whose face he burned off.
Interesting.
He changes
But
his
it's
entire
still just
attire.
a bird.
He looks like his entire attire, everything changes to kind of the guy who was sit there. Unfortunately, I don't know his name. We probably could have asked the other guys in there what his name was. Would have been a very smart thing to do in hindsight. But
Okay, you're not gonna go in and be like, "Hey, it's me, Peter." You know.
You may want
Suspicious.
this, and I give you the chain with the symbol of Tiamat. He had this on him.
sure, he like takes it and just like puts it on.
Did he have it on him? I thought you said he found it in his pocket.
Oh, it wasn't like on him. He did have it in a pocket.
Might not want to put it
I'll
around.
put it
you.
in my pocket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps we go in under the pretense of I'm bringing you all here, so
Sure.
that we can ask them some questions about, like, maybe we were looking through it, you all found out something about this curse.
Sure.
Maybe we have a friendlier conversation first before bashing everyone's head in.
Togi also
Map
said
out the
that.
heads that need bashing first.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
we find maybe we go in and we scout out the place first before so that we know where all the heads are that need to be bashed. Yeah, scout them
No
out. That's what
heads.
you said.
Missing.
Togi said that we
bashing.
should look for a sister. So
Yes. Maybe that can be a lead. I'll still leave you all to do the talking.
Oh,
I'll just
I'm more
be
than happy for
a
you to
friendlier person
jump in.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here for team talk. So
Yes.
bashing heads
I'm not-
is if it's required. It seems we have ample help in that department. as well.
I'm not a good talker, but I will let them know that there's a friendly face that's bringing
Sure.
you all here.
I like it.
Yeah.
Any
Okay.
other strategies, ideas?
I could try to sneak around.
See if there's another way in. If the time comes, I'll be more than happy to see this in action. And you just keep being the friendly face that you are.
I love talking.
Maybe we let you talk.
Maybe we do.
All right.
We can walk towards it.
Yeah.
So,
what are you trying to do?
I do have the thing that Alyssa also mentioned, Mask of the Wild.
Okay.
So I can attempt to hide even when I am lightly obscured. I'm going to try to stealth, essentially.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, make a stealth check.
And stealth ahead a little bit.
Sure.
20, dirty 20.
Nice. Good. So if you're going up a little bit ahead, I would say it's a little bit windy out, so it kind of makes it hard to pick up everything on the outside of the cave that's going on there. As you approach it a little bit more,
It's just tundra, right?
it's mostly tundra out here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So how close do you want to get up to the cave?
Fairly close.
Okay. And then the others are trailing a little bit further behind. Is that
Yeah.
the idea? Okay.
Like I'm leading.
Yeah, I would assume he's in front.
So you get kind of like right up near that. You're being really sneaky about it, trying not to make too much noise. You listen in, and your distinct level of hearing, you kind of hear like drips of water coming down from the stalactites into some sort of like, is it a puddle? Is it a pool? You can't really tell, but you hear the dripping. It kind of echoes a little bit through it. You hear some stuff like much further in, just faint echoes of something deeper within this. It's hard to tell.
Is that the red?
It's the dragon.
God damn.
Yeah, other than that, it seems pretty quiet here. You don't hear any foot traffic near the front of the entrance or anything. You just kind of hear just like faint water sounds and dripping and everything. And out here is just the wind, but that's pretty much all you get from like right there. You know that if you're going to get anything else, you got to step a little bit further inside.
I'll go ahead. Keeping to the shadows.
Yep.
Follow suit.
So as you go in, it
Same
doesn't
room.
matter to you, but it is very dark in here. So
I
as
do have dark vision.
you have
That's weird.
dark hearing. So for the rest of you, just for the sake of like, as we start to get further into this, who has dark vision?
I do.
I do not.
I do.
You don't.
He thinks he does.
No, I do.
Okay. So okay, just
Elf life.
be forewarned that
Yeah.
it is very dark cave entrance you're going to be stepping into. You get a little bit further in, and you can kind of, with the water, the way the water is dropping, you can definitely tell that it opens up into a room that you get the idea that it
Gold
is
eyes,
filled
man.
with water. That there is basically just a large pool right as soon as you walk in. There's a big pool there right at the front. You're listening for it. You're trying to pay attention. It doesn't sound like there's like separate pools of water. It just seems like one big pool of water.
And do I hear any breathing, like any creatures or people or critters?
Yeah, you take a moment to listen. You're really trying. There is still a faint muffle of something much further in, but you can't really make anything out for that right now. But I'd say if you wait just a few moments deeper in onto the one side, I'd say on the right side of the cave as you go in further into the water, you just hear like.
Oh boy. Even without hearing that, as we enter in and seeing how dark it is, I will turn to you and just say, I really, really like your plan, but this appearance doesn't hinder you from potentially fighting wildlife, does it?
No.
Okay, perfect.
I also can't see shit.
Oh, stay close then, and you'll notice that my eyes are like glowing gold. Like there's no pupils; it's just like glowing gold. Stay close.
So
will-
you do hear that. If there's anything you'd like to do in response to that,
Correction, it went really.
I will. That sound, does
King,
it
man.
sound like from a large creature? From a
sound
small?
pretty big.
Oh fuck yeah, frogs! It's just
All right, so I will sneak back to the group and warn them, and I say, the cavern opens up to a room filled with water. I don't know how deep it is, and towards the right side, I heard what sounded like a big frog.
I mean, we are in Croaker Cave.
Do say you know stories of people who have said that they've seen big frogs or at this cave.
I've heard stories of people who have seen big frogs.
Do you want to hit the frog with your warhammer?
There's the water.
I don't know. She said she had a warhammer.
Sigmund just almost immediately, like in this form, just begins to like step backwards and let
alright,
you guys
friend.
take
It's all
the
right,
lead.
friend.
She's like, I'll lead this time. No, I won't.
You might
This is all
get your
you.
wish of cracking skulls.
I don't
Sooner.
like frogs.
Oh, weird.
So yeah, what do you guys do?
Do
Slowly approach. I
we
guess.
want to confront the frog,
Is
or
there another way around?
I couldn't find any.
Proceed cautiously, I guess. You might want to get in front with your shield.
How did this group get out that like the other people who worked here?
There might be another entrance that we don't know about. Or they ride the frogs.
Maybe they are from.
Maybe they are. Holy shit! Now you're thinking.
Face
something.
unraveling the whole thing.
They said it was a
so
dragon. It's a fucking
you guys are kind of cautiously walking back inside. Are you kind of just like, are you going to point out where you kind of heard the sound come from?
Yeah.
Sigmund definitely can't because
How far across is this cave? Because I don't want to all be grouped in case it like spits something out.
It's about 20-25 feet across.
Okay, we should spread it a little bit.
So I'll say whoever was near the front who came back in with Haldir and he points, you can try to make a perception check if you want to see if you can spot them.
My perception
Probably would have been near the front. Yeah, we can both potentially do it.
Can I try to
I would have been there too. Oh, I did not need
pinpoint
to.
the source of the sound?
I'll let you try to. I'll let you do a perception check to try to see if you can get like an approximation of how far they are.
Well, he can't see and he backed up.
But that,
so
yeah,
it'd be-
he definitely can.
it'd be
Also,
thrust
I would
us
like
right
to
there.
kind of tell if they're
Nope.
in the water.
Yeah.
Or
No, because I think
Yeah, no,
press
you can
the
make that
D4
for
on
sure.
it. The rule is if you can put a D4 on
Nat
it.
20.
Yeah,
I like that roll.
yeah.
15.
That's what Matt Mercer uses.
13.
6!
Nat 20.
All right. So you, Haldir, you realize they are definitely in the water.
God.
You can tell that they're in the water, mostly because you can tell that the water comes right up to the cave side of the wall and goes up like this. So you assume there's not really a way for them to get up on the side of that. And also just the way that like you can get even just the slightest sense of like ripples in the water of like potentially where movement might be. So you kind of have an idea of where they are in the water.
And how far?
They're right at the back against the wall, so they're like 20 feet onto the right side from you at like an angle, over in the back. Dissa and Chrysanthemum, you do not see them. You're looking, but you can't spot anything. It's too kind of dark, and but you two very clearly see just the tops of like two, like just eyes almost, just like peeking out of the water, just staring right in your direction, just kind of like watching. They're not doing anything at the
I don't
moment.
think they know we're here.
I think they might.
That was really creepy the way he said that.
They are right there, 20 feet ahead,
Oh yeah.
close to the other
Cast
wall.
a message to you in your head, and you're, what the fuck are you guys looking at?
Oh god, you won't be able to see this.
So
Cast the message back. And
here's what I will say though. You though getting like you're like, I can't see that at all. So you're just looking around at
Yeah.
what else is there. You actually though, because you're not distracted at the moment because you gave up on seeing the frogs, on the left hand side, you actually see what looks like a big beam of wood that goes it's like right on just the surface of the water that goes from one end of this probably 20 feet in that direction.
into the water, or does it go to like the cave?
It goes deeper in where you
So it doesn't connect to like an end of the wall or something, right?
Nope.
Okay. There seems to be a path over here, but it might not be the easiest route through. Also, friend, I'm going to touch his shield and cast light.
on his shield.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it just
Here
glows with like a
comes-
bluish.
here comes
All right.
one frog.
So
Maybe.
yeah, as soon
It's
as
just a light.
soon as you light it up, the frogs kind of like you see them kind of like close for a second. They just go like, "Roar," and they start to jump out of the water. So they are
It's either fight on land or fight on a beam.
yeah. So
And minus one person.
Well, that's why I cast light.
Yeah.
So
Light,
if
you
they're
can
up-
see
If
now.
they're up on him, you can.
you
see.
guys knew they were there.
Yeah.
They're coming at you. We will roll for initiative for this. There's no like map thing. We'll just do it like out in the middle here.
So he backed up a bit.
I assume
I would
it
have
would
been
be
here. You would have been
farther
probably
ahead.
beside me.
Oh, son of a bitch.
I got him to stand in front, and then somewhere.
I hate.
I really want to use.
Soft-sided.
I really want to.
Oh no!
Okay.
Alright, I rolled
Just
good
for
again.
That little
here-
wiggle when it's like here. And
Yeah.
then
Oh my god! It's a freaking frog!
bam.
Oh my gosh! How do you have a frog mini?
So there are two
I
of
have a
them.
lot of these.
Watch this. This is gonna be amazing. There's two, and they're the exact same size. But for mini wise, here's the other.
And there's like a little murloc.
Oh hell yeah! He's the boss for sure.
the best.
Oh,
So, yeah, we'll do initiative. They're definitely like moving in your direction. You guys can choose how you proceed with this. So let's go through anybody above 20.
Nope.
20.
Right on 20? Yeah. Let me just roll for that.
That's Ezra
I missed my
Department.
ranger initiative.
Ding.
15 to 20?
17.
Anybody else? Okay. 10 to 15.
I'm just gonna write monk because I can't remember how to spell your names. 20.
No,
If
nobody
you
else.
ever
in the-
watched the Two Towers, I'm out there.
Haldir, right?
And then 5 to 10.
7.
Oh boy.
7.
And 6.
And then that leaves.
3.
You're just so stunned by the light.
Yeah.
Whoa!
No, you're just like.
All right.
What did you get?
6.
What did you get, Simon?
7.
7.
All right. So pretty much what happened is you can tell that that sudden beam of light in here that was a very dark cave definitely startled them in such a way that they just had no idea what else to do but just jump at you guys and try to attack based on what's going on. So
Yeah, makes sense.
Halder, you have the top of the initiative here. What would you like to do?
How big are these rocks? Are they like about that big in comparison to it?
Yeah.
ourselves?
Very big. Let me just see if there's an actual.
He's got a dagger. Shit, that's funny.
They don't really have. They are
So
very
you shine
large.
20
That
feet.
might be a little bit bigger than they are. I'd say like maybe like 2/3 that size, but they're very big.
Okay.
Like a 10 by 10 foot space.
Don't let them
That
eat
one
you.
does take up 10 by 10.
That one is 10 by 10. Yeah, they're a little bit smaller than that, but it's not too far off for how big they are.
I will take my longbow and shoot at it.
Hell yeah.
Sure, make an attack.
Are they in the water or do they have...
They are still in the water at the moment. They like leapt forward, it like kick off the back wall, and made a jump, and they're towards you guys now.
No. This is a 8.
That misses. So just into the water.
Level 1.
And I will. So I assume that like around here is the pool or whatever.
So the pool would be like this. It's like 25-ish feet across. So like they were at the back, they kicked off, and they're like just at the edge of the water here.
Kiss you.
There's like the beam that goes along this side here, and then you can kind of tell that the cave goes more that way.
Okay. So I will. Do I run across?
It's about 25 feet from end to end to get to the other side.
No, I'm just gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
And that's it.
Cool.
Samuel, what do you do
Oh, shit.
seeing these giant frogs?
Yeah. I will probably just...
I will also say when they jumped forward, they got like right near the front of the water, so they're like just there. Big splash sprayed across most of you at the front there. Freezing cold water.
Cold?
If it wasn't already obvious that we were out in the tundra, but
Then I'll give him something cold back and hit him with a chill touch.
sure.
It's
No.
not very effective.
What did you roll? 4. Okay.
It is a 10 total.
No, that does not hit.
I will just back up to wherever the wall is over here. I don't know how
So
far
it just
that
goes to the water and just freezes a little bit of it. And...
Well, it's necromancy. It's not actually.
Oh, chill touches.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just the name. It was a pun.
Yeah, no, it's the other
Pass. That's it.
one. All right, it is their go. With this blinding light in front of them, they can't look at anything other than that.
Yes,
He's gonna-
perfect.
He's gonna just.
Nah.
He is just going to jump right up at you, and he is going to try to bite you. Well,
Bite?
actually, he's biting.
Frogs
at
don't
you.
have teeth.
Oh,
He's
dude.
gumming you.
I mean,
Oh my god. 10.
Hit.
Shield.
Yeah.
Light shield.
So I gotta. It's just like. It's like, and let's go, because it can't actually get around it. The other one would normally do that,
But
but
he's too little.
he's too little. He's just gonna hop over here, just up out of the water, and he's gonna try to take a bite at you because you're right next to the light.
I don't know. He's feminine. He's sexist.
18. Does that hit?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh no.
Okay, that is. Alright, that is 4 piercing damage, and you are now grappled.
Oh, he's got his tongue on you. He's tonguing
4
you.
piercing damage?
Who would have thought this little frog had
Sorry?
game?
4?
Yeah. 4 piercing.
He's got like a shoulder pad. This guy's a fucking boss.
Alright. Yeah,
Why
so
do you have
you are
that?
currently grappled.
Okay.
Alright, that's the 2 frogs. Sigmund.
Sigmund.
he instinctively tries to reach for like a crossbow. He's like, shit. I really should have taken the stuff from this guy I'm pretending to be. And then he like points at the stone and just casts Firebolt again.
Okay.
And it's strange, you see like the hand moving as though he's like striking something, but you don't see the stone or his hand or anything. He's just gonna try and attack.
Cool.
That's a 16.
That hits.
Nice.
All for damage.
We finally hit.
3 points of fire damage.
Nice.
Alright.
Because they're wet, like frogs, they might not even do that much.
No, it definitely it takes effect about as much as you would expect. I mean, they just came out of the water, so maybe that's why it didn't hit as hard as you were hoping. But no, it seems
some
to.
of the water on its skin just like
There's
fizzles and
kind of
turns into
a
steam
little,
bit.
a little steam there off of it. Cool.
The like little thing on the side, the like wooden beam.
Yeah.
Can I walk as much as I can towards that direction?
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Maybe, is it like wide enough to stand on? What
It's wide enough for like a single file. You could probably walk across it.
Okay.
It's not like it's not like 5 feet, but it's like more narrow. But you could definitely walk across it.
I imagine with the light, like a little bit of the front of it is lit, so I'm gonna
Yep.
just like step on it and like go as far up it as I can with my 30 feet of movement.
Yeah,
It's
I'd
over
say
here
you,
somewhere.
you probably get about like 5 feet onto it, maybe 5-10 feet into it.
And then I'm gonna just call out, Hillel, I need help.
Smart.
All right. Dissa.
I don't know any of the other people in their
That's
names.
true. That's true. We really should have interrogated those people more.
I'm grappled.
Yep.
Can
I don't even know
kinda-
my own name.
So am I like wrapped around in the tongue or something? What's happening?
Right now, he just has his mouth on you.
Oh.
Roger.
At the moment, that's all it is. So you can try to break free if you want.
Can I reach while I'm?
Of course
Yeah,
you
you can
can.
reach.
Grapple just restrains you. Like you can't move.
Okay, so that's a bonus action, and
Yeah.
then I will
Warhammer.
use my. Okay, I'm gonna rage,
Mhm.
and
Rawr.
then I would like to, get. Do I have to say how I'm trying to get ungrappled, or am I just trying to?
No, you can just make like a strength check to try to break free of it.
Okay,
Do you get advantage while you're raging? In strength test?
I do.
There you go.
I sure do. I want to do these ones.
I miss barbarian.
15.
Yeah, easy. You just grab the thing and just push it backwards off of you.
Look how little it
Yeah, it's tiny.
Why did you have to make the little one?
And yeah, so that
Yeah.
you freed yourself.
fight, Dad.
Yeah, you freed yourself. The frog is now back in its kind of default position. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I think that's all I can do. Is
It would have been an
take my
action to
bonus
break
action.
free of it. Yeah,
Yeah, and bonus action to rage.
yeah.
That's all.
All right,
Roger.
Chrysanthemum.
Alright, I plan on going over to help, but seeing that she's already free, I'm just gonna whip out the sword again.
Yeah,
And go to town on my own opponent. So
Hell yeah.
slash.
fuck it up.
18 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Swing.
Ooh.
9.
9. Holy fuck. You can definitely. So you swing it. You can definitely tell that kind of like jolt. It almost looks kind of scared at the moment now. Like it was like, oh shit, and kind of almost underestimated its prey here. So it is definitely rattled by that.
Be gone, foul beast.
All right, back up to Haldir.
He's so literal.
I guess I'll try to hit the one
Are you
that.
gonna punch a frog?
Huh?
Are you gonna punch a frog?
I am going to back the frog. Yes.
You're hitting the one that he attacked.
Yes.
Okay.
So I will put my my longbow away, and then I'm going to run at it and try to strike it on the back of the head.
Sure, go for it.
Dunk.
This doesn't count. Okay, that's 17.
Yep, that hits.
For 8 points of damage. Can I say that I land on its back?
You can. So are you like cracking it over the head with that?
Yeah.
So as you crack that, its face just goes down into the ground, and its legs kind of go out
Oh,
from
it's
under it.
deaded?
Is that?
It is dead.
Now just the sun.
Oh, you can
just
move
replace
that.
No.
Yep.
Can we please change?
Okay, so I did. So I ran over here. So now I run the little one. I kick it.
All right. Yeah.
Backstab.
For 12.
That does hit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very big, despite what the mini
frog.
shows.
So I kicked the frog in the face for 4 points damage.
Okay.
Rockets blast
All right,
off.
Samuel.
Yep, another chili blast.
Chill touch.
16.
Yes. Sorry. My
Points of
mind immediately
damage.
went damage. I was like, holy shit. Yes, that does hit.
For 4 necrotic damage.
Ooh.
Kill the little one.
It can't heal.
All right.
I'm gonna actually start following him, but not actually stand on it. I'm just gonna
Sure.
get to the edge because I don't trust it.
Hold it
All right.
steady.
It is now the frog's turn. It being hit here and seeing the other one just get absolutely obliterated, it is going to try to jump over you and out towards the exit of the cave.
Aw, little guy's trying to leave.
So,
It's not little.
so you guys can,
too
you
opportune.
and you two, if you'd like, you can try to make an attack of opportunity on it. It is going to jump back to here, and then it'll try to keep running. Should it?
Alyssa really doesn't want to, but I know that Dissa for sure.
It's the
wants
big
to
frog.
over
It's the
us.
big beast
I-
frog.
Say, Mama, help!
As it's jumping over me, I'm going to lift up my
Oh, she's,
battle axe and try to slice it.
Go for
at
it.
the
you
same
are
time.
going
The attack.
to
Are you still technically
dissect
grappled?
it.
No, she
I
freed
got
herself.
grappled.
Yeah.
She's going to dissect it
And
in
then
midair.
Yes.
Yeah.
All over her too. She's
Oh,
that's a nat 20 for 25.
That
Oh.
definitely hits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna clean
Yeah.
the little kid all
It's
over.
not actually a little kid.
all the blood and gore.
In our
look how
hearts, it's a
tiny it is. Just splitting it in half.
So you roll your damage
Right
twice.
now,
Go
he's
for
like,
it, I love it. You need to roll that twice.
Oh, yeah.
Grunge? That's a good name. Grung?
That was 10 points damage.
10 total?
Yeah.
Okay. So you rolled the dice twice?
Yes.
Let's
All
hear
right.
about it.
You added your rage bonus?
Yes.
All right. You take a good gash out of it. It is still standing, barely. It kind of like flops over
Don't
here
you get
from
an
that
attack
attack. Sorry. Yeah, you would get an attack of opportunity as well if you'd like.
Nah.
Oh!
Nah.
So it kind of
I'm not cruel. I'm like,
it falls over. It lands. It has a hard time landing, and then it just makes a couple more steps out this way, and then it's going to use its action to just
Still
keep
alive.
Why
popping
did I
out of
pick
the.
this character?
Okay, you are welcome to chase after it if you would like. It is now 30 feet
Go
outside
get him,
the
Chris!
I think humans you're totally fine murdering.
Frog.
I put an arrow at the back of the neck. No.
All right, so
I know.
we'll exit. If assuming nobody's going to go after the frog,
No.
we're going to end the initiative there. So you are starting to make your way through there. As you're just kind of looking around, getting ready to go, you actually see a faint light source getting a little bit brighter coming towards the
Well, he called for
around the corner there, and you definitely would hear like footsteps like
I'll
of
just,
running.
I'll just whisper.
How many footsteps do I
We might have company.
You think maybe 2?
Two?
I'm gonna tell the gang
I
that
conveyed
we
it.
might have company.
I conveyed that there's two people coming.
Begins just gesturing wildly
Yeah.
with his hands.
So comes running around. It's like, hey, what's going on out here?
Can I hide?
Yeah, make a stealth check.
Can I also hide?
Go for it. Make a stealth
Can
check.
Can I also hide? I don't need
You're
to.
more than welcome to
It
try.
says I'll run up with my light
Yeah.
behind
Behind him.
behind
We
him.
can't have it be
gives
like, I
them an
brought these
opportunity
people and
to-
everybody hiding.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
No, that's fine. We're not gonna hide.
Okay.
So we'll be with them.
I brought some help.
Sean, what are you doing here?
Sean?
Sean.
Sean.
The Hillel sent us on a job. I brought these guys. They were there. They seem to know more about this curse or whatever. They're trying to help Toga.
I will say make a. I'm gonna say make a deception check because you're wearing the other guy's face.
Yes.
I will give you advantage because of all the things you just listed out.
I also have the guy's actual face, and I'm wearing it.
That is a 10.
10 total.
10 total, yeah.
All right, so they kind of look at each other and they go, "You don't really sound like Sean. What's going on here? Who are you people?" And they start to ready their weapons.
We're here to help.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
That makes sense. We're here to help.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, that's good.
Wow. 21?
Yeah.
Disadvantage.
Yeah. I mean, he looks so nice.
Charismatic.
Again, they kind of look at each other. They're like, all right, you say you're here to help the boss?
Yes.
She's cold, right?
So she says, but we're all pretty cold.
Has a taste for really bad soup.
I can't say I've noticed.
Does she have
Colton
any
gave me some of the soup. That's
veins?
why my voice is all different. It's all dry and parched.
You can drop the axe.
Ah, fuck it.
He rolled really high on insight.
Yes,
I
there
dropped
seems
mine,
to be.
so-
There seems to be people.
Actually, no, I believe this guy so.
Sure. He just said you can drop the axe. So.
Yeah, there seems to be people in this village that seem to be suffering from the same ailment as your boss.
We know.
We're looking for any solution. We're here to help.
I mean, that's why we sent Sean, the real Sean, and the others to go see if they could find anything. I guess they didn't.
You don't need more items. You need fewer.
Toka stole this.
In a way, he's not wrong.
Toka stole these things from Werla about a week ago.
Togi?
Togi, yeah. Togi stole these things from Werla about a week ago.
Right.
Werlo got them from Ergon some time before that.
So we believe, yes.
If my calculations are correct, your boss and her sister are running out of time.
Quickly.
We're your best chance.
I'm invisible.
They look at each other. We're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. But honestly, it'll be up to Hillel to decide.
Little baby.
Have you had frog legs before?
The noise you heard was
Yeah.
the creatures in the cave.
How dare you? And follow me.
How dare you?
Said a yes.
They turn around and they start walking further in. Do you follow?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'm not in the lead anymore, though.
Yeah.
I am stealthy in though.
So they'll, good point. Not the lead one, but the other one does not have any clue that you guys are there.
I should point out I rolled a 7.
He sees you.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
rolled a 15.
Then you're good. Yep. So he doesn't know you were there, but you get the sense like the other guy's a little bit more nervous than the one who's speaking. So he's kind of like, he's looking all around and he's made eye contact with you a couple of times. You get the idea he sees you. So they kind of lead you in down this. It's a little bit of a tunnel. You kind of have, at times you have to go single file down maybe like 30, 40, 50 feet deeper into this cave. It starts to open up a little bit again. And on the right side, as you start to walk in, there's another pool of water. There is a torch stuck in the ground here as well. And the one guy's carrying a torch as he's walking through this. In the light, you kind of see out, there is a pool of water. You actually see, you see a couple more eyes like glinting with the firelight out in the water there. And kind of near the front of the water, you see a couple of buckets, and they've got something in there. There's like, you can kind of see like, looks like maybe blood off the side of the thing or something. But there's definitely some sort of
Chum buckets.
meat or something in those buckets over on the side. But they're not walking you over that way. They're continuing. The cave wraps around to the left. The pool opens up more on the right side. So he just keeps walking through. And as you get a little bit down on the left side there, it opens up again into like almost like a little smaller area. Once you've curled around again on your right side as you're walking past, where there is what you can, it looks like bedrolls maybe that are set up in this area here. But he keeps walking by because he's not taking you any of these places. So he keeps walking and it continues to loop back around to the left further and further. You go another maybe 50 feet. And then you come up to, again, a pool of water. One of the other, actually no, the guy leading you, he goes over to the side and he grabs a little bucket and he throws it out into the water. You like really far, like it's a lot further. It's not 20 feet, it's like maybe 40 feet. He throws it out there to where you don't really see it, but you hear like,
The entire bucket? Or what?
No, he throws a piece of meat or something. You can't really tell what he grabbed, but he throws something out there and you hear something kind of like go out of the water and probably snatch it, but you can't really tell what's out there. He turns around to you guys. Only way to get to the boss is to go across with this guy. Slowly coming up out of the water very slowly is a much larger frog. Much larger than the other ones, and it kind of just slowly goes up, and they handed it another piece of meat, and it just kind of like snatches it out of the air. You don't have to ride him. One at a time, across to the other side. That's where the boss is.
I think I'm good.
I cast Dimension Door. A 5th level
Level
spell.
1.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh. Surely one of you guys can show us the way.
I mean, we have to go one at a time, so I can go to the other side and ride back if that's what you want me to do.
Put my mind at ease that it's safe.
Yeah. All right. Old Croaker, let's go.
Old Croaker.
He kind of just steps up onto its back, and it just slowly couriers him across to the side, just with its back legs, kind of kicking little frog kicks. To the other side. He touches that. He turns around. He kind of just goes like this with the torch, and then starts to come right back the other way. And goes there.
Alright.
It only takes a few minutes to get across.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Is there anybody who's
going
choosing?
first.
So you're not gonna go. You'll chill.
I'm not going first. Maybe
I'll
I
go
might
first.
go like after
Okay.
like 2 or 3 people.
One of us can go first. So.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll
Um,
step on.
Yeah. No. It seems fine with it. Very large frog.
Interesting.
Curries you across.
And I'll step
Do you
off.
step off?
Yeah.
Looks at you for a sec, and turns around, goes back, comes back. They feed it another piece of something. You don't know what they're feeding it. So
Can I
yeah,
take a look and see what they're feeding it?
make a perception check, see if you can see it.
Those
I'll
big,
go next.
baby
14.
frogs.
14. Looks like it might be like bat corpses.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah. So one by one, you can all make it across. If there's nothing you're gonna try to do, it actually just goes pretty well.
I want to wait.
So you
Since I
haven't
am
been seen
stealthing,
yet. Yep.
I am going to wait until they finish crossing. Wait maybe 5 minutes, and then I'm going to attempt like throwing some meat at it and see if it will carry me across.
Before that, is there like so there's a guy on this side who's like throwing the meat out?
Yep. And the other guy's just chilling over here. He hasn't done really anything.
Oh, the other guy's just showing up here. Didn't he go across?
The one guy went and
one
came
guy
back,
went across. Okay,
and he's
came
also
back.
the one
Okay.
feeding. The other one's just standing off to the side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna try and sneak a piece of the meat out.
I mean,
but-
you're welcome to try if you want.
Nah, it seems
Sleight of
like
hand
it's
check.
too hot. I'd rather not. I just hop onto the frog and
All right. Yep, you go across. So, for your information, like the one guy who has the torch, who's been feeding the frog, he's standing there to like make sure you guys get on, like somewhat okay. The other guy's just standing over to the side, kind of against the wall, and he's not really moving. He's just chilling there, and they aren't actually planning to go with you.
How far away? Like how long of this?
How long's the water?
Yeah.
It's about like 40 feet. So whoever's the last one to go, yeah, the guy will just say something to you.
I wouldn't be the last one to go either. I would probably.
So I don't know if it's the guy stealthing or if he's going to stay stealthing over there.
I will stay stealthing and out of sight of them and
Mhm.
try to hear what they
Wait to
they're
see what they do.
saying. Yeah,
Okay. And what did you roll for stealth again?
15.
15. Got it. So everybody goes across. Once the frog comes back to their side and they assume that you're over there, they're gonna turn around and just say. And actually, first when they turn, they're both gonna turn around. They're gonna make another to see if they see you. What did you roll again?
15.
I know. Okay. They don't seem to notice you. So they turn around. They start to walk back like together where they were before, and they're just mumbling to each other like, "Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Who are these people showing up? What the hell happened to Sean?" Like they're just slowly making their way back over to where you assumed they were before. Yeah. You hear things like, "Oh, hopefully Hillel deals with them." Just things like that. And they kind of walk around the corner slowly.
Okay.
Before.
How far are they walking?
You keep hearing them walk, so you assume that they walked past where you saw the bedrolls, or sensed the bedrolls. There was another opening that you definitely could tell from like the echoing that there was another chamber. You get an idea they're going past it. So maybe you don't know for sure, but maybe they're going back to where that torch was set up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's a good like 50, 60 feet away.
Whenever I have a chance, I'm gonna try to like very quietly get to the bucket and sense if there's anything in there.
I mean, you can
Yeah.
put your hand straight in it. Yeah, there's still a couple pieces in there.
Okay. So I will just try to just toss
Throw it
one
out.
and throw one towards the water.
Make an animal handling check with advantage.
Okay, did you count this one?
Animal handling. Oh, okay. That is 17.
17? Damn. Yeah, so he jumps up out of the water, catches it, and then slowly makes his way over to you and is just kind of like looking at you.
Okay, so when I sense that he is close, I will just step on his head.
When it looks like you're going to take a step, he just turns around so that you can walk up his back.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you walk up. It seems that some like this meat thing, they've trained him some sort. He's just so used to this that he just
He's a slave.
just carries you across.
Okay.
Stops at the other end, turns around.
When he stops, I will like kneel. Good boy.
Goes back.
And then
Your brother.
I did. Or your child. And then I will continue towards the tunnel, probably like.
So you guys were all on the
while
other side. You
back.
probably didn't stray too far yet, because you were probably also wondering where the hell Haldir went.
Yeah.
But you get him across now. The old Croaker just kind of goes back out into the water and submerges himself, from what you can see. So up ahead, around the corner, you can see like kind of light crackle. So you assume there's some sort of fire or something up ahead. You can hear a couple of voices. It's pretty muffled. It sounds like they're speaking pretty quietly. So you can't really make out what they're saying right now, but there's a couple people up ahead. So
I'm gonna walk up front and be like, "Hillel, it's me, Sean. I brought some."
Do you change your voice?
Wait, but you already dropped
no,
your
he said he
voice.
did it.
And those guys are still on the other side.
They are on the other side. They have
Can you change your voice at all?
I'm trying to, but it's probably not. I don't think I ever heard this guy talk.
So are you saying that? Are you walking around to see them then say it, or are you saying it before you walk around?
I think I want to see what.
Okay. So as you start to approach and you get around the corner, a warm rush of heat comes from a massive fire burning in the center of the cavern.
Ooh.
It's smoke venting up through a narrow stone chimney. You assume that's what you saw from the outside. The flames illuminate a rough painting of a 5-headed dragon that dominates the north wall.
Goddamn.
A bedroll is spread out beneath the mural. Near the crackling blaze, a dwarf, bundled in a heavy cloak, sits on a stone chest beside an elf whose face is covered in dragon tattoos. The dwarf's face is streaked with pulsing blue veins.
Mm-hmm.
When you first walk around the corner, you see them and they look almost like they're praying. That's kind of what you gather. They have something in their hands and they're muttering kind of with their eyes closed. That's immediately what you see and hear and feel when you first walk right around the corner. So how would you like to proceed?
I look definitely. Hillel, I brought some help. I just say that out loud.
All right. Hello, you see the dwarf slowly kind of gets up. Not quite as slow as you saw Toggy moving, but not that far off. Turns and faces you and says, "What is this? What are you doing here?"
Toggy, she found these people. They were looking into what was happening with this curse and with this fucking ice sickness. She told us she sent them to Verla's place. When we got there, she was dead. Verla was dead. She was ice cold. turned to frozen, just like that fucking other dwarf dude. These guys that were looking into it, they think they have an idea of what might be causing it.
Are good together.
Okay, I'm going to. So, no, I would have said make a deception check because you're obviously pretending to be somebody you're not. But a lot of what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
So I will let you pick what you're going to lean harder into of those two, and I'll let you roll it with advantage because of how much you just unloaded there in that. But it's going to be opposed to her insight check.
I'm gonna make a deception check.
Deception.
So I'm trying to get her. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get her to drop her guard and tell us more than she wants.
Is it sex still?
I have to keep switching die every time.
It's still only an 11. So.
You beat her, so she kind of like lets her guard down a little bit. You can see her shoulders kind of loosen up a little bit, and she comes over and it's just like, what do they know? How can we fix this? What happened?
I'll pass off to you guys.
But we think it has something to do with the items.
Yeah, I know that.
Well, what have you done with them? Have you passed them on? Do you still have them?
I have one of them. The other one I sold to somebody who was just passing into town because I was trying to make a quick dollar. So I just shipped one off to them. The other one I have set up over here. To be honest, I've heard some rumors about maybe what it could be. Something called the Frigid Woe.
The frigid whoa. Little babies dropping bars.
There's been a lot of people who come and go from Islecross, and it's been a rumor for a long time. But nobody I know has ever seen it. But honestly, kind of fits the bill. When I figured out that it could be that, I knew how dangerous this thing might be. So honestly, I kind of rigged it into a trap over there in case anybody tried to break in and steal my goods. She points over to like a stone chest over on the side that she walked away from.
Apologies, but do you still have one of them on your person?
I set up the... No, because I rigged it into a trap on the chest over there, so I kind of poured it all out. But I assume it had to have been the vial that I got. Because there's nothing else that I
blue
can...
vial?
Yeah, I think it's that. And there were two of them, and I sold the other one.
Is the vial is the one in the trap and then sold the other one?
Yeah.
Do I believe her that there is only the two?
You can make an insight check. You do know that the receipt only listed two.
Yeah, but there's other items. That's decent. What? Oh, there we go. 16.
You believe her.
Okay.
She just says, I don't know, some guy named Irvin Lyle. I don't know, he said he was staying at the Jolly Dwarf. He's got the other one.
Irvin Lyle?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you physically held this?
Would have been when I set up this trap. That probably would have been a handful of weeks ago.
Oh boy.
To surreptitiously cast message into your head again. Ask her how long ago this Urban bought it. If he's still in town.
Send message back. Great idea. I'll ask. Just a second. When did you sell this to Urban?
Must have been 6 or 7 weeks ago. Pretty much as soon as Toggy handed it over, honestly, I needed some money. Kind of start setting up shop here, and it was the quickest way I could make a buck. And he was a very eager individual, so it seemed like an easy thing to do.
Is he a frequent customer?
I don't think so. I've never sold to him before. I told him that it was an ancient relic, and he was very excited. He wanted to bring it back to Usadern or something.
It's okay. It's not there yet.
I'm slowly actually slunk away from this conversation.
Yeah, I will mention there were two individuals here. There's also that.
Can I just keep an eye on the other.
So the other one you can see is watching and listening to everything Hillel says with intent. Like, is very much like focused on Hillel.
And we want to get a closer look at the trap.
Yeah, you can. So there is there's a chest over on the side that you kind of spot. She was sitting on it when you walked in, but it's kind of like a large chest, and it's got on it kind of like a dragon's head almost, and so there's like teeth like this. That's pretty much it right now. All you know is that she said she used it to trap the chest.
Have you noticed your symptoms get worse since you've gotten, at least put this one in this trap?
I don't think it got any worse. I mean, it just seems day by day, just getting slower and slower. Fucking if the same thing happened to Ergen, it happens to me. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, so my initial theory was if you were in possession of this or was holding on to these items, then perhaps it was based on proximity, but if you haven't touched it, I mean, it is still in the same room. Tell me, did your sister have any contact with these blue vials?
Yeah, she sold them and gave them to me.
And she would have gotten them from Ergen's place.
No, she got them from Burla's after Ergen sold it.
I see.
Does anything about either the chest or like the mural on the wall or something seem like anything magical to it? Like, are there runes or anything carved on it?
Not really anything from the painting. Are you going up to the chest and like inspecting it?
If this I went up to it, then I would have followed.
How close were you trying to get, by the way, to the chest?
5-10 feet.
Okay, I say if anybody gets within 5 feet, Hillel's going to say something. So let me know if you're going to try to get that close.
I would have only gone, like, I would have been behind this. I wouldn't have been the first one to go there, so.
I'll just say then, like, as you get a little bit closer, she's going to be like, "Well, how are you doing?"
Just looking.
Something you're looking for?
No, just...
There is a small chance that you being in possession, even it being in this room, is what's making you sick. Keeping it here only risks further illness.
Potentially.
Can I pick my brain to see if I remember anything about the frigid woe, or did that trigger anything?
Make a history check.
16?
It seems vaguely familiar in that you think maybe you've also heard those rumors. You don't know anything about it, but you think maybe you've heard that name or something kind of like that name, maybe a play on that. Maybe like nobody really knows exactly what it's called, and that's just one of the many names that it's been given.
Like, what have I heard about it? Like,
that there's this, you've heard that there is some sort of magical, powerful disease from Isolcross that kills anybody who comes in contact with it, and there's no cure.
You're dead.
Sounds almost like you kind of just assumed that like it was just almost like a boogeyman tale that was like stay out of Isolcross because it's, don't go looking for things. You also kind of assume that that's just what criminals tell other criminals to like get away from their kids.
True.
Shit.
Well, if one of the vials is here, the other vial is with Irvin. Why don't we just destroy the vials?
Well, I already destroyed this file, smashed it, and rigged the stuff inside to make a trap. Yep.
Did anything happen when you broke it?
Well, I poured the stuff out to rig the trap, and then I smashed the bottle.
You poured the stuff out. What stuff?
The liquid inside.
Did any of it get on you?
Not when I was doing that, but I have to assume I came into contact with it at some point when I was handling them before.
The liquid is how you built the trap.
Well, there's a liquid in like a blue powder. I hadn't really seen anything like that before.
How'd you know you could build a trap using it?
I assumed that it is the frigid woe, and if it is the frigid woe, then I just figured I could make a trap with it, keep everyone's hands off my damn goods.
Interesting. And the vial you sold it had this liquid in it.
Mm-hmm. Looked exactly the same as the one I had.
Hillel mentioned that there was a lot of other things that were stolen.
I'm Hillel.
Sorry. Bad with names. Toggy mentioned that there was a few other things that were stolen. Are you sure that it wasn't one of those that caused this? Do you still have them? Have you sold them?
I have them.
Yeah.
They're in the chest.
That's fair.
I don't mean to sound. Well, I'm just gonna say it. I think we need to get inside that chest.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh no. Yeah. That's not bad. 17.
I will say, all right, fine. But I already told you it's trapped with this stuff, so if you trip it or touch it or anything, that's on you. All right? And she just tells you exactly. She tells you inside, basically in the mouth, there's a pin-sized opening where I've rigged it to, if anybody tries to open it, it just shoots a gust of wind and it'll spray this stuff all over you.
Interesting.
That's fascinating.
I'm gonna still take a look at the other woman. Is she still just standing there staring intently at Hillel?
Yep.
Does she blink?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's kind of like everything Hillel says. She's kind of like,
Weird. I mean, I could try and get into this chest. It might turn into an icicle.
Real steps back.
Yeah.
if somebody wants to try to open the thing, they can. I will give advantage because she told you where the trap was on it. So if
Yeah.
anybody does want to try to
I
open
also
it.
have my thieves toolkit that I can pull out.
Mhm.
Work with it.
I mean, that's up to you.
Do we need
You just see
to
him.
get into it though?
You just see Sigmund just thinking. What do we do? What do we do?
I mean,
He's just kind of mumbling to himself.
if we know where this one is, it's locked away. Maybe we can take the chest and lock it away further somewhere if it's out of people's reach.
Were there any other people, any of your people, who touched the bottle, the vial?
No, I didn't let them handle any of it.
We just have to go find Irvin and get that one and destroy it.
We don't know if destroying it did anything.
Or lock it away.
The contents are still on this chest. So it's a good point. We could take the chest.
And destroy the chest.
Is there any way to extract the liquid from your trap?
Without tripping it? Probably not. Also, I will say it is a large stone chest. It is very heavy.
If I hold a bag in front and we trip it, will liquid go inside?
You can try.
Toggy, do you know if Toggy, touched? Did she open the vial? Do you know if she? You obviously opened it to build this trap.
Yeah, but I only did that after I started getting the symptoms because I figured
Okay.
that's what it was. I don't know if she opened it.
So you started getting the symptoms before even opening it, so even touching it, so even being in its vicinity, and Sigmund's just thinking steps further back.
Doesn't look like we can carry the chest out of here. Not reasonably, anyway. I can try and open it.
I mean, I'm pretty strong. I can try to carry it.
I mean, you'd be doing this the whole time wherever we need to take
You
it.
probably
No,
can't.
more like this.
It's too heavy. You cannot carry it.
So you're not that strong. Got it.
As you guys are saying, should we open it? The Hillel and the other individual that you don't know yet kind of just take a step back away from it, being I mean, go for it if you want.
I don't want to turn into an ice statue. But I don't know what other options we have.
I feel like we have to get in this chest one way or another.
What are we going to do? Okay, once we open this, what are we planning to do exactly?
See what's in there. Grab the blue vial itself.
And
She said she smashed the vial.
Yeah, but she said she put it in there, did she not?
Put the liquid
The
in.
powder liquid stuff is like in the trap to be set off. It's not like in a container anymore.
I have an idea. What if, stay with me here, what if we take the contents of the chest, feed it to the frog, frog becomes exposed to the curse, frog turns to stone, contents of the curse are within the stone frog, nobody can get to it anymore.
Huh.
Smart.
I think what we're looking for is some sort of antidote, some way of saving Hillel and Toggy's lives.
Oh, I mean, they're probably like already, right? Isn't more of our thing just trying to keep like less
I'm gonna
people
turn
from
to
dying?
the other woman.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard anything about this frigid wood? You know what this could be? Have you heard of any antidotes? Like, we can go out and we can help get any antidote that we need. Surely you don't want Hillel to die, right?
No, definitely not. Whatever Hillel tells you is the right thing. What she says is the true word.
Is everything alright?
Of course.
I'll look back at Hillel. What's wrong with these people?
What do you mean?
They seem to be under a
Can I-
trance.
Yeah, can I make an insight check to see if the woman is, like, enthralled by
Sure.
something or whether she is speaking her own will?
Yeah, make a insight.
Make an animal check.
Can I do an arcana check to see if there's a magical
Yeah,
effect
you could
happening
do
here?
an arcana
But
check,
it
sure.
sucks.
Yeah.
Judge.
I just want to tell if they have, like, their own presence of mind. 16 arcana.
You gather they do. You don't sense any kind of foul play at play with their mind. They just seem very loyal.
Okay.
Had you come into contact with Toggy's dagger? When
What
you saw
dagger?
her? I suppose the dagger's probably safe.
It's a safe bet. Seems the most common.
Was she holding things back from me?
That's between you two. I've learned that people can lie sometimes.
He's catching on.
Yes.
Tell me, what's your connection with Tiamat?
I am a devout follower.
Interesting. Why?
Because she will save this world.
Oh. Sure.
Agree to disagree.
Sure.
And the battle ensues over religion.
What other options do we have at this point? We know that 2 people that are sick, a third
Team huddle?
team huddle.
Well,
Stand right there if you don't mind.
You just put it on pause.
Yeah. We've seen 2 people that have been in contact with these vials, both sick,
Even while the well was closed.
even with the vial closed. The shopkeep is an ice cube.
We don't know
The
if it's the
shopkeeper-
vials.
But
There's more shit.
what is the common theme that all of them have had?
It could
She
be-
said she didn't see the dagger, which she could be lying.
Well, but there's all the other items are still common.
It's
theme.
true.
There's the jade statue, there's a scroll case.
And a quiver and a silver ring.
It could be one of those items. We won't know for sure unless we open the chest.
The other contents are in this chest. The vial could very well not be the issue at all.
Yeah.
I think we need to get into the
The only
chest
thing we
to
know
see
for
what's
sure
in
is
there.
not the issue is the dagger.
Yeah, I think we need to get into the chest. It is beyond risky. I think I can do it. If anybody else has any other plans, speak now or I'll attempt to open it.
I can, if we are not worried about preserving it, I can cast a spell and open it while we're all at a safe distance away from it. Potentially.
Possible?
Counterpoint. This chest is with a bunch of unsavory figures.
Mm-hmm.
No offense. It's likely only to get into the hands of other unsavory figures. Meanwhile, back at the Jolly Dwarf,
Mm-hmm.
there's a man who has a vial with him in the midst of this town.
Yes.
That was some weeks ago. You might have left already.
But where to? And what
To your
else?
hometown to kill them all.
To it,
Possibly.
which is an even larger city.
Yes.
If this gets out to a larger population, the sickness spreads at an increased rate.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of COVID?
But but we don't know for sure if the well is even the cause of the sickness.
That's true.
But this is the one moving piece that's still on the table. Everything else is just sitting here in this stone chest.
So should we find this Irvin fellow? We have no idea where he is.
Just to jump in there really quickly. So 7 or so weeks ago, Hillel was given the goods from Toggy after she robbed
Okay.
Verla
Okay.
from it. Got the goods, went through them. It was probably a couple or so weeks after that she sold the other thing. It wasn't like right after she got it, she sold it. And then shortly after she started showing symptoms as well. And then that's when she started getting all paranoid about this Bridget
But
Woe
she's
thing.
had these symptoms for about a month now.
Yeah, probably about a month. And it was not too long. It was a little bit, it was around that time, roughly around that time that she, just before that sold the other one.
Okay. I don't think we're going to find this Irvin fellow. The best thing we can do for your hometown is try and make sure that this well is not the cause of.
Yes, but we could ask them not to move the chest or take anything out of it, and then go search for the thing that's still on the move.
Why aren't we gonna find the urban fellow? He's at the Jolly Dwarf.
He was
He
there
might
about a
be.
month ago.
I mean,
Uh,
did you? Well,
I've mostly stayed in my room, but would I know if this fellow was
So,
in?
yeah, other questions. Would I have
yeah.
socialized?
Ooh, interesting.
Also-
You were way too secluded. You don't really go to the inn very often, so I don't think you would have. And you're not usually one to just walk around and introduce yourself to people, so I assume you don't.
That's where Chrysanthemum.
I'm gonna say
Social butterfly.
roll a d20 for me.
We also have a sending spell, apparently. You could contact
16.
Elro.
You think you might have met that person.
And he's only been here for a day or two.
You've been here for a few days or longer, but you think you might have met that person. The name sounds familiar to you, which is weird.
I do think I might have met this guy. Which means he might still be at the Jolly Dwarf.
And when he was buying these relics from you, did he want this in particular, specifically, or was
No.
he...
No, I was just trying to make a quick buck. He looked like somebody who was a sucker and I could sell it to, kind of up price it because I had no idea what it was. So I just told him it was something fancy and got a few hundred gold off of him.
I wonder if he might know more than you put on then.
Does anybody have a way
I approached him, by the way.
Does anybody have a way of communicating with Elron from here? Elro.
No. I can do message, which is like short range,
Yeah.
but no, not long range
You always
stuff.
go back and talk to him.
Yes. So we have two options. Both sound plausible. The contents could just be more dagger contents, or we could follow what again seems like the point of contact that most of these people had, which to your point could be everything, but this
I'm still
file-
hidden.
Not you.
I was gonna
You're
ask
speaking into the
whenever we
shadows.
finish.
Yeah, and to your point,
Whenever we finish this dialogue, I'm gonna
to
ask
your
some
point, if he goes on the move and that is the source, we've let that go to a larger population. Now, if we were to go talk with Irvin, assuming he's still here, how do I know that you're not going to remove the contents yourself and put them somewhere?
I mean, what's your fascination with the other items?
They could be related. They were brought back from Islecross the same time
That's
as
fair.
Blue
That
Vials.
might be what's causing the curse. We don't know
Yeah.
for sure yet.
We don't know for sure. The most likely case are these blue glass vials, but there were, 6 items brought back from Islecross that you seem
Fair.
to have the majority of here.
To be honest, my plan was to get the boys to cart this back to Shady Creek Run and see if they could sell it and buy some sort of cure for it. But at this point, I don't know if there is any.
I would advise not to do that right now.
If you were to open this chest again, you'd just trigger this trap that you set on it. No.
I mean,
Somebody would.
if you don't know how to open it, right? Sure.
Did you list, like, player talk? Did she list what was put in there?
She said
No.
she had a few of the other items.
You had a receipt. You know what Oregon came
Yeah.
back with. You can
I think
assume.
we should open the chest just so that we can look at all the other items and make sure that none of them are the cause of it.
How would we know for sure what is the
We
cause
can
of it,
maybe
though?
take a look. See if
I'm
there's any
fine- I'm
obviously
fine to open
magical
it, but
curses
we-
or anything placed upon them.
I'm
Perhaps
fine.
a scroll case. Perhaps anything in there.
We do have a wizard.
I'm fine to open it, but we need to decide right after this and not stay too long and go visit
Yeah.
Irvin, especially if
Yes.
you've had potential sightings of him. If that's the case, I do recommend everybody stands back because I have no idea. And did you just hint that you know how to open this?
I mean, there's no button that you just press, but I know how I trapped it, so I'd have a thing
Give me
that
all the
You think you
details.
can open it for us?
potentially. But you guys keep telling me that it might speed it up. I don't really want to do that.
Are you okay with somebody else getting this?
I mean, if we open it and we fuck up, it might spray this liquid all over this entire room.
Yeah.
Then I'll take a bigger
Without
step
that.
back. And she starts to back up.
I'm fine opening it. You
Wow,
said
this-
I got advantage on it, right?
While this conversation is
fine.
happening, I wanted to have kind of inspected the room or scouted the room for a couple things. I want to see if there's another exit.
There's not. That's
Uh,
really immediately obvious. There is not another exit here.
are there any alcoves or any areas where stuff can be hidden?
Alcove.
Give me a perception check to see if you can find anything like that.
Okay.
Everybody
Monday
knows.
nights.
That's 7.
You don't notice anything else. It seemed like you kind of just what you see in front of you. There's a really big fire, which is crackling and giving you kind of like echoes off of those. You just assume what's in front of you that's immediately obvious is all there is. That's what you gather.
And no, I guess, signs of other creatures or people?
No, this
At
seems
all?
like it's just kind of the back of the cave section, and it's a dead end here, and that's where she set up base. That's what you gather.
Okay.
Red line.
All right.
Everybody back up.
I'm gonna take several steps back into the hallway.
I don't want anybody to
Back it up. Back it
Are
up.
you? You're trying to just open it with like
One for
following the
We
instructions.
can,
that was
we, can
my-
get, we can get it after.
That was my good one, man.
We need to pick up this section, so let's get going.
Okay. What do I roll? I have the number. What do I add to it?
It should be dex and proficiency if you're proficient with these
I'm
tools.
not proficient. I have them.
Yeah, so that just allows you.
Damn it! I'm proficient, but I don't have them.
Well, that's your own fault for not bringing them.
But you also wouldn't have touched it.
I also would have
I
touched
rolled a 17
but if I
and
didn't
a
help,
plus 1, so 18
All right.
total.
So because she told you where the pinhole was and how that's all set up, you found you kind of feel in and you got your little tools in there, and you get an idea of like where the mechanism is that would like auto activate, and you just like click the thing loose, and you gather
All right.
that it is no longer trapped.
If I turn into an icicle, it was nice to meet you all.
Carefully open it. Nothing happens. So inside of the the treasure, you find a scroll, and if you just take a quick peek at what's inside of it, it is covered in a cosmological map. There is a jade statuette of what looks like a storm giant. There is a quiver of fancy-looking arrows. There is a silver ring with a jasper stone. There are piles of coin that you assume are just Hillel's money. And then there is a receipt in there for a blue glass vial that she sold to Irvin. Yeah.
Such a nice paper trail with these scribbles all. I would like to examine the items
Yeah.
carefully.
Sure.
I'll ask for someone to lift them and bring them out.
Sigma.
As you start to like pull things out, she does just mention though, keep your hands off my coin, that's mine.
I take all of it. Kidding. That's fine. We're not taking your coin.
So-
I'm just going to inspect it, particularly the scroll case and the statuette.
And the cosmological. Oh, that is the scroll.
Do you want to do like an investigation of really carefully looking at it, or like an arcana to get the sense of magic on it?
Either.
Both.
I'll let you pick what you're leaning into.
I think I'll investigate all of the
All of
items,
them? Okay,
and then the
yeah.
scroll case in particular. I'll
Sure.
do an arcana check on, to see if there's any.
Can I have a look? I will also do a check about the arrows.
I'll
Because we have
do
a
the
friend who has a nice bow
The
on his back.
investigation check is a 16.
All right. So this is, you specifically said the scroll and the statue, or is this everything? right now?
Investigation is just everything.
Okay.
Like, does any of them seem like they have like strange arcane runes, something
So-
weird about them, a bad smell, something weird?
Yeah,
happening?
the scroll just seems like a cosmological map. Just
Okay.
cool looking map. Nothing, you don't get any you don't see any magical runes or anything on it. It just seems like somebody drew
Okay.
a map. Similar with the statue, somebody just kind of like carved this statue. There's nothing magical about it. It's just a nice little statue. The arrows, they do seem much better than normal arrows. You gather that they would fare much better in battle. And as player talk, they're +1 arrows.
Okay.
Silver ring with jasper stone. Looks like a pretty mundane ring. Just fairly well built, fairly well made. Could maybe get some gold for it.
Okay. So nothing seems obviously magical about it.
No,
Magic.
you don't get any sense of any of these items really, other than the arrows being like +1. Everything seems pretty standard.
Okay.
Did you say the vial as well?
There is no
There
vial.
is no-
She broke the vial.
Oh, right.
Made the trap out of it.
There was a receipt because criminals always like to get receipts.
Taxes, man.
Yeah, she's got to report to someone.
Anything out of the ordinary, Sigmund?
No, none of this stuff seems in any way, shape, or form magical. Though the scroll is quite interesting. I'm just gonna unroll it and just take a look at it.
Sure. Cosmological map.
Map of the stars.
Actually, when you fully unravel it, you get an idea that it is a cosmological map of the multiverse.
Whoa. Astro ones.
So it would seem like we've at least ruled out the possibility that these objects have any influence on this situation. I'll pull out the dagger and I'll just kind of toss it in with the rest of the stuff.
Sorry, what were you wanting to do with it, or is you just adding it to the pile?
I was just gonna, it's still wrapped. I was just
Okay.
gonna put it in the pile.
Yep. Do you unwrap it and like look at it, or do you just leave it wrapped?
Why?
I want to know if you're looking at it.
I mean, we already did, but I can pull it out if you've been investigating stuff.
Uh,
I still won't touch it, but I'll unwrap it and like hold it.
All right. As far as you can tell right now, it's an ornate dagger.
Yeah.
That's all you really know.
Nothing here seems to like it would cause anything like what's happening. So
Seems like we need to go visit your
Irvin.
new friend Irvin. Hey, you
Yeah.
found my dice.
we also need to figure out what we're gonna do with the rest of the stuff in this chest.
There's no way of extracting it. I very highly recommend and implore you not to sell this to anybody.
I wasn't planning on selling the stuff. I just put it on the trap so if somebody snuck in and
Yes,
tried to
but
steal
you should not move this trap anywhere.
I mean, yeah.
Do not move this trap anywhere.
I mean, in a few weeks you
Persuasion
won't be able
check.
to anyway.
Or intimidation if you want
Like
that.
17.
And then
19.
Sigmund's accent and all of the stuff that he was pretending to talk about is completely dropped at this point. By the way,
12.
and he literally
You
just
don't
turns
really
to
know
her
if
and turns to you and says, "In a couple of weeks, you won't be able to move it anyway."
You
Shit.
hear that?
I mean, I know I might be fucked. So that's why I was hoping to find something. If you guys are able to find something,
We'll help you if we can.
We will.
We've made the
Alright.
same commitment to your sister. If we can
me
prevent,
first, but sure.
True, but if we can prevent more people from turning into ice blocks, then we will.
Well,
Just remember that if you do help, you owe us.
sure.
I don't care about you owing me anything. Alright.
I want to go find that other vial then.
Back to the
Off we go.
city.
All right.
Slinks back into the shadow.
Is there something you want to do or say?
Hyperventilating. Too much talking.
I'm just wondering, like, being from the city
Mhm.
or like from this village.
Yep.
Would I know anybody that? I mean, we do have a wizard, but do I know anybody that it would make sense to like take this file for them to investigate?
It's not a vial anymore.
No, like the one Urban. So
Oh.
Urban, assuming he still has it, take the vial with stuff in it for somebody to investigate and like come up with an anecdote, like an apothecary or like somebody who studies arcane magic.
Your best judgment would be to bring it to Elro, and he would know what to do with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Well, if there's nothing anyone else wants to do specifically, then we'll kind of just like speed it backwards through the cave. At this point, you've already interacted with the other bandits who were there working with Hillel, so they kind of just see you out. The frogs don't really do anything. You already know how to use old Croaker to ferry across the water there, so it's pretty easy pass back to the village.
And as they're going back and they meet up with me, I don't try to hide anymore from the other guards.
Yeah. Well, there he is.
I was thinking by the time we leave, we've been in here for about an hour or so, because after an hour, this guy's stuff will fall.
Oh yeah. I'm just trying to think. Yeah. Probably. I mean, yeah. I don't know if it'd been a full hour to go through it. Yeah, it'd be pretty. It definitely would.
It'll fall
off
as we leave
before
the
you
cave,
get to.
but hopefully not in front of all these people. I don't want any of them to remember my face.
Like the people in the cave.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine.
Is my shield still going?
It's still a long rest.
Oh god.
Or you turn it off, but
Or I
yeah.
turn it off. If you don't want it, let me know.
So, all right, is the plan then head towards the Jolly Dwarf?
I think so.
Yep.
All right.
You want to wrap this up? It's been almost 5 hours.
I have to pee.
So this is the ending of this part.
Okay.
So
Is everybody
we'll,
good on time?
we'll do this quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Wrap it up.
So everyone but you at this point know of the Jolly Dwarf Inn. You know Arl because he's the guy who runs it. So when you first walk in, just for visualization, the downstairs of the inn features a large tap room. A gray-haired dwarf behind the bar greets you all cheerfully as you enter. You know that to be Arl. 2 male humans and 2 tiefling children are among themselves over in the corner as they enjoy a meal. They're laughing and kind of just hanging out over there. How do you spell
ARL.
ARL.
Chrysanthemum? You think that family over there? You think that might be Irvin and his family?
His family's
Oh,
got
no.
kids too. Do you care about human kids or
You-
like frog kids?
You don't remember? You don't
Frog
recall
kids.
exactly. Like you think it might be because you're like, I think this is where I met him. That might be him. But Arl is just like, hello. How good to see you all again. You're new.
Yeah, I am.
Are you staying here?
Not entirely sure where I'm staying, to be honest. On some
This
detective
is Samuel.
Samuel.
I've
Well
told him
met.
all about your fine establishment
Yeah.
Oh well, thank you.
and how you're still searching for that El Carpaccio.
Oh, this is the. Oh, okay.
I have been asking with no leads.
Trats. We'll have it one day or later.
Well, what brings you all back here?
Perhaps we should speak on the side.
Sure.
Yes, we're actually under a bit of detective work.
I don't want to alarm anyone, but we have reason to suspect that Irvin, another patron, has come into possession of something that's potentially dangerous.
Irvin? That doesn't sound like him.
It may have been unbeknownst to him.
Oh.
Yes, and that's probably when it's the most dangerous, is that he doesn't know it's dangerous.
You see his eyes jutting across the room.
Who is he looking at?
The family.
Do the kids look chilly?
Is there
They seem fine.
is
And
there a
Just
possible,
chilling.
Is there a possible way we can speak to him away from his family? Are you able to pull him aside somehow?
sure. I mean, you can use the side room here if you want. I can go see if I can bring him over.
That'd probably be for the best. Don't want to alarm his family.
All right.
Unless I see one of their kids like playing with a vial. Like,
No.
okay.
So yeah, he just wait just over here and I'll go grab him. And he goes over and just you kind of see him gesture to Irvin. And Irvin's like, sure, yeah. And then get up and they both come over and Arl just goes, Irvin, these people want to speak to you about something. I gotta go clean the... I'll be back. And he just turns around and walks away because he has no idea how to handle this situation.
Sure.
So he walks away and Irvin's just like, hello, what's...
Pleasure to meet you. My name's Chrysanthemum Feldus the Fifth.
I do remember you, yes.
Yes, we met previously. We talked about how much you should try the El Carpaccio once it finally arrives.
Yes, I don't think they have it yet. What's going on here?
So, it's a little awkward. You bought something.
Okay.
It seemed a little cool. It seemed a little shiny. Happy blue.
How do you know about that?
Well, we have the receipt.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
So good.
Interesting. Do you work with that dwarf lady?
No, but we are aware of a particular condition that she and everybody who's handled it before have come down with, and we want to make sure that you're feeling okay.
I feel fine. I'm sorry. A condition? What are you talking about?
Do you feel a little cold?
I mean, no more cold than I normally do. It's cold outside.
But
about the
like,
soup.
even when you're inside?
I don't feel any different right now.
Do I
Is
notice
this
any blue veins?
you don't? It seems fine. Is this some sort of sick practical joke? I mean, we attended the funeral for Ergen. I heard what happened to him. This is kind of weird. What are you getting at?
He brought back the item that you wound up purchasing.
What?
We have our suspicions that it might be behind his cause of death.
You're saying the thing that I brought was from Ergen, and that's what made him sick?
Don't know for certain,
Possible.
You just kind of see like a dread fall into his face, and he kind of looks back at his family. He's like, my whole family has seen this item, has played with it. We even let our kids hold it.
Jesus
What are you telling me?
we should go to Arlo.
He says, one sec, and he goes over sternly back over to the family. You see another gentleman there. He kind of whispers something to him, and you can kind of see the other guy get a little bit startled as well. And he goes over to his bag and he pulls out like a cloth, and he reaches in and he pulls something out under the cloth. You can't really see what it is, and he kind of shakingly gives it to Irvin, and Irvin comes back over and he's like, get this thing away from me.
I'm gonna step all the way back.
I will pull out another cloth.
Sure.
And I will grab it, and then I'll try and does it look like the vial if I shimmy that?
It's definitely a vial. If you're trying to see kind of
I just
under
wanna
the
know if
cloth
it's
a little
blue.
bit, you definitely see you do see some blue.
Yeah, we'll just wrap it up, assuming that is what it is.
He touched it.
Do.
Kids touched it.
Yeah, we all touched it. What is going to happen to us? What?
We don't know for sure. It seems there's some sort of, I don't even know if we can call it illness associated with potentially this. We do not know for sure. But what I can assure you is we're trying to find a cure for it as soon as possible. So
You
if
might have to stay in town for about 7 weeks to make sure you're all right.
that might be a little aggressive because in 7 weeks we're hoping to solve it long before then.
Okay.
Just try to stay calm for you and your family.
Yes.
We are working on something. The good news is it doesn't seem to happen overnight, and you do not you or your family from first glance appear to be displaying none of these symptoms.
Yeah, it got about 7 or 8 weeks probably, and then.
Well, we've had it for a few weeks now, so
Do any of your family have any sort of unnatural blue veins?
not that I've noticed.
Is anybody feeling extra cold? Apparently
No more than normal.
making bad soup or something. Something like that.
Sigmund from far away sends a message. Ask them if they opened it at any point tonight.
Send message back. Great idea. Keep it up with the suggestions. Did you open it up at any point?
No, we didn't know exactly what it was, other than they said it was some cool, like, fancy relic from Isocross. I wanted to take it back to Usadurn and see if I could sell it there. There is a little faint crack right near the top. That's it, though. We never opened it.
Well, the good news is if you didn't open it, there's a chance you may not have been exposed to anything inside. I don't want to get your hopes up, and I also don't want to scare you. We don't know what this is. We're working on it. We have every interest to figure this out hastily.
Well, I hope that you can find that, and if you don't mind me, I'm going to go back and spend time with my family, and honestly, I'm going to try to make sure the kids don't really realize that anything's up.
Try to stay in town for a couple of days.
Until we know what's up.
Maybe not 7 weeks,
Word.
but we'll definitely try and provide you with as much information as we can.
I mean, if we have anything even close to what you said, I'm not going anywhere until we find out a cure.
That receipt, how much did it say it was paid for?
Oh, for the thing? 200 gold.
Not repaying you. Never mind.
Give
her a receipt.
You have some money. You should use the money.
Here's a receipt. I owe you for one blue vial.
Hey, don't worry. Take it and find the cure. That's all I ask.
I wanted to try to glean from Arl's reaction if he was just scared of the situation or if there was anything else
Oh, insight check.
about his,
Yep.
like him leaving the conversation the way that he did. Insight for 24.
Holy shit.
With certainty in the way that he spoke, the way that he moved, that you could kind of pick up on, he is not comfortable in these situations at all. This was way too awkward and uncomfortable. He just had to get a step away from the situation. He knew that he would cause more harm than good being a part of that. You sense no malintent or that he was like withholding anything. He just was like, I can't be in this situation, and stepped away.
And the other person that Irvin
Lyle.
Mm-hmm.
Urban Lyle.
took the vial from,
Yeah.
was that their partner?
Yeah,
Cool.
Gotcha.
yeah, or at least that's what you gathered.
Yeah. We'll do what we can. That's all I can promise at this point, and we'll try and provide as much information as possible along the way.
Thank you. And he turns around to go back, and you can see he's kind of like trying to shake off what just happened, and he kind of goes back over and sits with the kids, and he's like, hey, and like starts, they're like, who is that? He's like, oh, old friends, and yeah, just tries to just play it off like everything's okay. You can kind of see the two gentlemen kind of make eye contact with each other, like, what's going on? He's like, I'll tell you later, sort of thing, and doesn't want to create a scene. And they kind of go back to it. So at this point, you now have a vial of whatever this thing is.
If I was a more chaotic character, I definitely would.
What would you like to do with it?
We need to go to Elro.
Yeah, we need to take this
If
to a safe
and
spot.
because I fucked up the identify spell once before, you can find a pearl worth 100 gold. I can identify what the spell.
I'll keep
thing
I'll
is.
keep an eye out.
Step 1, find 100 gold.
Well, if we
Find
complete
a
this
pearl.
assignment, we'll get 100
That's
gold.
true.
Then we'll buy you a pearl so you can identify something that we
Yeah.
probably already solved or have died from. Yeah, we need to go to Elro.
All right. So you go back. You first kind of go where you think maybe he still was, but most people have cleared out now from where the funeral was held. But you know kind of where Elro often frequents around the town, so it's no trouble finding him. So yeah, if you guys just kind of go right back to him, he says, "Oh, hello. Well, how's the investigation been going?"
We've seemed to have run into a number of people who have potentially fallen ill.
More than
Yep.
Toggy and
Velro, Toggy.
Velro's dead.
Velro is no longer with us.
Oh yeah,
Who
she's
is
dead.
Velcro.
Velcro is dead.
Velcro is dead.
Verla is dead.
She seems to have gotten to the final stages of whatever this is.
Just came apart.
It would seem Tolgi and her sister both.
Her sister.
And it seems like whatever this is has also reached a young man by the name of Irvin Lyle and his family.
The family staying at the inn.
There. It would seem our best suspicion is it has to do with 2 little blue glass vials that
You know who
Ergen
this
brought back.
Urban Lawfellow is? Why was he in town? Why is he in this small fishing village in the middle of bumfuck nowhere?
You did not ask.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn.
These.
Well, it could be the other items.
It
but
could be a
we just
number, but these
don't
are
know.
the best.
These
best
vials, did you find them? Do
We
you
have
some?
one on our possession now.
Wow.
It does have a small crack in it, but it is currently wrapped up.
If you believe this could be the cause of it, I will take this from you and I will get help from those who can potentially help identify it.
Do I believe Sir Elrond of the High Council?
Take an insight check.
He's weird. That's nope.
Do you have a pearl worth 100?
No, it's like 10.
You believe him? Like,
If you just need help from someone to identify it, if you have a pearl, that I can
Stop
use as a
asking
component,
for a
I can
pearl.
perhaps do it right here instead of having to send it. For
I
everyone.
don't have that on me, and it wouldn't be me. I have some folks here in town who can help me. I try to identify it, or at least do some sort of investigation on it. I also will try to help investigate to see what it is.
Every single person who touches this potentially gets exposed to it.
That's good to
The
know.
reason why.
Try to avoid contact. That's our best
Are you
theory.
showing it to him, or are you?
I have it,
Oh,
but it's
okay.
not
It's
wrapped
in-
up.
it's in.
Just in case that crack was like.
Yeah. Okay. I ask of you that. Oh, for doing this, I did say that I would pay you 100 gold, and he pulls out a bag of 100 gold.
Did we solve this?
Here,
I'm
you,
not-
he hands
I'm
it to
not
you
taking
then, and distribute it among those as you see. I simply wanted you to see if you could find out what this was, and honestly, you've given me the best lead I've had in a while. If I can find out what maybe this is, perhaps I may be able to find a cure. I do ask though that spend the night here. I'll investigate, and I can give you guys an update in the morning.
Is there another
Have you-
tavern? Because that tavern has this stuff all over it.
Unfortunately, though.
Damn it.
Though you
Have
would,
you-
you would have
house
one,
is empty.
but it's small.
That is
So
true.
is
Have you
More-
heard
more
about the
shop.
frigid wool?
Also had the stuff
Um,
there.
That name is familiar. I think there's an old story about it, but I'd have to. Does that mean something?
So one of the affected people, Hillel,
Little baby.
she thinks that that's what the affliction is. What can you tell us about it?
I mean, I don't know too much off the top of my head. I've heard the name. I think I would have to look into it. But that name could help if it is that.
Any
Maybe I
information
can
will help.
find something on it.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I don't recall. I just remember the name seems familiar.
No. Okay. Is there anybody we can talk to that would know?
I'll reach out and I'll go to my sources here in town, and I can bring whatever information I have back to you.
Is he like being intentionally evasive about where he's going with this? Like with his sources?
I mean, make an insight check.
That's what I was trying to figure out, and I failed.
That's a 0.
You don't really get it's hard to read. Yeah,
So 1 minus 1.
Goddamn.
I want to get working on this right now, because if what you say is true, then not only is those individuals that you have mentioned, but perhaps others may be infected. I'd like to start researching on this now, if you don't mind. Please stay.
Do you mind if we come with you?
I'd rather do this on my own. If there is something that happens and I happen to get infected, I'd rather it be just me and not the lot of you.
Once we do find out more and you need a means to destroy it, let me know, because I have a really good idea. It involves a frog and turning the frog to...
She also has a warhammer.
I'm sure you have a good idea. You've always come in handy here, so thank you.
Yes, I know.
If you all are staying at the Jolly Dwarf, I'll try to come by first thing in the morning with anything that I found.
Need a roommate?
Please spend the night here.
That'd be splendid.
If there's nothing else specific that you ask, then Elro will head off.
Is there any shops that might help us get supplies for whatever might lie ahead?
You can. We'll do that.
Okay.
We'll do that after.
Cool.
So yeah, Elro heads off to go see if he can figure out anything.
I'd like to sneak around and follow him if possible.
Sure.
Do not trust this motherfucker.
Make a stealth check.
Just not for the whole night, just to figure out where he's going.
Yep.
That is a 9.
Okay.
Immediately like, stay here.
So you start to walk for a little bit, and at first you seem like, I'm
We're just going in the same direction.
We're going in the same direction. This is totally fine. After a few minutes, he does turn around. He got the sense that he was being followed, and he spots you and kind of says, "I'm sorry. Was there something else you needed?"
Just wanted to make sure that you seem like you know more than you're putting on. I don't trust you.
I'm sorry that I have not yet earned your trust. I promise you I'm not hiding anything. I'm just trying to do right by my people.
By the way, he burned a guy's face off and used it in case you don't trust him.
I just want to leave this town alive.
I made a deal with you to get you on a boat. I will uphold that.
You better. Just turns around and walks back to the Jolly.
He turns around and starts to walk. I imagine you also kind of keep peeking over your shoulder, maybe to just kind of get an eye. It's actually just a few buildings down from where you guys were talking that he turns in. The building that he goes into, it looks like the glass blades thing that all the soldiers have. That there's that on the door. So you gather he's just kind of going to whatever maybe little
his office
office of theirs that they have potentially. Nothing out of the ordinary. But yeah, we kind of take it back to the Jolly Dwarf, and that is where we will take the break here. It was a long first part, but I think we got a lot of good stuff in there. Mm-hmm. So we'll take a break there. We'll continue and pick it up afterwards. You have all reached level 2.
Oh my god!
So we'll do that in the break, and then when we come back, we'll pick up from whatever happens next.
Yay.
Oh shit.
Very cool.
Okay.
I don't trust Elro.
Bye until the second part.
Bye bye.